William Yang, who's drives the Vibrant Performance sponsored Honda Time Attack car. He's from Canada, and he brought that to World Time Attack a couple of years ago. And of course, Vibrant was really starting to get a lot more awareness in Australia. That car is one of the is the fastest front-wheel drive time attack car in the world. But unfortunately, at Pikes Peak this year, it's no more. He absolutely binned that thing up the top of Pikes Peak this year, unfortunately. But Vibrant and Will are going to be back with a new Honda very, very soon. So thank you, Vibrant, for helping us here in Australia with Pro Turbo. And Factory Extreme, thanks to Precision Turbo. When they come out, think of this. Precision Turbo not only design, test and manufacture record-setting and championship-winning turbochargers, they do a lot of OEM stuff as well now. They're knowledgeable and friendly staff of over combined 100 years knowledge of turbo vehicles, committed to providing full technical support on each area of product. Precision Turbo bringing us Factory Extreme, and there are a few Precisions spinning around the place. Wouldn't it be really good if we could modify a competitor entry form that we had so many boxes had to tick? You could tell him that he's got a Billet Boss 13B with a Precision driven by a Haltech, you know what I mean? Like, just tell us now, because that's almost something we wish we knew every car could have. But, these guys, they can change in a week. I tried this GDX 50, but then I tried this 8260, and then I did this with this injector. Imagine if you could say, Billet Boss 13B with a 98mm throttle body driven by 2430 Siemens on a Haltech Nexus R5 with the whole deal, the whole engine down. You could know exactly what everyone had. And the weight at 2,620 pounds, that sort of info all of these cars have. We just can't always share that with you. But you know what? Everyone we've just read out there, they're all in these cars. Nearly every single one, it's all in there. Here's an interesting little side thing, and again, while we're on sort of Haltech and the discussions of a lot of our Aussie businesses, those that great business up the range, the Gulbys business. Now they got their Gulbys display. All that, I think it's on the Haltech stand. I think the two Gulbys cars. So I think we've got Scott Hoffman's KE70. So down on that stand, we'll have Scott Hoffman's KE70 license plate stuff, and I think Millsy's Barra powered Bedford. So if you go down to the stand there and put your vote in. So it's like a bit of a people's champion. Ooh. Do you like the 2J KE70 that Hoff's built called Stuff? 1,000 horsepower roll racing weapon, right? Or Millsy's Barra-powered Bedford that came out to Power Cruise, earlier this year. And for those people that may have get out to the odd Power Cruise, you'll see that Bedford. It's down on display. Go down and check it out. Now, you just got to pick which one do you like better. Do you like a KE70 with a 2J, or do you like a Barra and a Bedford? Just that will get you into the draw. Your vote gets you into the draw to win $1,000, I think, worth of Gulby's gear. So that's another little side poll that you just got to put your entry in, your vote in, and you're in the draw. They're going to draw one of those votes out. So instead of just go into the draw, help us vote who's going to get it, and I'll say you're going to win a K. Yes, Jamie?
Yes, we're about to go racing.
You little bloody ripper. Jamboree is go. At 9:31. Can't believe we just chatted for 40 straight minutes.
You did amazing, Chris.
We're only on to page 6. Well, I used to listen to Ray Hadley in the morning, and when he introduced himself at 9 o'clock, sometimes you'll time him, 26 minutes, the epilogue, or the monologue.
Well, you've just beaten that one, Chris.
A 26-minute monologue. It's easy. All right, no names just yet, but let's talk it out. The R34 GTS 4-door, the RX-7 Series 2. We are in Street Compact, and this is MTQ Street Compact competitors. Here we go. Chris Johnson in the RX-7. Christy Lee Shelton, RB25, R34, and she's out there to have a crack in this Jamboree business.
That is a very pretty style as well.
We're going to have so many really quick street cars here. I know that we need everyone to bring them out and compete at these events because Street Compact's the place to start. 12-14 with plenty of problems for Chris Johnson and even more problems for Christy Lee Shelton. Yeah, definitely. It sounded like the clutch. Track is very, very sticky, but also, handbrakes have to be off as well. No, I'm sure she didn't. But you know what I saw on the return road that looks like it had an entry number on it? An X19 Fiat.
Oh, really?
And it sounded like it had a V6 in it. Hello.
Ooh.
Yeah, I love that there's some nutballs still out in Jamboree. It's not all just $250,000 workshop cars that you've paid for. There's people still building stuff in sheds, and that's when I saw this. It definitely hasn't been built in a
Drag
workshop.
racing is certainly very alive in Australia.
Well, it hasn't been built in a workshop, I can tell you that.
Just another call. We need all motor to the lanes. You need to go into lane 5, please. All motor to lane 5 and street 289 to the lanes. You are in lanes 5 and 6, please. We are in the middle of street compact at the moment. Just having a quick look at the track as the RX-7 had a little bit of dusting down through the finish line, but we are good to go. Here goes Kai Morgan in the Civic. In beside him, Alan Willard in the Datsun.
Oh, of course. Now, that's a 2.2 for Kai in that Honda, so it might be a H22, 1423, and Adam Willard could be a CA.
CA,
yeah. 1312 at only 67 mile an hour. Oh, look, here's an S12. I think about my brother Ben with his FJ20 powered one, but there we go. Check it out. And you know what, Jane? I hope we do get a few more trips to the time tunnel, because I know there's a lot of guys out there looking for this gear to be different.
Yep.
And I'm loving it. Ashley Bagdonis, the S12, and how about Chris Hunter, the Audi? He got out of there. The Audi 193 in the 60. Mind you, the little S12 went 160 in the 60, banging some gears. I wonder if it is an FJ20. 1178 at 120. 1222 for Chris Hunter in the Audi.
We can see it had a 2-litre on board, so you'd think FJ20 or maybe the SR.
Well, I don't think the RSX Sylvia or Gazelle came in the notchback IRS. If that's a B-Max, or that's an Aussie Gazelle, but it's still an S12.
Very cool.
Well, only because my brother had one. If it was never in the family, you never know.
No,
but the genuine Japanese delivered RSX S12s were IRS, and that's what my brother had.
All right, here goes Christine Thompson now in the Ford Ute, in beside her Luke Ty in the Gemini.
Come on, Gem. You know what? I get excited looking at Gemini Coots because they're so rare these days.
You don't see them.
No, 1069 for Christine Thompson. That's a very decent 4-litre Barra-powered Ute, and 1539 with improvements coming for Luke Ty. Whoa, we're skidding them out here. And what have we got? The Kona. The Kona. Wow. Is this our first ever Hyundai Kona to ever go down the drag strip? Adam, it is the hot car right now. Ian Baker raves about his. Oh, you got one? Well, Baker's got the N, and he reckons they're just the most crazy car. Edward Gitson beside him. Check this out. It's the little Mark II Corona, 2.5 litre. Of course, they came with the M 6-cylinder. They went from M to 2M, I think to 4M, 5M, 6M, 7M. So I love these things. You wouldn't think they had a 6-banger in them, but that's not a stock M in it, I can give you the hot tip. They were literally like a 6-cylinder version of an 18R, the old 18R single overhead cam. 1126 at 130. Thank you, I'll have one of them. Adam Williams, 1583 with the Kona. Oh, get into it, son. Get into it. This is what Jambo's all about. Grab our attention. Yes, that scared the brap out of me. So I'm not brappy.
You're brappy.
There's going to be, and you know what? We can increase this. We've only started. I've only been going for 40 minutes, but we've got a lot of catchphrases to catch up with. And don't get me started if 2 turbo cars bump in against each other. Now we've got
baby.
No, you can't say it too much. Remember, I've actually, I'm getting everyone to sign.
You're copywriting it.
Well, we're signing a little agreement to make sure that you can only do it when 2 turbo cars go in, and it feels like it's more than just a second. You know what I mean? If the whole hills are starting to echo from things trying to bump in on a 2-step, then you're in the city. All right. Here we go, RX3 versus JZA80 Super. I think that is Carla Johnson. Oh, look at the wheel. Gorgeous launch. Stephen Beach, like he dropped the clutch and that did this gorgeous launch. 159 in the 60. And look at that. Yes, please. 1068 at 130 mile an hour. Yes, I'd have that as a street car. 1077. Hello for the Supra.
Great pass there.
What a launch. He really got that launch sorted. All right. And the old leaf spring, you see? The old leaf spring. There you go, that's the Hilux. What comes under the bonnet of it, please? 2.7, so I'd say 3RZ. Wade Benson, another Barra Falcon Ute. Aussies. You can tell it's an Australian sport compact or Jambo event because we've got utes.
Not trucks,
they're definitely not trucks, they're utes. And the 60-footers, 160 in the 60. This is another quick Queensland street car. We've got them everywhere. MTQ Street Compact dishing it out from the first few runs straight away. 10, another 10 second. Did we drop the ET limit down to 10-0? We might have dropped it to 10-0. We did we? Righto. So 10-0 is the cut off. So 10 second Aussie streetcars.
This is definitely the quickest MTQ Street Compact field we've had, I think.
And this will be the quickest Queensland 323 because Dave Reed hasn't got a time slip on his yet. Grant Dixon, Pro Boost 13B Mazda 323. Did I tell you one of the first rotaries I ever drove as a young bloke was a 12A in a 323? It's got 140k an hour speed limit. I'm down at the K.
He's even starting to sound like Kerry, isn't he? Back in the day when I...
Don't start. You're old as well, Jane. Rose Octavio in the Supra. We've got a auto there for Grant Dixon in the 323. Now check the Supra out. Rose Octavio. He's slipping the old transmission down there, Grant Dixon. 12.15 at 114 mile an hour and 14.01 at 74 with issues for Grant Dixon. 12.15 at 114. Oh, we'll have a look at who's rolled up here in.
Looks like Maxie down there.
It is it?
In the fast.
We are still in Street Compact, and it is Maxine box, is it?
Audi.
Max is in the Fasty.
She's going to try and stay to the rear wheels, though.
Is that still Page's Fasty? Or is it just still in? It's the Box family Fasty.
I think it's the Box family Fasty.
The Box family Fasty. What? The Fasty. I think it's so Mum's in it today. I do think it's Page's. Now look, there's a little bit of a staging duel here. Joseph Frere trying to play the game. Max coming in with mind games. Geez, I tell you what, Max, to come in with mind games like this in qualifying. One more bulb, baby, and hold on to it. Bring the revs up, and we're away here in North Street Compact qualifying. Obviously, we don't have an ET bottom cut off, so she's going to be fresh meat for anyone hauling her down on a dial-in tomorrow. But how about this being part of Jamboree in 2022? We've got Maxine Box out there having commencing her Street Compact career. Joseph Frere, 10.69, another 10-second streetcar. Luxo Barge, Cressida. We've probably got nearly a dozen 10-second options. You can pick whatever type of car you want. Do you want a Cressida? Do you want an RX-3? Do you want a Hilux Ute? How would you like your 10-second Queensland street car? Paul Clyde now and Ashley Rees and Ashley the RX-4 Coupe. Don't see too many of them. And check this out, the Loco Mechanical Series 2 RX-7. Gorgeous machines. In Street Compact. Get into it, Janie.
Reason got out 041 reaction time. Clyde will need to sharpen his up come racing tomorrow. But look at the RX-7. He's got all the horsepower. Goes on through for a 10.73, 141 miles an hour. And for Reason, an 11.88 at 116 in the RX-4. This is, of course, a Street Compact, all thanks to MTQ. Our next pair about to move forward is Ray Box down there in the Audi now. In beside him, Steve Johnson in the Celica for Black Track Performance.
Oh, well, two guys. So it's the former Jamboree founder and his wife, both in Street Compact. Ray Box in the Aldi, Stephen Johnson. Well, it says here 13B in the Celica. Is that right? I always thought it had a six-banger in it. Let's have a listen. I don't think it's got a 13B in that thing, Steve Johnson. But how good's the Audi? Ray Box doesn't quite cut the light, but 13.18's okay. 11.74 for Steve Johnson. Ray did get the better reaction time by about 3 seconds there because Steve Johnson just tried to get the boost up. But it's good to see the Fasty and the Aldi in the first qualifying session. Plenty of excitement already, Janie. Geez, the quality's just great to see.
Our top 6 qualifiers at the moment, all in the 10-second range. Forward.
RX-5, thank you. Another Luxo Barge, the Cressida. You know, again, you've got to wait for Jambo to get them out of the garages because you just won't catch these cars on the street all the time. Bradley Halliburton, the Cressida, and Alvin himself.
It looks like it's breathing heavy through the middle of the track. Not going to affect his performance at all. Goes on through for a 10.67, 123 miles an hour. And for the RX-5, an 11.08 at 122 there for Alvin.
Another 10-second Cressida. What's that, a couple of 10-second Cressidas? Here's another Datto 1200. I'm glad people still are frothing for Datto 1200s. Those little cars are going up.
I don't think the passion for old Dattos will ever die.
No, or old Toyotas,
or Rotas, or
old
Mazdas.
Anything old, I think we're going to, the more and more that we move into the future, we will hold on to this stuff and just think of the simpler times. But mind you, you don't get too many of them that aren't quick anymore.
Travis Beckman down there, he is in the Datsun, and Ilja Bendeveski in the Sora.
Oh yes, Elijah Benedevsky. Yeah, Elijah.
Yeah.
Benedevsky in the big Sauer. Another 11.27 for the Datto at 113. And Elijah Bendevsky. Yeah?
Where? Ilya? Yeah.
Ilya. Well, he'd know. Hodjo would know. He knows. He's from the Gong. That's the name of the bloke that delivered his bloody...
Our first
the other
Mitsubishi
night.
of Jamboree 2022. This is the step-up automotive car of Tina Woods. In beside her will be Jason in the little Datto.
Jason Gerstgrasser. Someone's on the limiter there. Is it the
Evo?
Is it the Evo? Tina, go after it, girl. Whoa, you go after it, Jason Gerstgrasser. This is street compact. Yeah, we got it all. Here we go, 11.41 for Tina in the Evo. And look at Gerstgrasser, 10.38 in the Datto. Well, I want to say FJ20 in that. Wow, hey, the FJ20s are coming back.
That's so cool. I know where there's a few sitting around.
Yeah, I know. The trailer's got a bit of room in it. I might drop in on the way home.
10.38 there for Gerstgrasser. He goes to number one qualifier at the moment in Street Compact, thanks to MTQ. This is Simon Isherwood for Pool Systems in the BMW. In beside him, Matthew Kelly, the Supra.
Yeah, remember Matt Kelly's 2JZ Tirana years ago, the ex-Krieger LC. Here he is with his Supra, street car. And how's that? Aldi's now, we've got the BMW, but Matty Kelly hasn't forgotten how to make horsepower. He's on the brakes already.
Yeah.
On the brakes.
This is not 8th Mile Racing.
No, I just wonder whether he's scared about going too quick, because the thing probably will. And I don't think Matt's been in it for a little while either, so maybe he goes, oh, hang on. I forgot what 1,500 plus horsepower feels like. Oh, okay, I better be careful here. I don't want to run like a 9. Because you remember, you can only go to 10.0 in this class in Street Compact. So that thing's probably ready for another... Probably for a chat with the IHR officials if he lets that thing get its head a little bit later on. Aaron Johnston now and Chris Sword. S15s even now, like we were talking about this morning. S13s, S14s and S15s. Ridiculous prices to find one these days. And you know what, as much as you just talked about your Datto shape, these shapes are also timeless now, would you believe?
Agree.
They would. And you know what? We will eventually also find fondness in a BA Falcon eventually. Well, that's it. Try and buy an AU. I'm actually looking to get on an AU XR6. I'm nearly buying the Andersons out of every car under their deck. Mark 1 Escort, XR6.
Big bump there for Chris Sword.
Geez, tell you what, talk about putting him to the sword. Yeah, this thing's got to be careful. That big bad Falcon might just tip it low in the 10s. Oh, Wooshka, 972. Now, 144 mile an hour. Now, look, he may get off the hook here. He may already be teched. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Might already be teched. But that's too quick for the class. 972. Mind you, Aaron Johnson, 1175, no slouch. There's just no slouch here.
There's no 130 miles an hour.
Maybe Maxine, but yeah.
No, she's number one, just at the wrong end.
Yeah, she's the reverse pole position. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it is too, if he's allowed back.
Well, here they all come. They're still coming here. David Cox, so Gem. Again, try and find one of these, either of these two cars now for cheap. You're not going to get it. And you know what? It's good to see 2,280cc of Isuzu, guys. There's still a lot of 8-valve Isuzu love out there, because if you talk to an Isuzu lover, they don't know a 16-valve. They stopped canning at 8 valves, you know. And you know what? The little G180s or G200, that little G-Series Isuzu, for years has held its own as copping some power. And I think that's one of the great little unsung... Someone will write an article about the greatest 2-valve 4-bangers in history. And there'd be a top 10 list. Modified compact to the lanes, street 289 to the lanes. So modified compact to the lanes, please. Street 289 to the lanes, please. Modified compact, street 289 to the lanes, please. Extreme and modified 10.5, get ready, don't roll. What? Okay, what are we waiting for down there?
They're just having to play with the staging lights. Of course, you may have seen the photos, but our staging beams took a bit of a battering yesterday in testing.
That almost, well, I shouldn't say it broke the internet, but it
almost did.
It just flicked it. Sorry, it just flicked the glass of the internet because you don't see that.
Gave
too
it a
often.
rumble.
The left lane bottom stage beam has been flickering, nothing in it. I think that's what's changed.
All right, so we are just doing a little. Now, of course, have we got the official testing footwear for the timing beams, which are the Dunlop KT26s? You've
No, he's in Nike, so I think that's the problem,
that
isn't
is
it?
a bit too flash, is it? Okay, there we go.
Oh, I love my Nike.
I think just for the
I
height.
have all the Nike. Hey?
Yeah, everyone's good. Oh, Jane. Anyway, Jane. Jane's taken a bit of a break there for a sec, and she's got to take that. If she doesn't take that Tourette's medication, if she doesn't take the Tourette's medication, every night, that's what happens. All right, David Cox got issues with the Gem. That's not good, Coxie. Is that gearbox? Is that torque tube? Derek Johnson, he's also rolling off the throttle for fear maybe that the Supra could be too quick. He goes 12.97, but David Cox. This is not the Jambo. David Cox has had some great Jambo memories. This ain't a great Jambo memory right now. And do we tick the box for Cox? Do we tick the box for Cox as the first Jambo tragedy?
Yep.
Yeah, righto, there we go. We couldn't even get to the end of one category.
The first visible one.
Is that right? What about the matching wristbands? Yeah, the master cylinder warmers, yeah. But that hasn't left anything on the... Yeah, so that's either axle or input shaft or torque tube if they had a torque tube still. Well, that goes to show your age. If you don't remember a Gemini fracturing a torque tube in the past when they started to crank the power up, it was only a matter of time before we give someone some. You know, if we can pass on some old information to new fans, we're definitely going to do it. Do they Corvettes still come with them? Do they? So what did Adrian say to upset you, Jane?
Nothing.
Okay.
It's his running shoes that said it.
Yeah, because you guys are just, oh yeah, wow.
Yeah, that upset me.
Yeah. Can I get them that says plum? Can I get them to say plumbing sucks? You know.
I think we should say
Anyway.
cycling sucks.
Hey. Well, one of yous runs like a marathon, and one of yous cycles 100k. Like I just want to. I just don't want to get to that sort of level. Clip-on, look at this, clip-on. I think he pulled the gears on the gear change there. That's a 13B in the Corolla. And off he goes. This is Still Street Compact, thanks to MTQ. What a category. Ian Clifford, 12.41 in the Hilux. It might have a 1J in it by the look of it. 10.80 for Scott Clip-on with the 13B. He's from Central Queensland, North Queensland, I think. Scotty Clip-on. So look at all these ETs here. So Clip-on's 1080 is 9th qualifier, but we've got 10 in quicker than 1089. So that's pretty impressive. And that might be the end of Street Compact. This is the X19 I told you about. Here it is.
Is it in all motor?
You know who I reckon it might be? Remember Rob Barak started playing with Mitsubishi V6s in Mirages? Someone's either taken that idea and done it in an X19. Have a look at this thing.
Sounds like a Rob Barak car, doesn't it?
It does. It could be a 3.8 Mitsubishi in an X19. We're waiting to swap it. This is all motor, brought to us by Bulletproof Diesel. Diesel? I think this is us, yeah. So all motor thanks to Bulletproof Diesel. And that's got all motor on the side, and it's an X19. Now for people, hands up anyone that doesn't, hands up who's never seen an X19 Fiat before. Yeah, there could be a generation gap here.
I think so.
Yeah, Trent Bianco. Yeah, so he's out of he's out of the Barak stable, so that kind of doesn't surprise me. And actually, with the Bianco surname, it kind of all matches. Bravo, bravo. Matthew Wood. Check out the neat little Mazda 1300 in all motor.
Very
cool little car.
Awesome.
Oh, both cool. One's different cool to the other different cool. One's way cool. We got issues here. Is he fueled up the IDA? Aspo, all motor, so no nitrous, very worn V6. Oh, it's 11.26. I don't know what our quickest X19 record is in Australia, but that'll be it.
That'd have to be it.
Wow, I love that thing. All on the engine too, thank you. 11.26 at 120 mile an hour. I think, yeah, that'd be as long as it took to get to 11.26 seconds. That thing was legging it. But again, that doesn't surprise me because remember they put that Mitsubishi Magna /380 V6, first of all in a Mirage, well, mid-engined. And then they did, I think Trent used to have it in a Lancer, that sort of running gear in a Lancer, aspirated and a little bit of spray. So that'll be one, actually judging by the fuminess of that, that'll be one that they've sprayed before. They just don't have the bottle on it. That's what that'll be. So that's the ultimate low friction NA engine. So it's working really well.
Can we have modified compact to the lanes? Modified compact to the lanes. You are going into lanes 3 and 4.
All motor, they're up here now. We need street compact, modified compact, street 289 to the lanes, modified compact, street 289 to the lanes. I'm going to call it stream and modified 10.5 as well. So if you hear that, I've said, yeah, start rolling up. All right, bit more Beetle action. Michael Williams and Nick Bence.
Bit of punch buggy action at the moment. Nick Bence in the gold.
Look at the stingers out the back. This is a true history lesson right here. Drag bugs right since the 60s. When these first came out, they've been drag race right from the beginning. So these are about 50-plus year old.
You know, Corey McLenithan used to drag race. Don't you love the sounds of it as they make their way down the track?
2330cc for the gold one, 2165cc for the white one. This is
109 miles an hour for Benson, the gold one, and a 1330 and 98 miles an hour there for Williams.
This is why All Motor will never die, because we'll always have Beetles and we'll always have Aspo Rotors. And in this case, we've got a Barra Cortina, which is perfect. We allowed, International Sport Compact rules when they first came out didn't let 6 cylinders or triple rotors into All Motor. We opened it up to 6 bankers and triples because we wanted to see Aspo 6 and rotary engines. And he's got this Barra in this Cortina of Jason Stooley. He's very good with it. This is Connor Fakinos. Check this out. NA.
Fakinos as well.
Oh, yeah. How good's that? That goes to prove that you can still have something really, really exciting. 11.77 for Studley, cuts his first red light of the day. He's normally good on the tree, so when we go to dial in, lucky enough All Motors a dial in category. We can take that NA performance over, tons of ET. How good's this? Hey, this is the quality we're talking about in All Motor. I knew that when we get them all together, they look fantastic. That's Jason Frost with the dunk off. Now that's, and guess what? It's only 1776cc for the dunk off. Marcus, is that what it means? Well, here he is. It's all his car. So and it's got Penrose, Rod Penrose as oh yeah. Yes, and All Motors bringing us the excitement as well. Nice wheel stand from the dunk off. It is that built-in wheelie bar, isn't it? The Stinger. And there we go. It goes 13.33 and a 13.51. Geez, we've got a nice bunch. 13s, 12s, 11s.
Nice one.
Another call for modified compact and street 289 to the lanes, please. Modified compact, street 289 to the lanes, please. Extreme, you can probably roll around and stay at the back. Modified 10.5, you can roll and get up the back there as well. And we'll probably call you soon. All right, Brendan Burnett and Michael Holman. Brendan Burnett, that comes to memory. He done the 6th drag challenge here at the Brisbane Drag Challenge. 3 days of gear jam in that beat up there. So you're going to need a physiotherapist at the end of that. And guess what? Brendan Burnett is a physiotherapist.
Oh, there you go.
He came up and said, I actually am a physio. So how's that left leg and the right left arm going? 16.89 and a 12.27 for Michael Holman. And the, you've got to hand it to these V-dub people. Got to hand it to the V-dub. Oh, guess who it is? Oh, put your hands together if we haven't already. This is All Motor standing up to say who needs a turbo to be famous. And you know what? I still stand to this day. This is one of the iconic Australian cars, the Savannah. 26V quad rotor. And Nick Jack beside. So this is the sponsor of All Motor. He believes in it as much as I do. Tally Piranos, Nick Jack. Nick's new car is already on display at the Show and Shine. He's going to go 20B PP. He already knows how to build himself a 13B, JD, but he's going to go 20B in the new one. And he loves All Motor. So does Tally Piranos. You should do some more talking soon, but I think on this run, unless they put them both on the wheel stand, I want to hear that 26 speed. I know it's going to spin the tyres off the line. I can tell you right now. I don't know. Something's going to give here, Jane, I think. Something's going to give. I don't know what it is. There's some crankiness out there. They're not rappy. Rap City, baby. Rap City! Works great.
The wagon can't find a gear, Chris.
Something's gone on there, but that 26B, let it eat. 11:37 at 116. And Nick, that thing didn't go. I think he needs about 8 or 9,000 RPM on the chip there to get that thing off the line, and it didn't want to go. Telly kind of walked his off a bit, so I think he minimalised the wheel spin, but then off it goes, and it works absolute wonders. The old all-motor class, I tell you, look at that little group. Look at that, Janie. So, yeah, Nick 2635, so the sponsor on the bottom. Everything from 1680s to 1120s, but 1126, 1137, 1177, 1217, 1227, 1289, 1330, 1333, 1351, 1689, and then I'm sure Nick will improve. But, of course, all motor, what's that, 11 cars? We've got that dial-your-own format, so you don't have to be the fastest there, but... You certainly can't say that wasn't half spectacular to look at.
It was fantastic.
And Savannah can come back all day if he wants. I mean, one thing about Telly Parados with that car, he don't spare it. And I think those 20, anyone with a quad rotor, they've got to thrash them.
Yep.
They don't like it any other way.
They don't like it easy.
And I actually thought about this the other day because you hear about people can't buy connecting rods. They're waiting for valves. They're waiting for all traditional reciprocating engine components. And then I realised... You know, when it comes to rotary engines, you can kind of get everything. You can get your billet engine, you get your housing, you get your rotors, you get your seals, you get everything. It's almost like we can almost just, it's easy to go rotary now.
It's better to go rotary.
It's better to go, well, it is better. It could be better.
Turismo's agreeing.
It could be. It could be. He's thinking about it anyway. He's contemplating it. I mean, this is the bloke that would rather just go pedal power, but...
It's almost the same as rotary.
Not as exciting, you know. Spoke City, it's not the same, is it? Yeah. It's not. It won't be the same. But that was a pretty exciting qualifying session there for the all-motor category, thanks to Bulletproof Diesel. 5 minutes on the track. There we go. Don't forget, we've got the Shannons Show and Shine happening out the back. All that Jamboree merchandise, all the latest designs. And don't wait till it's too late to grab the hoodies and stuff, because you know what happens when the sun starts to go down.
It gets freezing.
Hoodie sales go through the roof.
Yep.
It's good to be here. All the people out there on the grandstands, nice group out there. Look at the people out on the mound. I don't need a chip. Actually, it doesn't quite work over the PA eating chips. We've got the big screen there. We've got the cameras. I think the guys from Overtaking Lane are switching all our vision and doing some stream stuff for us. So we've got some stuff on the big screen there now, which is handy. It's good to know that we can use that. It's good to use the screen because it's there.
Speaking of the staging lane, this couple of minutes gives us a chance to get our Bosch Motorsports modified compact guys to the lanes, as well as our next couple of brackets after that. So Street 289 should already be in there.
Look at all those beautiful tent city down the end there. Now, don't forget, folks, I hope they're all strapped down and weighted down. Now, a couple of little safety things while we've got the chance right now. Let's talk a little bit about facility and facility safety. One is pick up anything you drop, any rubbish, put it in the bin. Any cars going through the pits, keep your speed down. We can't have people speeding. Here's a big one, electric scooters. They're a no-no, okay? We've got to put our foot down, and I've been asked by Willowbank again this morning to remind everybody while we've got this chance. So this is officially attention in the pits, attention in spectator land, anyone that's listening or watching. We cannot have the electric scooters running around the pits up. It's not like the bloody sidewalks of Brisbane here, folks. We've got people walking everywhere. We want you to put your electric scooters away. And I don't care if you're in a team and you're a crewman and you need to go to the toilet, but it's faster on the scooter. No. Okay? Any kids on scooters, any adults on scooters, the scooter thing can't happen. I mean, we're lucky enough that we're in golf buggies, heaven forbid. You know what I mean? No pushies. I think we've got to say the same thing for that. No pushies, no personal transportation on wheels, okay? That's something we're going to say right from the start, and in the future, if something happens, it's like, well, didn't they tell you? We're telling you right now.
You got 2 legs, you can use them.
And that's right. And Jane, it goes too extreme there where you're actually running whole marathons. That's a little bit extreme. But yeah, no scooters. Hey, you know what? I'd ride 42 Ks on an electric scooter if it'd get me there. I'd come and do a marathon with you, Jane. I'd be on the electric scooter beside
You could be my
her.
support
Mush.
person.
Yeah, that'd be me. But scooters here, folks, please, no scooters. Yes, so we're going to get those ads up when we can. But yeah, scooters, please, no scooters. And don't forget, yes, thank you, Andy. I'll mention that there as well. In behind the staging lanes here, so you see the big corporate box here behind the start line. If you go down that first pit area behind there, you'll see not only the spot-on performance tents there and everything, of course, and a lot of the few of the spot-on performance customers are going to be in various classes, including J275. But go down and have a look at Danny Lansdowne's wagon, the latest evolution of the VL wagon, which, well, in Sydney he's definitely made famous. With the huge wheel stands he pulled off in Sydney that year. Remember the spot-on wagon down there? Not that kind of meant that it was going to need to be rebuilt, but gee, didn't he stand that thing up? It had gone sort of mid to low sevens at 180 odd mile an hour. It's had a 4-year hiatus, and the new spot-on wagon down there of Danny Lansdowne's is on display. If you want to go down and check that out, just behind the main corporate boxes behind the start line. Go down and have a look at the spot-on display. We'll take a break just for a sec. We're here at beautiful sunny Queensland, Willowbank Raceway, the Garrett Advancing Motion, Brisbane Jamboree. A break and back with more qualifying here soon.
15 years specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
Need these cars to the lanes. Extreme to the lanes, please. Extreme to the lanes, please. Modified compact to the lanes, 2. Modified compacts as well to the lanes. Extreme to the lanes, but we have got Street 289 thanks to Speedflow. Oh, hits the man. It's Mr. Damien McKern in the Grump RX2 and Russell Archer from New South Wales, the Mazda RX4. He loves a good skid out, Damien, doesn't he, Janie?
He certainly does. Loves to put on a show for everyone here at Willowbank Raceway at the Jamboree.
Look at the wheelie bar height.
You think he's going to pick the wheels up a little bit, do you?
I think he's... Because you know when this thing's on, when it's on...
When it's on, it's on.
When it's on, it's on, this car. And I wish him an on weekend, Mr. Damien. Principal of McKernan Associates and beside him Russell Archer, R&J Racing.
So 2 very traditional Street 289 cars on the track, Chris.
Isn't it amazing the little things you remember? I remember when Russell Archer had the old Globe 5-spokes. Russell's got new wheels, but remember that car's always had those 5-spoke Globies, and now I miss them. Isn't it amazing what your brain remembers? Because you can tell me right now, looking at the car, you remember the Globe 5-spokes on it.
Absolutely.
All right, Damien McKern, Russell Archer, Street 289. Oh, Damien McKern carries the wheels when it hits second gear. It dangled him a little bit more. Big ET's coming up here. 845 at 100, only 155. The Grunt's gone nearly 180. 963 at 131, but no 330 ET for Damien. No 330 increment there came up for Damien. It went 000. Oh, fantastic, the Street 289 class. And again, nowhere in the world plays, no one knows about 289. It's a 28/9 tyre. So if you want to know when we're talking about Street 289 or J275, so J275 is a radial 275 class. This is 28/9 slicks if you want. So this is the traditional small tyre class, the old untubbed class. You notice we've, you're not supposed to pump the... you're supposed to keep that standard wheel arch, standard suspension, and, over the years we've kind of just relaxed a little bit, just let them run on the tyre. There's a lot of wheel spin, there's a lot of wheel stands, there's a lot of carnage, there's a lot of action. Street 289's this battler class that just makes it so exciting. Paul Tester, Mr. Astron, that Galant with the Liberty. Andrew Robinson, the Mazda RX3. Boys, oh, watch out, Mr. Galant.
Oh, he saved it.
Mr. 2600 had nearly a 1300 moment there. 1037 on and off for Andrew Robinson, but Paul Tester, that 2.6 8-valve spins in first and second, and then had the big tank slapper. It could have gone a lot worse than that. And you know what? Tribute to Tester. He's had that thing forever. So if anyone knows how to steer it, it's the bloke that's owned it forever. Okay, another call, extreme to the lanes, please. Modified compact to the lanes as well. It doesn't get any less exciting than this, Janie, and this is just what this little class brings up.
We can see Silky there just waiting in the burnout pads, but we've just got to wait for our Tester to get off the track.
I don't know whether, Paul, you should change the underwear now. I'd get off the track.
I'd get off the track first.
Yeah.
We want to keep the show going.
Well, if it's a G-force, it would have to do something like that, because some of these clutchless gearboxes neutralise when you're off it.
Yep.
And then you got to stop and grab it. Now, I don't know. He didn't move over to the side. I mean, it's not like he felt he had anything slip. It's just He flat probably outdrove it there.
Yep.
And you know, that torque of that 2.6, like if you got 50 plus up it, it's a big engine, so it's making plenty of torque. So if you hit second gear real quick, it's going to spin. Look at the small, exciting small cars we've got here. Both 8-second beasts. And Silky, I think he's looking to try and run a 7 with this car. He's now leveled up, and that SR's making more than it's ever made before. Michael Sloaney, that G180 love, the single overhead cam love, in the beautiful blue Gemini. Bit of bump city, little bit of mini bump, bit of mini bump city.
Those tiny bumps.
Tiny bump. Oh, Silky! Watch out! There's the wall. How far before you realise you're up against the wall, Silky? 8:30, 166. Put your hands together. What an epic run for Silky. 9:48 for Sloan. Equally impressive again. Did you see
Just
that?
carried those wheels. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. K24. Yeah, K24 rides. How good was that run by the Datsun? You know it's gone on its bumper before, but that was
beautiful.
That's the most perfect run we've ever seen. That's probably a
And for Sloan, he went on through for a 9:48 in the Gemini, only 108 miles an hour, so he was off it early. Our next pair coming forward, we've got TJ Graham, 101 Motorsports RX-8. In beside him, the Celica over there of Daniel Smith. Now, this car's been doing some testing throughout the week, wasn't it, Adrian? Yes.
Yeah, I think it's owned by Brendan DeRua, who I've known, who had this 9-second integrity. That's driven by Daniel Smith. Daniel Smith, it's a K24 Power Glide. So K24 Honda, rear-wheel drive Power Glide in the Celica. Check it out. And I think it went at 8. Like it went into the 9s within its first 3 passes, and now it ran at 8. It tested the last couple of days. Street 289, check it out. The line. Oh no, he's just put the Celica a little bit out. TJ Graham, is he spinning the tyre or is he doing something? Might be rubbing the tyre.
Yeah, maybe rubbing. You'd see though, it is backtracking all its way down. Goes 813, 175 miles an hour for TJ.
Wow, 813 at 175. TJ Graham, Daniel Smith. Just for that time, the Honda powered Celica did not work. Extreme and modified compact to the lanes, please. Extreme and modified compact to the lanes, please. Bam, we creep up on these categories, don't we? We're excited through Street Compact. All Motor got us all whipped up. Now, Street 289's getting us into a frenzy. Wait till we get Modified Compact into the staging lanes with the big tyre and the big horsepower. It's not going to get any less exciting, folks. God, it's pumping. All good, yeah, we're all good. We are pumping. Look at this quality, Janie Smith. Look at the Hoff. 7-second Queensland street car. 3RZ, drives it here, drives it home with a 780, mind you. 780 something. Did it at the QDRC a couple of weeks ago.
He's almost got a cult following now, doesn't he?
He
Bob?
has. He
really
absolutely has. I told him the other night, I said, mate, you are one of my modern day drag racing heroes because you quietly just build these things that, like Nugget Garage. McDade, 2JZ. Oh, Hoppy! It dangles it again. Leaks that 3RZ out through low gear. Keep an eye out on this. 783, and another gorgeous run. Gorgeous run, small car, small tyre. And you know what? I think he might even be on a radial, Hoff. I don't even know. He could be on a 235 radial. We don't. It's still not a 28x9, so he's allowed to. You know? How good is that, folks? Oh, where do you all come from? We don't care. Just keep coming. All right.
Donna McDade went on through as well for a 10.14, 112 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's definite 8-second S15 when it's all hooked up. Here you go, Street 289, Errol Britton and Brent Cole. So Colesy, so that's the brother of Andrew. So Andy's out the front there, of course, from Spot On. But Brent Coles, he's got, of course, he's a builder, Coldwood Constructions. There's 2 Colesies out of the 3 brothers that are rotary nuts. So it's Brent and Tyler that are the rotor nuts. They've got cool little rotary street cars as well. Colesy's sort of more Commodore stuff, but I think Brent's also got an LSA powered RX-8 coming out from Spot On shortly, just as another sidecar. Errol Britton, though, he's always been the Brumby boy. He's now on the rear-wheel drive. He ran 25. Mini bump, city. Oh, it don't get any better than Street 289. qualifying session number 1. We're hitting the marks everywhere. 9:08 or 1:49 and 7:90 for Errol Britton. It's raining sevens here for all of our Jambo stars. And we ain't even done yet because, you know what? Just when you thought we had one cool Datsun 1200 wagon, we get another
Here comes
one.
another.
Mitch Hamilton, 4G63. So it's an SR21 for Silky. This is a 4G63 powered 1200 wagon. Beside him, all the way from Victoria, it's the Hunter boys, of course. Corey driving the car now, the son. Darren Hunter, of course, been a Gemini stalwart for 25 years. Made the trip up to Melbourne. They've been testing with this car for months. It's got I think a G-Force or a Liberty clutchless in it. And just last week, they'd split a ball and they had to build another engine. They then had to there was a few other bits and pieces they needed. Here they are. They've travelled all the way up from Melbourne. They've had to build stuff in the last week. They've been testing at Heathcote every other odd weekend. But the boys won't miss Jambo. Look at Darren out the back, just measuring the wheelie bar. Corey in there, legging this little Gemini down in the ET department. We're on a 28/9. This is Speedflow Street 289. We are watching down the deep end. Well, not about half track there, just to see whether or not we might have something.
Yeah, something came rolling off the RX-7. You saw it come out the back of the car.
Oh, right, maybe a fan belt or something. All right, so here we go. So Corey can roll the clutch pedal here and bring it in on the clutch pedal with the G180, another G180 Tragic. More single overhead cam Isuzu already. I think I've seen that in the past. But they will not budge. They love their engine. So does Mitch Hamilton. Now that we're ready. Oh, what? Oh, no. Hopefully there's nothing broken there. They also did a dip centre, I think, last. Whoa! Sorry, Mitch. I
know, right?
If you were watching the Datsun 1200 just then, I don't think I overreacted.
I think you overreacted.
No, I don't think I did, Jane. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just trying to relay what Mitch Hamilton...
We want to keep the speakers throughout the whole weekend, Diggles.
I just wanted to try and relay what Mitch Hamilton may have been feeling. Yeah. Well, I hope anyone that out there was not watching on the track heard that and realised that Mitch Hamilton had a pretty...
wild moment.
You know what? It was only a big enough moment, but not as big as the moment I just had when I saw it. Sorry about that. Mop and bucket to the commentary box, please. Mop and bucket to the commentary box. Mitch, I hope you're all right. Geez, that was a real attention getter. That was just about on the gear change. Did you see? Wow. You know what? You know what? If that save of the day, hats off to him, because that's save of the day, Mitch. And you know what? That's a tribute to blokes that own these cars, is that they've got enough laps on it. And I think Mitch goes down here and might do a little bit of rolls and stuff. You know what I mean? These cars are, like, for example, they're driven on the street, that thing. So you can't tell me that you haven't had a semi-tank slapper moment before, Mitch. I mean, how quick did he respond to that? You know what? He heard me and panicked. What was that? He panicked. Mitch panicked.
What did I do? What happened?
I saw it zing. I yelled out. He panicked. Yeah, there we go. That's the excuse. I panicked. Well, I panicked because it looked like we were going to lose another green Datsun into the wall.
I thought we were going to lose Chris Diggles. I don't know what had happened.
No. Sorry. Sorry about that.
So Chris Adams now the Dado.
Do you want to hop on, Adrian, actually? Do you want to hop on? He's eating Doritos. He can't. Actually, that's ironic, actually. It's quite ironic. It's ironic that he's eating Doritos. All right, here we go. Some more Street 289 stalwarts. We've got Mohammed Salame out there, of course, driving the South Coast Rotary RX-7, and Chris Adams. I mean, how long has Chris Adams had this Dado 1200? These guys have had these cars forever. They still come to Jambo and give it their all. Street 289.
Oh, here goes Moe in the RX-7. Oh, a little bit of a movement towards the centre line. No such issues for Chris Adams. He's keeping the boot in the Datsun. Early shoots goes 903, 153 miles an hour. And for Moe, that RX-7 goes 893, 158 miles.
Yeah, we ain't done yet in this class either. God, it just makes you realise how much you've missed all these guys, because we don't get them all together like this all the time. But when they turn up, they turn up. And here's Chris McKee. So we have Connor in the N8 RX4 and his dad in the SICK 100, which it is sick. It's a 28.9 Legend. Carl Herbert, he's another legend. Rotary Motorsport, 20B in the RX3. Again, you can kind of half expect, you know what you're going to kind of see here shortly, and that's something unpredictable. And I promise not to overreact again, but that was crazy. That was crazy. That's like Darryl Eastlake seeing a head-high tackle in the road. Oh! That was nearly that. That was a moment, a big moment of the day. But there could be another moment just like that in only a couple of seconds. Straight 289 qualifying, brought to us by Speed Flow. Jeez, people are loaded for bear by the sound of this day. Whoa, 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 whoa! You already got your money's worth here, folks. This is definitely worth the price of admission. $9.90 at 113 mile an hour. It is another moment. It was all asked for Christopher Keenos about it, actually. Another centre line crosser. But again, no harm, no foul.
No foul. He's potted back into gear. He'll just cruise on down.
These people are trying to go fast, Jane.
They are. Carl Herbert went fast.
Yes.
990, 113 miles an hour.
It's not a tickling competition. These guys are out to hurt each other.
They're going to box on the drag strip.
You don't bring an axe with the cover on it to swing it, do you? It's not a covered axe swinging competition. It's bring everything you got, and you know what? It's worth the price of admission, I can tell you. Hey, beautiful. Thank you, Disco Dean. Have you put that deliberately on the top of your? He's put that on the top. Yeah, look at that lovely sign just sitting on top of the golf buggy, eh? He's got my name on it too. There you go, Bumps. He's got that on top. Thank you, Disco D. Bump City, yeah.
Did you actually sign that, did you, Chris? Looks like your autograph down there.
Yeah, it looks like my autograph. I could make it look like that. I really could. Thank you very much, Disco Dean. He loves it. He loves it. We've got some shirts coming out later in the year too. In fact, we're working out a whole Grand Theft Auto map and everything for it. So it's going to be, it'll be, well, again, the prediction is, Janie's bopping here. Actually,
bit of Montel Jordan.
It is a bit of and you know what? It's so good to share that with the younger people. Your knowledge of old hip hop. Did you just say Montel Jordan?
Yeah, is that who it is?
Yes, it is.
It is. Yeah.
It's scary that I know that. This is how we do it. No, I won't. No. All right, here we go. Nick Baxter and Disco D, and this is another story. Every run. Of course, this is an 8-second Queensland streetcar. Nick Baxter did this a couple of weeks ago. A very healthy 3R ZFE in the Lexus. Drove it here, ran an 8, drove it home. Oh, well, I don't know.
You do.
Actually, I think he's suffered some breakage in the past, so towed it here, towed it home. Just for that day. Just to run the 8, you know. Disco Dean Ferris, of course. We've got a Disco Dean Cash Nights coming up a bit later on this year that he loves to get some of the quicker streetcars together. This is a Barra-powered Escort panel van, and it's super exciting car. And this guy knows how to bump it in, and he knows how to race. Modified 10.5 for the lanes, please, and Extreme. Extreme to the lanes, Modified 10.5.
And this is, of course, now Modified Compact, all thanks to Bosch Motorsports.
All right, a little bit of Bump City going on right now. These two turbo boys bumping it in. 0-1-0 for Nick Baxter, so he won that little battle on the line. But look at Disco Dean's first run here. Goes 8.64 at 156 and a 9.26 for Nick Baxter. Not bad for the streetcar. Oh, nuggets everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Wall-to-wall nuggets. And I think a nugget's a term for just a car you wouldn't normally look at. And you know what? Christian Golby out there. With that little wagon, and Luke Redmond. Check out the Corona. I think it's a 1JZ and a 1JZ. So 1JZ Toyotas in beige.
They share the same painter and the same engine.
Oh, I love this thing. I love the old Corona. Look at them go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Modified Compact now. Modified Compact brought us by Mainline. Check it out. 8.36 and 8.99 for the wagon. Put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter whether we are on 289s or 10.5s, whether we're boosted or not, we have got these people engaged in the Jambo culture. That is Bosch Motorsports, Modified Compact. And this is where you can put a bigger tyre on it, Janie, and do some stuff.
Make some modifications. Naomi Vandertok down there in the Sylvia Golding part. Yellow car, she got out 2:49 reaction time. Aaron Murphy in beside her in the FPV, but it's all Vandertok on this pass, and an 8:62, 163 miles. And for Murphy, a 10:07, 127 miles.
Yeah, the iMoan S15, of course, Naomi, 2JZ on board. Now, both Christian and Naomi, of course, Christian in the wagon and Naomi, plenty of Bosch Motorsport components in those cars. Here we go, twin Bosch intake fuel pumps for both of these cars. Bosch 200 litre inline fuel pumps. Naomi 1,070 at the hubs, Christian 900 at the hubs, Bosch 1650cc fuel injectors, pressure and temperature sensors, so loaded full of Bosch Motorsport gear in this category as well. That modified compact class, you will see these different big tyre cars, or in that case, smaller tyre cars, just whatever goes in modified compact.
Well, Daniel Lake goes in modified compact with the VL Calais for Force Performance. In beside him will be Troy Dumbrell in the Mazda. Oh, Mazda just having issues getting into the burnout pads there.
Troy Dumbrell. Just seeing if he's got everything sorted, whether or not he needed his arm restraints on. They're just in the window. Normally when they stop him in there, it might be just something like arm restraints or something that he needed to have. I can see big Georgie Raham out the front there.
So Pack Performance prepped is the Mazda.
Yeah, and you know when Pack's standing, when you got George Raham standing on the start line and you're doing the burnout, that's the ultimate customer company relationship right there. Is you want to go racing, these guys know how to go racing, and take your RX3 there. Troy Dumbrell's done that, and it's his first crack, I think, in Jambo competition ever. Modified compact, and beside him, Daniel Lake. 3 litre. You'd like to assume RB30 in a VL these days, but we know 2Js can be in there as well. We've seen Barras in it as well, but here we go, Daniel Lake, Troy Dumbrell. This is modified compact qualified. Geez, it works well. You can hear that running through the gears. A 3-speed for Troy Dumbrell. 895, 8-second RX3 street car. Daniel Lake, 915 in the VL at 151 mile an hour. Run what you've run. We've got the class here for you. Don't forget the Babe Comp on stage at 12. That is an hour and a half, 90 minutes. There we go. Thank you, Jimmy Anderson. So Megan's driving Kim's car today. Janie?
Is Kim still driving?
I don't, not at this moment,
Okay.
but Megan's is driving that today. So the Endos did bring something
cars.
here. Yeah, they brought 2 cars?
Yeah, I'm
oh,
sure
there
they
we go.
had 2 cars coming.
All right, so there we go, driving both. So here we go, look at this, beautiful. You don't get too many of them, the RX3 or 808 wagons. There is a legit RX3 wagon that they had in the States. I've seen one in Darwin. That's a long story, and the guy was in his 70s. Long story, left-hand drive. Tim Hawkins and Cameron Basirio. Check out Cameron Basirio's Hilux, old school Hilux, 13B turbo, I think, from Victoria. Not the Ute, not just wanting to get the boost up there. Mind you, look at the wagon. It goes through, 10.14. How good, 10.14 at 130 mile an hour. Final call, extreme to the lanes, please. Final call, extreme to the lanes. Final call, please, extreme to the lanes. Modified 10.5, you should be there. And J275 now to the lanes. J275. J275 to the lanes, please. So the soundtrack, we had that soundtrack in the background. We lost it. That's all right. The guys have come and turned that down, I think, so while we're commentating on track. J275 should be in the lanes now. On your way, please. J275 to the lanes. Modified 10.5 to the lanes. Extreme final call. Extreme final call. A little bit of a mop up there from the Hilux. Maybe a fuel thing or something like that. They're not reaching for anything to say it's oil. They're just seeing what we might have there. So just bear with us. We're into qualifying for modified compact. We need J275 to the lanes now, please. J275 to the lanes. Modified 10.5 to the lanes and extreme to the lanes, please. So Janie taking a well-earned break. She's off to do a little 5K settler just to do a bit more running. So just to make us again all feel a bit more guilty. Joining me on the mic for the first time today, good mate of mine, and is the fast getting the reputation known as the Lance Armstrong of Wollongong. Adrian Hodgson, how are you, Hodjo?
I'm fantastic, mate. Thankfully, that doesn't include any of the performance-enhancing drugs.
No, I didn't mean that. I mean just that you're such a prolific cyclist and you just keep going and going and going and you know, peeing day glow and everything. But you know what, mate? That was only one time at the bathroom when we both had to go together.
You got to do what you got to do, Chris.
100%. And it's so good that we're, man, and you've been around the scene a long time too, mate. Have you not seen such depth of quality? Like, it's just, we are at that stage where it's like, wow. I'm at the wow. We've seen it a long time, and I'm still getting wow moments here. Check this out. Nathan Peters and Ben Clark, Barra-powered VC. Uses this car nearly every weekend, Nathan Peters. This thing gets out a lot.
He's up against Ben Clark in the VL out of New South Wales. I just want to say that it's pretty clear from testing for the last few days that the VLs are back in a big way.
Nice launch from both sides, 138 and a 143, so they're definitely hooking these things up. They are mainly street-based cars. Ben Clark, 956 for the VL. Nathan Peters, there we go, 970. They're happy. I think that might be a PB. They're all clapping away. 970 at 137 mile an hour. Finally starting to put a little bit more grunt into the family VC. I saw this thing testing the other day. How good that people are pursuing the Hondas. Not many, if any, but we've still got a few guys trying to crank out the four-wheel drive Honda thing because it's big in the States. Troy Lewis, though, the Barra-powered Cortina, you would assume, here in Modified Compact. And what about Vincent Tran's 2.4 Civic?
Vincent Tran's car doesn't leave as hard as the Cortina, no doubt will, but you watch it come home in the deep end. They've thrown a PPG gear set in. This runs like an HRV for a full drive setup. Confused me a significant amount when I saw the bead locks on the back. Cortina 1055, 151. Here we go. Sorry. So not fast off the start line, but if he gets, he's just going to roll it down through there. When you see him come back out for the second qualifying pass of the morning, you watch this thing come home. It tears through the gears like all front-wheel drive Hondas.
Yeah.
The idea is ultimately he gets his four-wheel drive car to leave like a mini GDR or something like that.
Yeah, well, the power to weight's incredible. You're right. It's the surge between the gear changes. That's the most tentative part of the whole run is the launch, and then it's the gear changes. But you know, and you heard about the money shift where they go from third to what do they go? They go
third to
first or something.
Yeah,
third to first. I think the money shift.
Second back to first when they're going for third.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And they do a big stoppie down the track.
So I mean, there's some downsides to the platform. There's some downsides to the platform, but when they work, it's poetry in motion. And there's a bunch of 7-second Hondas like that in the States, and I have no doubt in my mind we can make as much horsepower here in Australia to do it. And Tran's going to keep sticking at it. It is something that you've got to pursue and get lots of laps on because all that horsepower, trying to slip that clutch a little bit because it's four-wheel drive, it's almost like it doesn't need it, to be honest.
Started breaking a lot of parts. They had a Quaife gear set and that originally smashed that to pieces. Now it's got a PPG full dog set in it, so can bang gears, just needs to get it off the start line. Has too much traction sometimes.
And isn't it good to be lumped with that problem? All right, Robbie Butler now, 3RZ, a beautiful little Corolla. Robbie into his wheel standing actions again. 3RZ powered KE10, and it's not happy. It was cracking a little bit on the way down, and now he's got just a little bit of smoke on the overrun. Let's hope that's all it is.
Bit of drama getting into third gear by the sounds of it.
Yeah, now he does still run the Toyota gearbox in it too. He does run a Toyota Auto in it. He's very proud about the DNA in that car because Robbie Butler's been a Toyota man for a very, very long time. All right, Skid Central. Nice one there from the VL. J275 to the lanes, please. J275 to the lanes, please. Modified 10.5 to the lanes and Extreme to the lanes, please. Mark Allen joining us shortly. He's all pumped and ready. Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
It's a great plan.
All right, so Parry Georges, and we're just flicking the class over here. Nigel Hartis. So there we go, the VL Calais from Narrabundah in ACT.
I'm telling you, mate, the VLs are back this year. All it took was for a standard R32 GDR to cost $120,000, and everyone went, "Oh, maybe I'll do it."
Maybe I'll go and find that VL. All right, Harry Georges, bit of Bump City here. Metric Bump City. away. So we might be RB30 in the Calais, and we've got 13B turbo there for the Gemini here in modified compact, and 875 for Nigel. Kind of made it look easy because the car was not ideally perfect on the way down. Parry's definitely far from perfect. He's normally into the 9-second zone, I think. Nelly even, well, one day I think 8s. But yeah, modified compact dishing it out. So J275 to the lanes, please. J275 to the lanes, please. This might be extreme now, I think, because it's a Nova. So
is it the really low one?
I think it's
twin turbo, big block sounding thing.
Yes.
Amazing car.
Yes.
This car was testing. I don't know if it tested for all 3 days. It was definitely out here testing yesterday. I couldn't keep my eyes off it every time it came out. It looks like a really low beach cruiser, and then bashes off high 8s like they're nothing.
Yeah, wow.
Amazing car.
They keep coming out of these workshops and out of these garages.
I think they're parked down with the spot-on team.
Well, there we go.
Which doesn't surprise me. It's got some beautiful fab work on it and a couple of turbos on a V8, so not surprising at all.
All right, Tony Bellett, here he is. I knew we might get Tony Bellett to a Jambo one year. This car caused a lot of stir in competition eliminator at the Winter Nationals when it ran low 6-second times in the Barra in one of the new comp classes in IHRA, 400 Thunder. And beside him, Damien Boyce. Now, Damien had, from memory, a Barra-powered XT Falcon or something like that in the past, I think that. And Damien's new car is this deal here, 540 cubes of Nova. And check this out for Tony Bellett. Now, of course, Tony's been a competition racer for a while with V8s behind it. Then he's built that many TBRE Performance, built that many Barra engines for customers. It's like, well, these Barras, one day I might, geez, they're a good thing. Geez, you're making some power out of them. What would happen if I put a Barra in my dragster and the V8 guy turned to the 6-bang and he's gone quicker than he's ever gone before? I think with his A dragster setup, he went about 680s with the big block, like pretty stout big block in it.
He's taken more than half a second
and he's gone 620s with this car already. And, you know, I do think there's a 5 in this car if you can control the torque and the big tyre. That's the problem, I think, initially, is you could do so much. It's unsprung, it's a big tyre, how violent it is leaving the line. You've got to control the huge amount of horsepower it makes right off the hit, because physics is fighting you right there. The rest kind of, they've got aero, it's got aero on it, it's got a lot of other stuff on it that's going to help it, but right off the line, that power, yeah, it's a finicky beast. That's where a lot of the magic of the ET is in the beginning. Damien Boyce beside him, the Chev, 540 cubes. Not a lot of runs on this car as yet, but you know what a tribute to him. Vinyl roof, the lot. What a great car. This is extreme, great category. It's kind of where cars are cool when they don't quite fit anywhere else. We put them in there. So here we go. Let's see what Bellett can do. And Boyce. Oh, nice one. Half track, 399. Here it comes. 605. 605. 605 for Bellett.
Wow.
Damien Boyce, 806 at 174. We have not seen a 5-second 6-cylinder dragster in Australia. We've seen 5-second 6-cylinder door cars, but no one's gone a 5 in a dragster with anything more than less than a V8.
He'd already upset everybody in comp. Now a 6.0.
How good's that? And that was super. I didn't quite get the 60 foot, but that actually looks so controlled on the line.
106 was the 60-foot number, and then 3,999 to the half.
Yeah, well, when I saw the 399 with a 9, I knew we were going to get excited there. How's that for Bellett? What a great run. The quickest ever extreme pass ever, 6:05, and not too far away from being, I would assume, only one of a handful in the world that have run a 5 with a 6-cylinder dragster. I know we can throw them down in Thatcher Extreme style cars into the mid-5s, but that's only because people are crazy. But you do them in dragsters, well, it's you know they could probably go a lot harder than that. All right, here we go. This is Megan Anderson driving Mum Kim's car. Gorgeous little car, front engine dragster. They've been running Jamboree for years. It's got an S-Slinger in it. The engine is about 200 cubes of S-Slinger, literally like a midget engine out of an S-Slinger, midget car. But Jim's had a relationship with
It's like a 3.1 1 litre, 3 litre, 3.1.
It's like a 3 litre aspirated 4-cylinder, so it's all engine, 1034 at 115 mile an hour. So just down the deep end, it went 105 to half track, 647, and then 1034 at 115. But again, just a neat, different setup, you know what I mean? And gorgeous little car as well. And
Mate, that's how Jamboree started, was a place for the outcasts to race. The Volkswagen guys back in the day wanted their own deal. They got their own deal and it took off. It was supposed to just be a club event, and then has morphed into what you see here today, where the also-rans and the outcasts and the non-mainstream racers, the people that don't have aspirated small blocks in Tiranas and you know, weird stuff can race here. And the weird stuff now is so popular and so common. And so, you know, not mundane, so everyday, so relatable. VL Commodores and Turbo Barras and SRs and RBs and 2Js. If we get an amazing event like this, it's a real treat. Different is the new normal. There you go. And then everything changes. Different is the new normal, and you know, oddball is welcome. This is Joe DeGiorgio from New South Wales. Now, Joe's got this V8 with a lot of plumbing out the bonnet, and I love it. I just love it. And you know what? We've got a couple of turbo V8 RX3s in this country. And I remember the early days of Con and Vic Elfs when they had a gas small block in an RX3 that used to just really put V8 RX3s on the map. And before that, the Damage brothers from Victoria with big block Fords. Back in the Pro Street days. In RX4s. So it's not often... in Australia, we've got quite a history of putting V8s in Mazda rotary bodies, but this looks great as well. Twin turbo big block. Oh, yes. Another one. And remember, we've had Fabian in the past here with an RX2 with a twin turbo small block as well. There we go. Look at that, 859, as easy as you want, 142 mile an hour. A great setup there, and did it relatively effortlessly. And a little bit of smoke on the overrun down there. I hope that we're just going to check down the bottom end to make sure that hasn't dropped anything. In fact, have a look. We're mobile. We're mobile with a bit of attendance, and it looks like it's gone around, right? It's gone around. It's done a bit of... Has it eaten the wall, has it? You spun it in the braking area, folks. So bear with us. We're onto it. There is definitely some urgency down that braking area right now, as something has happened to Joe DeGiorgio, which I do believe, according to our camera located down the braking area, is that he's put it around. Whether or not it's gone around on the chute, or he's jumped on the brakes and he's locked it up and he looped it, or something might have gone in underneath the tyre. But he has given that a loop. And it is all stacks on the mill down there right now as we go to see what has happened. First of all, to assess the scene. But we are down sort of near probably 100 metres from the bottom loop. And he's either come to grief. He's out of the car. So if he got out by himself, did he? Yep. So he's out by himself. So that's probably a good sign. So I would hope that he's all A-OK himself. As to the RX3, I don't know, Hodjo. I really don't know. No doubt we'll find some more information about that later. But you think about anything that's come to grief in the past down there, there's a variety of different reasons why that sometimes happens. Sometimes things lock up in the rear end. Sometimes people are just flat on the brakes too much. Sometimes if you're going for neutral, you might grab reverse, all sorts of things. Now, look, folks, we're just going to assess what's going on down there. A break and back with more here and Brisbane Jamboree, thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion. Get yourself this opportunity to go and grab the latest Jamboree merchandise from the tent. Get all of our great Trader Alley stuff down there as well. Check out all of our great sponsors and supporters, and grab a bite to eat if you can. Jambo Central, I think we've got the sunscreen there if you definitely need some sunscreen on you. Part of that health and safety thing we did before about scooters. Again, no electric scooters, please. If you see someone on an electric scooter, say, didn't you hear what they said? You can't have electric scooters here. It is a safety thing. There you go. So we've got the prognosis of about 30 minutes of downtime, folks, and it's good that we've got to keep you guys in the Shannons Show and Shine's a good opportunity to get down there. I think Terry's down there going to be doing some trophies there a little bit later on. I think 2:30. Yours truly, I think, has got the job, the tough job of doing the Babe Comp. That's down there at 12 o'clock, so that's in about an hour and 13. So we're just trying to get, and I hope you got a copy of the schedule too, folks. You'll probably given one as the girls walk around. Keep an eye on that schedule. There's plenty to see and do. Check out the new Spot On Danny Lansdowne's wagon down near the Spot On tent, which is in behind the
the main grandstand here. It's something to see in person. This is the opportunity, folks, to go down, do all that shopping, get everything that you need, and get your backside back trackside in about 30 minutes, because we've got to pick up what's going on down there with poor old Joe DiGiorgio's RX3. We hope he got out under his own steam, so I hope he's all okay from there. But we will be needing to just attend to all of that and fix some stuff up. So just bear with us while we do that. Now, we've just got a couple of things handed in here. So we're just holding off on the ad, Dave, just for a moment. Just hold off on playing that just for the sec, because we're just getting some information here about some stuff being handed in. So keep your ears peeled. We've got that information. Okay, so all right, there we go. So I've heard the back of that. So attention in the pits, attention everyone here that owns a vehicle. Lock your vehicle. Please lock your vehicle. Please protect your belongings. It appears we've got some light-fingered people running around breaking in the car's wall, trying car doors. So it's people trying car doors. So please, can everyone lock their vehicles? Do not leave a stone unturned. I might have to go down and make sure the altered's still there, actually, Hodjo. It might be a little bit hard for them to extract that. But please, folks, no electric scooters. Get some sunscreen. We've got it down there at Jam Central. Grab that merchandise. Plenty of stuff to do. And what else, mate?
Well, I was just going to say, mate, if you've been and got some delicious food this morning and you're related to Viking Metalcraft, I think there's an Aaron. You need to head down to J Central where the merch is, because you've left something behind. So, yeah, you probably need it if you need to pay for anything.
Yeah, okay, so there we go. So someone's handed in a couple of credit cards you might have used, and you've got to go down and show us some ID in regards to that. But just attention, everyone in the pits and in all your vehicles. Make sure your vehicles are locked, please, because it appears we had some reports up here coming to let us know that people are trying car doors and breaking into stuff and all sorts of stuff and nicking stuff. So, again, we shouldn't have to bring up the dirty side of things, but this is the reality of the big bad world. Please go and secure your vehicles. Lock them up and just keep an eye on your stuff throughout the day. I think I'm going to go and do the same thing right now. A break and back with more, as we said, in about 27 odd minutes here at Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. It's only on track what we've got to stop for now. There's plenty of stuff down to go and check everything out around in the paddock area, and we'll be back on track in about 27 odd minutes.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction, and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
After being postponed from its usual date in March, the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, had perfect weather and a big turnout at Sydney Dragway. Australia's quickest sport compact and high-tech street and drag cars converged for an epic day of racing across 10 categories. Jamboree isn't just about racing though, it's a show spectacular, with plenty to see and do off-track as well. Traders Alley had the latest and greatest products and merchandise to check out. The Shannons Show and Shine also had a great array of cars on display as well. In MTQ Street Compact, Bradley Halliburton qualified in first place and then took the win in his Toyota Cressida, with David Atterton runner-up in his Mazda 323. In Mora Motorsport All Motor, Craig Wasson was number one qualifier in his RX-8. He ended up runner-up to Salim Matta in his Tirana, who took the win. Bosch Motorsport Modified Compact was the largest field at the event, with plenty of action. Steve Farrelly in the Barra-powered VL qualified in first place and went on to take the win, with Cameron Basirio in the runner-up spot in his Toyota Hilux. Repco Max Modified 10.5 saw Vince Rigoli as the number one qualifier in the Cosworth-powered S15.
Fauzi, the orange S15, that car's been a struggle for a little bit with the C4 transmission. As of recent, we only put a Turbo 400 in it this week, built by Fred at ProTrans. 750 at 180 mile, mate, forced on the Cosworth 2-litre engine. The car was always put together with the Cosworth for a dear friend of ours, Fauzi, and it was always his dream to get the car to run sevens on a forced on the Cosworth engine. We've done it, but now we're chasing the world title, so we'll get there.
Vince went on to take the win with a manual man runner-up in the RX-3. Speedflow Street 289 was all about the old school, and Paul Tester was number one qualifier in the Chrysler Galant. Andrew Myers ended up with the category win in his Mazda 323. He also took out Best Wheel Stand at Sydney Jamboree and the Rotary Compression Tester Prize for having the best reaction time by a rotary-powered vehicle during racing. Damien McKern was runner-up in the RX-2. RCE J275 has become a fiercely competitive category with some big cars and bigger names making the switch to be on radials. We caught up with Po Tung, whose Supra has returned and made the switch.
We've been out, for probably a couple of years. Just coming back now. with the Fuel Tech new ECU on board, yeah, the car's been going well. In testing, we went 676 at 210. So we're just out here running J275. Well, it was built as a 289 car, and mate, with the horsepower that the engine's making, you used to just punish the tyres. Like, the tyres could last anywhere between 3 passes to 6. And it was just getting a little bit dangerous on that tyre. With the 275 radials, the car's a little bit more smoother. That's why we've gone to the 275. So, and also there was no competition in 289, so got to step up and get to the next class, you know.
World-renowned DJ and drag racer Carl Cox was #1 qualifier in J275 in his Ford Capri. In the end, Danny Busbridge took the win in his Tirana, while Ben Vlecken was runner-up in his Commodore. The GTR category was a showdown between long-time rivals Matux Racing and Croydon Racing Developments, with Nader's King 32 and Robert Margin's Jun 2. They are in a tit-for-tat battle for the Pro Street GTR world record, but when they did line up, it gave us a great race. Into the Pro categories now, and first up, McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Rodney Rahayem from Pack Performance qualified in first place in the RX-8, also resetting his 13B record.
How you doing? Rocky here from Pack Performance at the Sydney Jamboree. It's been a little while since we've been racing, so it's pretty good to be back out here with all the COVID restrictions or what have you, but it's awesome. Good weather, plenty of people. We've got about 21, maybe 20 cars racing today. Typical turnout for the Pack Performance stable. We've got a lot of street cars here. Of course, the big car isn't here at the moment because we've been working on it tirelessly, but we've got the RX-8 instead. Just ran a 648, making it the fastest two-rotor car in the country.
In the finals, Rodney crossed the centre line, getting disqualified, so he took runner-up to Frank Canistra in the RX-3. Mario Rahayem took the Pepper Money cash boost in the Starlet for the McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo saw Fred Coran qualify in first place in the S15.
My car, the black S15, 3.2 litre, Fuel Tech, Liberty. We went 670 at 210 in that one.
The Pepper Money cash boost in the Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo class went to Eddie in the RX-8. In the end, Anthony Matuk was runner-up in VL God, and he also took out Best Burnout. And Justin Gregory took the win in his RX-7. Fuel Tech Pro Mod was where the quickest cars at the event with Monster Twin Turbo and Supercharged V8s came to play. Robert Campisi was number 1 qualifier in the Mustang. In the end, it was Tristan Ockers as runner-up in the Nova and Greg Sakaridis in the Mustang that took the win of Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Factory Extreme is the headline act of sports compact drag racing in Australia. Dom Rigoli was making waves in his 350Z, going 6-0 with a cast RB block.
We've done a few revisions. We've lightened the car a bit. We've put a bigger turbo on it. We've been sort of adding the numbers up to get this result, and you know, it's kind of been easier said than done, and yeah, we're here. It's just something personal for me, you know, like these billet guys are just going nuts overseas and even here. Cast, I've always wanted to find the limit of it and to try and beat a 2J, cast 2J, and I think we're getting there. I was a .96, 60. I'm not sure what the 330 was, it was 2.6 something. It was 3.9 half track, so I think that is the recipe for the 5. Obviously we need the power at the finish line, but I think we're going to need over 90 pounds to do it.
Rod Harvey was the quickest import of the weekend, going 5.873, while Frank Tarabay had the light of the night with a .003. Rod Harvey was runner-up to the number 1 qualifier and Precision Turbo Factory Extreme winner Joe Signorelli from Gas Racing. He piloted the Celica to a 5.9, also earning him the Pepper Money cash boost for Precision Turbo Factory Extreme. Dandy Engines was the most successful workshop overall at the 2021 Sydney Jamboree, winning the Castrol Edge Workshop Challenge. Now our attention turns to the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, held on August 21st and 22nd at Willowbank Raceway. More info, entries and tickets online at jamboree.com.au.
All right, folks, we're just in the process of cleaning up the issue that we've had down there with Joe's RX3. Looks like Janie's set herself up here in the office nicely with the mouse pad, and she still needs a mouse pad. It's interesting to see. Got to bring the mouse pad with you. I'm in which seat? All right. But yeah, so we're back underway very, very shortly. But
God, you're difficult, Chris.
Oh no, sorry. Let me change chairs.
Musical chairs at
yeah, sorry about that. There we
Garrett Advancing Motion 2022 musical chairs Jamboree.
Oh, that's my chair. Oh, Jane's got a special chair. Oh yeah, that's got that incontinence thing built in. Yeah.
That's the absorbent seat.
That's did the occupational therapist prescribe that? Did she? Lovely. Yeah. Nice head, by the way, Jade. No, I don't know. Is that a hairstyle that you've manicured before that? You don't like it?
It's mint. Goes with the pitties.
Is it more the
really
colour
good.
you don't like or the style?
No,
Neither am I.
Never change, Janie.
Neither am I. No, it looks lovely. As does yours, Hodjo. We're all looking great.
Thanks, bro.
Now, I've just been out there. Of course, we're not going to go to, mind you, they've got them out there right now. Look at this. I have a funny feeling the way our girls are out there just getting a few things out to the crowd that Kelly wanted me to go out there and hit some balls. Shall I go out and just warm up a bit? That's a long way out. What's that? 15 minutes. Is that what we've still got?
Get your arm in, Chris.
Okay, so we'll come off the ads. I'll get on to Janie can come on for a sec there, and I'll go out there and actually try the forehand, I'll go out there and just loosen up a bit.
If you're in the crowd, especially, either side of the track, he's got a good arm on him. Look for a clown in a headband with a squash racket, and you could win.
I think I'm going to need a Jamboree hat. But I am going to wear for the first bit the Jamboree tennis set. You get the headband and the wristbands. I'm wearing them right now because it will all make sense when I'm holding the tennis racket. So I'm going to go out there and have a few hits. Now, I'll give you the heads up. From what I can understand, we normally hit out like a black ball with the Jamboree logo on it. Now, that's for you to keep if you get one of them. However, I do have some lucky balls. They are a different colour. So if you see a coloured ball go out, that's a keeper. You take that, well, not a keeper, that's a give backer, sorry. If you get a coloured ball, if you see a special ball get hit into the crowd, that's your ticket to a prize down at Jam Central. So you have to take the special ball back to Jam Central to claim your prize. Every other ball that goes out would be probably one to keep, but there'll be a coloured one that if you do get it, and trust me, those things, I've hit one of those. That's not the normal foam ball. That's actually more of a rubber ball. Those things can go for bloody ever.
And you're going to belt them into the crowd.
I'm going to have to work out the nicest way to get those out.
A gentle thwack.
You don't need much, I can tell you. So I've got those to give out as well. Now, they're the ones that should be a boomerang.
You'll have a black eye, but you'll win something.
A kid in Sydney dared me to serve one of the foam ones straight into him. He goes, serve it into me. And I served it into him. He wasn't hurt. He got released later from the hospital, but he was okay. No, it didn't hurt him. I missed him.
The important thing is he couldn't identify the man who hit the ball into him.
I do need some help with my serve. But, the girls are giving some stuff out. So I'll go and see if there's something to hit out down there. And Janie and Hodjo will help you out the next few minutes as I go out and have a bit of a crack. Just to get, I said to Lizzie before, I said, it's only early in the 2-day event. Let's not burn them all up straight away. But in short, if you get like a black foam one, that's one to keep. If you get a coloured one, that's the one you got to go to Jam Central and claim your prize.
We'll remind them, you want to scoot down there, mate. Otherwise we'll be racing again and you'll be running back up here. I'm going to give you a little bit of a break from us rabbiting on. Keep your... Has he fallen over already? Once Chris has fallen to the bottom of the stairs, keep your eyes out for him. A big goose in a Jamboree shirt with a squash racket. We'll be back in just a minute.
Barbara Streisand.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt close to from all that I could become.
Crowd, we have a car that has left its lights on. Looks like a Land Cruiser. Number plate 645 BK5. 645 BK5. You might want to head on back and switch your lights off.
True, but they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut out all the shallowness and everything I suppressed to fit in a small frame, but I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am, this is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am, this is who I am now. I'm gonna let them talk, but I ain't following nobody else. How can I be resentful when I finally respect myself? I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am, this is who I am now. No matter what they say, this is who I am, this is who I am now.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh, yeah.
That are currently in the staging lanes, can you start making your way back to the cars if you are not there? We can see Diggles down there having a great time. Willowbank's own Chris Kyrgios. And like you said, if you do manage to catch one of those fabulous coloured Jamboree balls, make sure you do take it over to Jam Central. to claim your prize. So we're about 5 minutes away before we can get back underway with qualifying. We need J275 to the lanes, modified 10.5 to the lanes, and extreme, you should already be in there as we are in the process of your qualifying session. That's the sound we like to hear, Adrian. A bit of a burble of a rotary engine starting to fire up as we get back into qualifying here at Jamboree 2022.
Yeah, you're right. The RB on the other side sounds fantastic, Jane. Love it. Thank you for your patience, folks, and thanks to the hard work of Willowbank cleaning up the deep end. Car's a little bit worse for wear, but the driver got out under his own steam. We're very happy about that. Hopefully you've had time to enjoy some of the sights of the Shannons Show and Shine. Maybe take in some of the awesome cars that are on display. There's some big stereo equipment out there. Some of them, I think, have more horsepower in the amplifiers than under the bonnet, which is the way they like it. Maybe some of our trade displays, but especially the Jamboree merchandise. Some of that sells out pretty quick. So if you plan on buying it, please don't leave it until Sunday afternoon, because you might miss out. Giovanni Interisi in the right lane for Freestyle RVs in that 3.2 litre stroked RV. JW Automotive sticker on the front windscreen, you know this is going to have a heap of horsepower. And I'm willing to bet it's probably got a 6-boost exhaust manifold on it, because that's Kyle from 6Boost himself bringing Giovanni into stage. I reckon Kyle's a part of about half of the horsepower being made on the property. with the exhaust manifolds and awesome Australian-made technology that goes into his equipment.
Tell you what, it's gone a bit quiet there for the VL, Adrian.
This one definitely goes the way of the rotary. Shoots out 842, 162. Fantastic job there. Giovanni in Teresi's car, 115 to the 60. So it was out of there and then the power went away. So don't know whether that was a lift or whether that cut out, but that was absolutely on a mission. The JW team will go away and take a look at that and work out what they're going to do to come back. There's a bunch of JW cars here. Plenty of RB horsepower on the property, including the world's #1 RB, the most powerful, the quickest, the fastest, the Don from Matuk Racing. 5.8 seconds at 248 miles per hour from that car. We're also lucky enough to have the world's quickest GTR here in the form of Rob Marjan's Jun 2 637. Ridiculous numbers.
So you're looking forward to the GTR shootout,
Little bit,
are you?
little bit.
That is, of course, coming up very shortly. We still need J275 and Modified 10.5 to the lanes before that, though. All action stations here at the Jamboree 2022.
I said that it was the return of the VLs. We've just had Giovanni in the right lane. We've got another VL coming up in the right lane. And then we've got another VL coming out. This is the other JW VL in the fire-up area back in front of the building there in front of the Pepper Money signs. Shout out to Mario Raham.
Yeah, disappointing Mario couldn't be here this weekend with us.
Fantastic racer, has that brilliant little starlet.
We do thank you for
Here we go, we get a wide VL Commodore shootout now. There we go, Johnny Ricker in the right lane, all the way from Victoria. Up against George Jasevsky in the left lane. Lotus Caravan supported 3.2 litre stroked RB. Probably a similar combo to what was in the right lane. Hopefully things go a little bit more George's way than for Giovanni. Absolutely beautifully prepared VL Commodores on both sides of this category. Modified 10.5 putting on a show for us today. GTRs to the lanes, please. If you're in our specific GTR category, we've got a little bit of a shootout on our hands. We would like you in the staging lanes now, please. There's some big RB brains on the start line watching this one. Everyone loves a VL Commodore shootout. Yep. Know how to get the horsepower down through. Solid lead, George Jasevsky, 119, only 100th slower than his compatriot, but he's on the throttle all the way down, 721, 193, wow! Wow, 721. That was on a number the whole way. Great numbers to the 8th as well. 468 at 155. No joy for Johnny Ricker. If we can have Pro Mod to the staging lanes, please. Pro Mod to the staging lanes now. George Jasevsky. They said they turned it up yesterday, but it didn't go their way on the start line. That's a really solid lap. John McElroy. Was that Chris Diggle? Couldn't tell you, Robert Cady. Billie Jean Diggs. This is the Mazda Rotary with an identity crisis. CQ Rotary on the doors and South Coast Rotary on the back window. Shout out to Kev from the southern suburbs of Wollongong doing his damnedest to make a whole bunch of 13B horsepower out of this car. Have a go at you, mate. Was that fun?
Talk about identity crisis. Yeah, Billie Jean Diggs got out there for a crack. You see the purple one from that side to the other side.
Yeah.
That wasn't even 15% swing there. You wait till I send it. Shoulder's great. Elbow's not that good. Knees are shot. But yeah.
Squash elbow.
I do. Can we have GDRs to the lanes?
Pro Mod to the lanes.
Pro Mod to the lanes too. Jake just had 5-5 on the ball. Here's Rob Cady, CQ Rotary. This is the ex-Johnson RX2. there's a few of these guys that are using like the slipper style clutch there. They just need that little bit of a cushion as they let the clutch go, and it works a treat. It's not as violent, but it didn't work that time. 962 at 141. Pro mod to the lanes, please. Hot Joe. Pro mod to the lanes, please.
Should I go and get my Pro mod?
Yeah, have you got one?
The Hyundai Kona Pro mod, same?
Almost. It's not the N edition, is it? No.
No.
All I can say is out there, Australia, some of you aren't very good catchers. I think they're expecting a heavier ball when they go to catch it. It's not that
This is my jam in the right lane. Asaf's R33 GDST. We're in a J275. Fantastic class. Race car engineering J275. Now, Asaf in this grey R33 GDST, number plate bipolar out of Matooks Racing in Sydney. I saw the most Game Boy thing I've ever seen in my life on the start line yesterday. In testing, came out, put it on the two-step, let go of the trans brake button, bombed the tyres. Because it's testing, he just reversed it straight back. The tuner from Matooks Racing, Mitch, had his laptop on the start line, connected wirelessly to the Haltech ECU, dropped the two-step rev limiter down a little bit and sent it again.
Yep, that's where we're at.
He just Game Boyed it right on the start line. That's the technology that we're dealing with, and you know what, in 2022 at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree.
Can you imagine 20 years ago if you and I had that conversation to say that, you can just do it wirelessly between here and there? You'd go, no, you need an umbilical cord between there and there. But
or at least a screwdriver to get to the Delordos.
Well, that's one thing you could do. But how about that? That's where we're at. 7 seconds. Bit of Buck City out there right now with J275. Oh, it works.
That's a solid pass, Chris. The R33 bipolar going down there. 684.203. The Matooks team are pumped with that one. Yeah. That is a race car.
And you know what? Peter Rahayam 060 light to an 083. That street car goes into the low 8s. But how good was that? 684, 203 mile an hour. We never ever thought modified 10.5 would be a 6-second game like it has. But watch this space. J275. The radial boys are taking up the challenge. That's where we're in right now. Yeah, so that was our first J275 pairing. And that brought us by RCE. These guys on the radial. Got to be on the radial. Can't be a slick of a matching size. It's got to be that 275 drag radial. And out there here is the King FGX. Yeah, this is a battle of who's got the quickest, normally rear-wheel drive radial cars.
You want to talk about 6-second radial cars? Look at the tank in the left lane. Now, VL Commodore, in 1986, it was the big family sedan that Holden were selling. It's 2/3 the weight of this FG.
Yeah, there's FG. I think it's still, I don't know whether we've got a beam axle in the back or whether it's still IRS. We'll tell on the launch here. But this pairing, great one. Matthew Aegis, of course, the Commodore, and Osman. The Empire Mechanical Racing. City. Whoa! Oh, both guys, that time. The 275s do not want to hook up. It is this time of the day where it's probably not an ideal radial track. Got a lot of temp in it. You know, more suits a big tyre car, but how do you explain the previous pairing when it went 684 for the Skyline? That just means a really good daytime hot track radial tune that worked. That's my alarm to say I should go to the stage.
Best you go to the stage then.
I'm going to press snooze because I've still got 20 minutes before we start at 12.
Well, there you go. So, spot on performance. As usual at the Garrett Advancing Motions Brisbane Jamboree, spot on performance have about the million cars here.
Yeah, they certainly do. And this is one, Lee Povey, that they've put together for Lee. Lee, I think, took delivery of this car late last year, has done a lot of things with it. I think he went to the Rocky Nats and a few other things. I think he even went Red Centre Nats, or we would be going this year.
Yep.
So he's been to a few places with this car. And again, this is what Spot On builds, day in, day out. Cars that guys can use at so many events, it's not funny. Paulie Fuller, well, what can you say about Paulie? This Turbo LS Gemini, I think they called it the Ghetto mod. I think I saw a little nickname for it. Paulie Fuller, bump it in as well. Here we go. It is a head-run tree. Getting the boost up. This time we're away. Both guys working off. Paulie Fuller dangles the wheel on the Gemini. Lee Povey goes straight across the ground. Half track 508. The full quarter 779 180. The Gemini the shoots out early 903 at 113.
That VL really does bear closer inspection too. It's pretty much a show car that just happens to run sevens. Can we get Pro Compact to the staging lanes? Pro Compact. to the staging lanes. Pro Mod and GDR, you should already be there. Pro Mod and GDR, you should already be in the staging lanes, but Pro Compact, please join us.
Yeah, another one out of the spot on stable right here. Ryan Holtz
joined the 6 Second Club in testing for this event.
Yeah, this is not your average GDR Holden. It's not your 186 and the triple CD Strombergs underneath it. It is a 3.2 litre 2JZ, 3-speed auto, and this thing, as Adrian just said, 6 second, 205 plus mile an hour. This thing gets out the back end, and it's a labour of love for Ryan Holtz. And of course, Danny Lansdowne tuning the car for Ryan. Of course, Danny's amazing wagon on display. That's another radial car to come in the future. And hold on to your hats. There's so much more coming out of the spot on stables. It's not funny.
I just want to, Chris, I'll jump in. I just want to make note of something that's on our timing system. Michael El Khoury in that beautiful
RX-7.
FD RX-7, it identifies as a Commodore.
It's an LS1. Oh, LS1.
Our system says that it's a Commodore and LS1. I think this is the LOL 13B number plate, so that might explain some of the noise that's coming out of it. Let's see what it's capable of. It's capable of wheels up launches. This is a cracking pass from the FD.
Ryan near the centre line there. He was dangling the wheels. There's lots of smoke out of the RX-7. 702, 206 mile an hour for the Tirana. 206, lots of smoke coming out of the RX-7, about 1,000 foot on. It started to, he rolled off the throttle before then anyway, only 90 mile an hour. And what if I could flick that back real quick? We don't get a half track, no, we didn't get the half track there for the RX-7. How stealthy was the RX-7?
Well, it was in the 120s, 128, 129 to the 60-foot clock, so it left pretty hard on those 275s for a car like that. Lots of gas crew gathered around that one, makes fantastic 2J noises as well.
Oh, look, it's incredible, that Tirana, and I saw that in the spot-on workshops, years ago, and it's like, oh, what's going in this thing? And he goes 2J, and then there it was, and more as I visited the workshop, the more you can see the progress on it, and I thought, this thing's going to be really something special. It had all the fruit.
It's another showstopper too.
It is, and Ryan's had, setbacks with it, things, trying to find the right converter, this, that, and the other, and now it's got this 3-speed in it, and they're on the tune. That lower first gear seems to be something they're really playing with and working well. The rewards are speaking for themselves. It's one of those great moments. I have been reminded about it. Yes, the Babe Comp. Yeah, so I'm going to leave in about 6 minutes, making it 10 to 12, and then I've got to go down and do that.
Look at this 1990s finest. Shane Faccioni and the Commodore on the far side. I never knew until 275 radials became a thing, just how good a VN can look. That they should have come standard with the 275 Pro radial on.
Well, Shane Faccioni, these are two more cars out of spot on, right? So these are another two cars out of that. Now, Shane, this has been in the family a long time. This was actually a family car that he's decided to get the spot on treatment. And for years he talked to Andy and the boys at Spot On about doing it. And then he finally come around and did it. And the whole family comes out to like it, enjoy racing. A bit of Bump City out there. Oh, he's gone before the Marines. And that's going to be a wasted run, albeit maybe for the data log. But there we go. On the way down there for Daniel Barrett, it goes 9.24 at 151. And unfortunately, Shane Faccioni will not be able to get an ET for the first hit because he did roll through the beams on that Pro Tree. How are you down there? Just checking everything out there. What was it? Just a few crumbs. A few crumbs out of the... out on the start line there again because of the street miles. Okay, here we go. I'll call this and then I've got to run, right? One of my favourite racing cars of all time. And here it is. It's got such an Australian touch to it because it is an XW GT Falcon. It's got a Proline 481X in it. And anyone that knows about drag racing, a Proline 481X is pretty much the baddest turbo V8 you can put in it.
It's not a stock cleaver.
It can be. Well, he's had the best. He's had the very best. I think he nearly ran 6s with a Windsor before he went Proline 481X. So this thing's up at look at that 540 cubes. It's conservatively a 4,000 odd horsepower car when it's all there. But how do you make it on leaf springs on a 275 do anything?
Well, let me tell you, in testing yesterday, Chris, this car was had the front left wheel dancing almost out to the 330 foot. As soon as it unloaded, as soon as it had enough motivation to actually let the front end come down, it unloaded the rears and it just zinged into tyre spin. It was so close to being on the pass of its life. Another 6-second car in this category.
This car, when it's turned down, can run sort of, high 6s. It is nearly 4,000 pounds of XW. Beside him is a Hayen Setene from New South Wales, the Mortgage Choice Toyota 2JZ powered Supra. So again, J275, we're seeing a lot of Bump City action going on in here. Oh yes, they come in together. J275, oh, Bazina goes 121 in the 60 foot, goes point A to point B, goes 461 to the 660, early shoot, 699 with an early shoot for your XW, 712 at 206. What the hell are we looking at? This is insane performances in J275 and more to come.
Good enough for second and fourth qualifiers. J275 shaping up as the category to keep your eye on at Garrett Advancing Motions Brisbane Jamboree 2022. That was unreal. Steve Bazina has been a lot quicker than that. He's been a lot faster than that. We're talking 212, 214 miles per hour. Pro Turbo to the staging lanes, please. Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, you should already be there. Pro Turbo to the staging lanes ASAP.
Varun Sharma about to move forward in the Oceania College of Technology Supra down there. Just getting my voice
That's a
back
mouthful.
It is. In beside him will be Jamie Jeffries for Lucas Drilling in the Fox Body Mustang in the Rocket Industries lane.
I like that, just the casual 7 litre. We're used to 2 litres, 2.2, 3.2,
Just a cool 7.
Just a lazy 427 cubic inches.
Just to mix it up, you know.
Yeah.
The crew just look like they're doing up the Zeus clips down there though on the Fox Body and getting stuck to the
Stuck
track
to
as
the
well.
track. That's what the radial guys like to see. They actually enjoy it when their shoes are ripped off because they know the track's nice and tight. Again, another cracking job by the Willowbank crew. Big shout out to them and to all the officials that are making Jamboree happen today. Varun Sharma 3.3. It's an odd capacity of 2J, but it is what it is. And this car's run into the 6s before, I believe. I think it did it last Jamboree. Very, very fast JZA80 Supra. See if the engine that's well less than half the capacity of Jamie Jeffries' Mustang is enough. Pretty even lead. Mustang goes into wheel spin pretty severely. No dramas for the Supra though, getting its first lap down there, a 700, 212 miles per hour. Wow, that's 330-ish kilometres an hour.
That's up there for Varun Sharma for the miles an hour. I don't know
That's
if I've seen him
really
go much quicker.
fast. Well, we called it as a 6-second car. If you go 7.006 on your first lap, it bodes pretty well for more 6s during the day. Something a little bit tamer. Chuck Jifkins, known as All Motor in some parts of the world. Definitely not All Motor in this car. Tuned by Dale, listed as the sponsor. That's Dale Heiler from Castle Hill Performance. Out here on the laptop for a whole bunch of cars this weekend. Pro Turbo to the lanes, please.
Anthony Matuk, if you are listening, can you please go and move your Pro Turbo car, which I believe would be VL God, from the staging lanes? You're actually blocking our competitors. Anthony Matuk, can you move your Pro Turbo car just in the staging lanes there, please?
Anthony Matuk standing in the center of the track. We can see him down there. Someone tap him on the shoulder and say, please move your Pro Turbo car. I guess the speakers don't go to the middle of the track.
cars has gone deep into the deep end, so it'll just be a moment while we get the car retrieved off the track and a slight cleanup. But all the action is starting to happen. We can see a couple of our factory extreme cars and our Pro mods moving around. We do need Pro mod to the staging lanes, Pro Turbo and Pro Compact, as well as our GDR battle cars. Can you make your way to the staging lanes? And Anthony Matuk, can you please move VL God in the staging lanes, please? You are blocking other competitors.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-size classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kicks
and the other Croydon car, it's still relatively new. The number plate says it all, RH6 or record holder 6. This is a 6-second R33 GDR. The people that put these cars together now, it's not necessarily formulaic, but they know how to make the horsepower so easily that they can bang a car like this R33 together, make a couple of thousand horsepower and come and run sixes really, really quickly. Can we get Factory Extreme to the lanes, please? Factory Extreme to the lanes. That's right, folks. It's almost time to party with the big, bad 6-cylinder and 3-rotor machines that are here this weekend in Factory Extreme 5 and 6 second race cars, including the Boss's Mitsubishi Eclipse. Colin Wilshire, main man behind the Garrett Brisbane Brisbane Jamboree, went 628 in testing. That's a 4-cylinder Mitsubishi billet version of an Evo motor. So it's fair to say it's based on a 4G63. Makes a couple of thousand horsepower. and he's the quickest four-cylinder sedan in the country. Peter Simon left lane, David Avery right lane, similar engine combinations. Look for the R33 with the wheel stand. Massive launch, manages to regather and stays into the throttle through the deep end, 765, 182 miles per hour. Massive launch, 1.14 seconds to the 60-foot clocks. Reckon that's about as good as that car's ever gone, and it may have been on the back wheels.
I think it was.
It is incredible.
He just has to replicate that tomorrow to take out the wheel stand competition, though, Adrian.
And yes, that's a four-wheel drive.
Crazy. That's insane.
Absolutely nuts.
Race car engineering bring us, no, this is GTR, aren't we?
GTR. And this is the #1 GTR on planet Earth. Rob Marjan's Jun 2 out of Croydon Racing Developments, 6.37 seconds. Well over 200 miles per hour. A standard one of these would go from 0 to 100 in a tick under 6 seconds. Definitely not in the fours. It's like a 5.6, 5.7 seconds 0 to 100. Add less than a second to that, and this car's doing about 330 kilometres an hour. 3.2 litre Nitto stroker with Croydon Racing Developments. Nous and skills and R&D dripping off it. A beautifully prepared car and a very experienced driver. Is on a 275 radial, but it's got 4 of them, Jane. This car's not a stranger to putting itself on the back bumper either. So hopefully the testing that the team have done in the last couple of days has paid off. They've got the head around this Willowbank Raceway sticky drag strip. We'll see what Rob Marjan can do in June 2 now. Gonna have to rethink that one a little bit too much at the hit. No joy. That was a little bit of a mixed bag for the radial tyre cars about the last half an hour. Some of them stuck and went really fast. Some of them spun and have some more thinking to do. But it's about to get a whole lot louder. Turbo versus supercharger time in Pro Mod. We're going to have a change in the commentary box in time for Fuel Tech Pro Mod. Fuel Tech on board a whole bunch of these Pro Mod vehicles. They're massive in the Pro Mod world. And it's certainly found its way into plenty of these turbo and supercharged machines in Australia.
Well, it's good to be up here, Adrian.
Welcome, mate.
Big crowd. Back here at Pro Mod, Terry Saint to take on Neil Murphy.
Terry Seng's come a long way from that VC Commodore, I think. Paramount Performance team certainly know how to make horsepower. They've finally got a car that can put it to the racetrack earlier on than a little radial on a Commodore.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Terry Saint goes this weekend. They've gone the big slicks on the back of the car. We know what he ran in Sydney over the half track with the radials. I went 3.8 seconds half track. That's if you're in very low 6-second pass, maybe dipping into the high 590s.
Yeah, if you're in the 3.8 anything, it's probably going to start with the 5. You know this thing's got the horsepower to come home. And it's great to see, especially with the state of racing now and the technology and the parts that are available. A lot of these cars will run a radial and even have a change of diff gears, run the 8th mile. 3.8 anything is. If that translates at the other end and it's got the legs to run it out, that's a 5-second pass. Testing yesterday, super aggressive on the start line.
Neil Murphy in the other lane beside him, he's running to the 590s in this brand new car. They've had one event so far. They campaigned at the Winter Nationals just a few months back, dipped into the 590s, consistently in the 590s.
It's a glamour too. Had a look at this in the pits earlier, in the staging lanes I should say. Absolute weapon of a car. Pretty small operation too. There was low on crew numbers and helpers. Not doing it the easy way, that's for sure, but there's heaps of horsepower either side of the racetrack. Terry Seng bumping into the left lane now. Bumps too far, it's not gone well. He'll run it down and get some data nonetheless, but Neil Murphy, 397 to the half and a 5, our first 5-second quarter mile pass of the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree for 2022. Terry Seng some work to do on that bump straight through the beams. No joy. They'll have some data. It wasn't a waste of their time, but the 521 cube, badass blown Hemi got the job done, 596, and goes to our number 1 position in Fuel Tech Pro Mod.
Yeah, just having a look at the data there for Neil Murphy. A 104 to the 60 foot, so it was relatively soft off the hit as well. So they've got a bit of improvement there as well. 596, great pass off the trailer for team there. Good speed as well, 248 mile an hour.
And someone who's back in a Pro Mod, called a door slammer. Paul Canuli calls it a party. There's some big supercharged horsepower on the property. Up next in the right lane. If he will have just seen and definitely heard Neil Murphy go down the track. He knows it's a 5-second track. But as you said, left soft. 106. I'd love for 106 to be soft.
So, yeah, we've got Paul Canuli will be going down that lane. These guys are aggressive. We know that this thing will sub in the 0.9 to the 60 foot. So you probably see like a 960, 950 zone for these guys. They have run in the 560s with Paul behind the wheel.
Scary.
See the crew there just so they're getting everything ready to go. About to fire him up. And he will be on a solo pass by the looks. We are of course, in Q1 for Fuel Tech USA Pro Modified. What about a dream debut event for this guy as well? Paul Canuli at the Gulf Western All Winter National as a winner in Pro Slammer. The car has a lot of history as well.
May have actually won Grudge Kings the other week as well. Not sure. If he didn't win, he certainly went fast. It was one of the only cars in the 560 zone. There was only one car quicker than it. That was the turbo Mustang of Rob Campese. He ran a 558 at a terrifying 272 miles per hour.
That's insane.
Used every bit of the braking area at Sydney Dragway before taking the turn. And the chutes were still well and truly out and blossomed when he went around.
I think Paul Mahey might have went to the 550s in this car.
One of the quickest door cars to have ever raced in this country.
Paul Canuli backing up. We know the number 1 qualifier at the moment, Pro Mod, is at 596 from Neil Murphy. I think Paul Canuli, if he gets this one off the start line, I think we can see him.
Just about perfect for racing. We like the Sun to have been on the racetrack. Tick. We like the Willowbank track crew to have done their job. Big tick. Paul Canuli, he's got the machine, he's got the ability, he's got the opportunity. A little bit of a headwind, but not going to affect things. If anything, that's going to help jam the air in that supercharger. It's helping make all of that noise in the right lane. The captain's out here for a look. Shout out to Colin Wilshire and the Jet Racing team out there on the start line. We can see the 6.20 second eclipse back there in the staging lanes. Getting ready to have a crack in Factory Extreme, brought to us by Precision Turbo. But right now, Paul Canuli, it's Pro Mod time. Taking all the time in the world to get this job done. No rushing when it comes to putting on a show, when it comes to making every single qualifying lap count. They want to take the data, they want the time slip. They'd really like that number to be a 5 to start with. How deep into the 5s it can go remains to be seen. wheels carried, getting down there fast as you like, early shoots, and still a 573 at 231 miles per hour. You called it, the 960 and the 60 foot. You were 3,000ths of a second away from nailing that perfectly.
Have a look at that, 573. Shoots out early, so he probably watched the 400s or 500s with the shoots out as early as they were.
Carried the wheels a long way too. There's one position for that throttle, and it's all the way down.
Now, I wonder if that was planned with the shoots out early. Because it looked fairly straight. Everything looked like it was doing its job.
Might have just been wandering towards the centre line, but it didn't look too drastic.
Anyways, he goes to number 1, Paul Canelli in Fuel Tech Pro Modified.
McKernan Associates Pro Compact time. Can't say Pro Compact anymore without saying McKernan Associates. They just go together. Damien McKern, the principal at McKernan Associates, supported the Jamboree and Pro Compact for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, they've got a huge team over there, over 30 accountants and advisors. Check them out, McKernan Associates, supporting the Pro Compact bracket here. Qualifying session number 1.
Jürgen Piscopo in the right lane of the Mazworks 13B powered coupe. Out here testing yesterday. I said this car's been through a number of different owners. It's had a number of different paint jobs. It's had a few different engine combinations, and it's raced in a couple of different countries. Right now it's rotary power and racing out of Sunshine North in Victoria. Made the long trip up, as did Simon Ionu in the Pro Maz. 2-rotor machine. Very, very slick race car.
Yeah, so the Pro Compact class is for all 4-cylinder, 6-cylinder, 2-rotor or 3-rotor. Pro Stock style sedans, maximum 2 power hours.
Very short wheelbase on the Mazworks car. A little bit less aerodynamic. But the side profile of this car lets you pick it in a lineup every day of the week. That massive rear wing. Pro Maz car, all business. This is about going really fast in a straight line. Almost looks like it's come out of a wind tunnel.
It does. The car of Jürgen over there, it's got the wheelbase of a shopping trolley. No,
it does have shopping trolley vibes. 2 parachutes on the back say it's probably the world's fastest shopping trolley. Supported by MTQ Engine Systems, as are many of the races here this weekend. Jürgen into full stage now. Clean greens both sides of the racetrack, but the advantage goes to the wheels in the air coupe. Jürgen, wow, clicks it early.
Still goes 790.
What a lap. It's wheels up Saturday.
It's still to 154 mile an hour at half track for Jürgen. Rolls through that 790, 130 mile an hour. So it definitely would have been to the mid 7-second zone out the back door. And Simon will roll through here there for a 27-second pass. He got off the line all right, Simon. 112 to the 60 foot. Had a little bit of shake. Bit of tyre shake there on the start line. Might have underestimated the conditions here. Needs to get a little bit more aggressive possibly. Next pass out.
Frank Canistra, Mr. Helly, racing for Gio's Garage. We know Gio's down there on the headset, giving him all the instructions that he needs to ignore. 13B horsepower, about 1,000 horsepower bill at 13B on board Frank Canistra's little Mazda. Up against Alan Dodd. Battle of the 13Bs. A Boost Works car in the right lane. State of Origin battle. Queensland right lane, New South Wales left lane. Put your hands together, Jamboree crowd, if you like the big burnouts. We do have some trophies for that to give out based on racing tomorrow. The biggest burnout is certainly one of them. There's a couple of drivers we can normally encourage into some big burnouts. Frank Canistra is definitely one of them. The other one's Anthony Matuk. He loves a big burnout.
New South Wales wins the burnout here in this class.
Yeah, 1-0 to the Blues. We say we like big burnouts, and VL God is in the staging lane, so no stranger to a big skid, especially when you need to dust off the slicks that might not have done much for a while. Still a beautiful car. Ready to put on a show. Ormatooks Racing. Mental RB engine. Right now it's a battle of the two rotors.
I'm just watching the crew member for Ellen Dodd. She's struggling on the start line here, how sticky it is.
It's fantastic.
She might lose a shoe here shortly.
Frank Canistra's a New South Welshman, but no, the shoe's going. No stranger to the Willowbank racetrack. Certainly no stranger to Jamboree finals. Has raced in Factory Extreme. That was Nissan piston power though. It's all about the mental Dorito action on track right now. Was the first 6-second two-rotor car in the country. Big tyre shake for Frank Canistra. Gets out near the centre line. Doesn't know what lifting is. Runs it out at 795, 156. It didn't go his way, but he's not wasting the data. Any opportunity to have a shot at the Jamboree racetrack, you take. It's all data, and qualifying does matter in this category.
Yeah, Canistra will go to number 2 spot there with that 795. Dodd will go to number 3 with his 944, but it was battle the tyre shake there off the start line for both teams. And Canistra, he shook for a long time. That rattled for a long time before he pedalled. And recovered for that 795, which is still a pretty clean pass in the end, considering what he had early on. Decent field here in Pro Compact this weekend for McKernan Associates. 4 cars down the track so far. Just double checking the track before we send our next pairing down. See the tractors coming out.
And we'll be racing Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo before you know it. Just got the signal that we're about 3 minutes. Just going to give that liquid a quick wipe with one of the tractors. It's exciting to see Vibrant Performance making their... well, they've been in Australia for a long time in terms of people using their products, bringing them out of North America. But it's fantastic to see they actually have a presence here now. Having a chat to Aaron Brooks and the Vibrant team down there earlier on today. Just checking out some of the bits that they've actually got in Australia now and that are coming. And it's really nice to have a product where people have been using it for a very long time here anyway, that's now supported and in stock. So I plan on making a list and hitting them up for the street car. But it's just the nicer things for your car. It's nice that you can go and say, well, maybe I do want a titanium one of them instead of a stainless one of them, you know?
Yeah. I didn't realise they'd been going for 23 years.
Yeah.
Vibrant Performance.
Very, very well-established company in North America and certainly in Europe, but now making big inroads in Australia. And run by a really great bunch of blokes, actually. Met them in SEMA originally, probably 3 years ago, not quite 3 years ago. And just love cars, live cars, and make fantastic products for cars. They basically, we make the bits we want for our cars, and then if other people want them, we sell them. It's that kind. That's how they sort of kicked off. So, yeah, very excited to see Vibrant here, and grateful for their support of Pro Turbo. We're going to see some pretty serious 6-cylinder and 3-rotor machines, including VL God, gleaming down there in the staging lanes. We're about a minute away from being back to racing. Fantastic crowd here, the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree for 2022. Give a shout out to Link Engine Management and Tuner's Edge as well, presenting sponsors for this year's event and for, well, a number of previous events as well. Link and Tuner's Edge sort of rolls off the tongue with the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree, just as it does in Sydney. And then later on in the year, Heathcote Park, racing in Victoria. Jambo is making its return to the southern state.
That's good to hear, and they're making some big moves at Heathcote. And the track is getting some massive upgrades, and I think I need to get down there, check it out.
The racing surface is pretty much brand new from the transition. So from about 400 feet where it was concrete anyway, that wasn't the issue. The issue was the 30 or 40-year-old asphalt. That's all been ripped up and redone. Lance Warren and Steve and their team at Heathcote Park have made some massive upgrades to that facility, and we can't wait to take the Jamboree show south. We know there's a lot of Melbourne and more broadly Victorian and South Australian races that can't always get to Brisbane Jamboree. We see a lot of them in Sydney. Certainly there's a lot of them here this weekend, but bringing the show to them, it's almost a little bit of a thank you to the Melbourne fans that have supported for Jamboree for a long time, but certainly the races, and we're looking forward to seeing. I want to see how many radial tied VLs we can get there, because goodness only knows how many are in Victoria. They've now got a racetrack that's worth putting some big horsepower down on, and I can't wait to see Jamboree back in Victoria. The last time it was there, it was at Calder, I believe. So, and then a long time before that was Heathcote. So it'd be nice to get down there at basically a brand new facility.
Yeah, we're not too far from getting back underway here in qualifying for the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. We'll be back on track in a couple minutes.
Engines, precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction, and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Look as far as I can see, but
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support
Thanks for your patience, everybody, and welcome back to McKernan Associates Pro Compact. And what a car we've got in the right lane now. Steve Barnett in blueprint. One of the most popular Australian rotary-powered vehicles internationally. We know that every time this car comes out, and certainly every time the camera is on the start line pointing at the crew chief, the man behind OSOTech himself, the chat goes wild. Big shout out to everybody from the island watching on the live stream, everyone in Puerto Rico. Hope you're all doing very well. And to everybody in the ABC watching from over there as well. We know big Sport Compact drag racing fans. Sam Kyprios in the tiny little hatchback. 2.7 litre beast on board. Up against the billet Boss 13B. Who's your money on, Mark?
Well, I know Kyprios has been doing a lot of testing here at Willowbank Raceway in the last few weeks. He's been running that low 7-second zone. We haven't seen Barnett for a while at Willowbank Raceway, so it's his first hit for a while. I don't know if he did any testing in the lead-up.
Yeah, he tested yesterday.
Yep.
Didn't see anything that really went completely to plan. A little bit of shake, a little bit of messing around.
Oh, we know Barnett's running to the sixes, but Kyprios has got that local track advantage and knowledge.
Steve Barnett, the first 13B racer in Australia to go into the sixes, the first to go over 200 miles per hour. Both in that beautiful little RX3 coupe, now driven by Frank Ministro, number 2 qualifier in Japan Associate Pro Compact.
Barnett's got off the line pretty well. Shoots out early, goes through, runs a 7:38, 122 miles an hour. Kyprios goes 7:44, 186 mile an hour. But Barnett, that was on a good pass.
If you want to know what could have been, now that I imagine was a planned shut-off for Steve Barnett. That's the first pass they've got down, certainly that I've seen since I've been up here. 7:38, 122 miles per hour. They were going 166 miles per hour at half track.
Yep. Yeah, they went 4.3 seconds to half track. So that usually with the top end charge of those guys, you're thinking 670.
Yeah.
Zone.
That's a very quick lap in that car.
Yeah.
Had it run out the back door. Only qualifying, but already enough to strap nearly a tenth on Sam Kyprios, who's 7:44 at 186 was really solid as well.
I must admit, I expected Kyprios to probably go a little bit quicker than that, just with what he'd been doing here at Willowbank Raceway in the last few weeks. He'd been in that low 730 zone. But it's a good pass off the trailer for the team. 7:44 will take that number 2 spot here in Pro Compact. Just having a recap so far of qualifying in Pro Compact. Steve Barnett's number 1 with that 7:38, shoots out early. Sam Kyprios number 2 with that 7:44. Jürgen Piscopo's number 3 with that 7:90. Running out the top 4 is Frank Canestra with a 7:95 here in Pro Compact qualifying. And next up it will be the master of Lee Doherty to take on the RX-7 of Chris Hall.
Some more 2-rotor horsepower, both sides of the racetrack. Lee Doherty's campaigned this MX-5 in its various forms for a very, very long time. Used to race against him in street rear-wheel drive back in the around the 2005, 6, 7, 8 era. And then didn't see the MX-5 for a few years. And when it came back out, it looked a little bit closer to this. Much, much bigger tyre. About another 500 horsepower. Big fancy transmission and much faster. We can get Street Compact to the staging lanes, please. Street Compact. We'll be back into our tough little street car shootout on the back of Factory Extreme. Our marquee category here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. You'll hear us talk about Garrett a lot, and with good reason. They're helping make thousands of horsepower here at this event, including the horsepower behind Australia's quickest rotary, which will be up very, very soon. Australia's quickest 13B rotary, I should say.
So Chris Hall will be in the speed flow lane, the lane closest to the grandstand. And Lee Doherty will be over there in the Rocket Industries lane. Doherty has a PB of a 7:49 out of this 13B. Chris Hall has run as quick as a 7:00, knocking on that 6-second zone.
Both cars struggled a little bit in testing. Lee Doherty probably got the better of the two. Chris Hall, sort of drama's getting it to behave itself, really. It had a little bit of a stutter, didn't want to do a burnout, and then when it didn't want to leave properly. So looks as though they've pushed back.
He has to come forward again here in this pass. No issues with Lee Doherty though. He's backing up after the burnout.
One of the quicker automatic rotaries that we have in this country. billet 13B turbo, automatic transmission, and some nitrous to help get it up on the trans brake. No word on whether the nitrous continues as it goes down the racetrack. I certainly hope it does. Shout out to Mr. Botha on the start line, bringing Lee into stage. Botha. Big fan of Jason Botha. He's been down many a Jamboree racetrack. Lee Doherty though, on a solo racing for Pro Image out of Sydney, New South Wales. Wheels up launch for Lee. You can hear the power come in, 118 to the short clocks. 5-0 to the half, 7-9, 164. Not a bad start for Lee, not nearly as quick as his PB. Still seemed a little bit lazy at the leave. The power seemed to come in at about the 60-foot mark, but they'll work on that. I think a lot of the teams that tested yesterday are still set up a little bit soft. I think we have a little bit better of a racetrack today, a little bit stickier. We'll take a little bit more horsepower and the aggressive application thereof. Don't think it's going to get too hot today. A little bit of a breeze on it. We've got some nice sunny weather. Amazing job by the Willowbank officials to prepare such a beautiful racetrack for us this weekend.
Just a quick call for street compact to the lanes, please. Street compact to the lanes, please.
A little bit of a treat now. A driver who spent yesterday testing. Had a couple of things go his way, but not everything. That's what testing's for, obviously. The billet by Pack RX-8, driven by Rodney Raham. To my knowledge, is still Australia's quickest 13B. I'm prepared to be corrected on that.
Somebody's gone 6:26.
Yep, that'll probably do it.
That's his PB, 6:26.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
I dare say that's the number. One of the quickest 13Bs on the planet.
Yep.
And if there is such a record, the quickest VL Commodore on the planet will race right behind him.
What's that number one qualifier at the moment? It says at 7:38 still.
Steve Barnett, 7:38. That early shut-off. Then Sam Kiprios, a little starlet. Yeah. Massive wheelbase of about one Suzuki Hayabusa. Rodney Raham now, back performance. Not behaving itself out of the hole there. Rodney wisely electing to lift off. That'll be our last pass for McKernan Associates Pro Compact in qualifying as we move into Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo. We get to see VL God driven by Anthony Matuk in the right lane, and he's up against, well, the car's name is Le Patron, Eddie Hoach for Enviro Waste Services, 20B power. From North Rocks in New South Wales, not a bad part of the world.
No, you were right about the burnouts there for Anthony Matuk.
I still think Frank Canistra's got him for smoke.
I think you're on the money there. I think it's probably the second best we've seen today so far.
That's all it takes, though. All anyone has to say is you're currently second in the burnout competition. It's the equivalent of saying you wouldn't.
I'll tell you what, if there was a race for the quickest backup today, these guys are on money.
It's usually a battle between Anthony and George Raham when the Mazda 6 is here.
So this is our first pairing down in Pro Turbo, brought to us by the guys over at Vibrant Performance. It's a bit of an open field when I look at the entry list for Pro Turbo. We've about 9 teams entered this weekend. And it will be a solo passy. Anthony McTook will go down the track. We've got issues with Eddie in the RX-7 for dry waste services. He's going to be pushed off.
Big wheel spin for Anthony McTook. Got back into it, made some beautiful noises, then lifted. We're used to seeing that car with a 5-speed in it. Yep. Obviously has the automatic in it now. You can hear it coming up on the trans brake. Hopefully Eddie and his team can get the RX-7 sorted out. Anthony McTook with a 10-0 at 83 miles per hour. Certainly not representative of that car that is well and truly deep into the 6-second zone when it's at its best.
It wasn't instant spin for Matuki. He actually planted the tyres and it got about 8-10 metres out and then went up in spin. Just brought the power in a little bit too early. So they were close to getting it down the track. Still went 125 to the 60-foot, spinning. You see Colin Lloyd coming forward in the Firebird. It's probably one of the first times I think I've seen Colin Lloyd at a Jamboree. Has been campaigning this car at the more traditional style drag racing events under Super Comp. Has run into the 7-second zone. And it's a Pro Charger on it as well.
Very different combination. Something a little bit more traditional. Racing the left lane very soon. Jay Sadek, the 20B RX3. We'll do some checking, but I think it might still be the world's fastest RX3. Massive pack performance horsepower.
Yeah, well, it's running PB for Jay Sadek is a 659. I think we're just making sure everything is clean on the track before we send these guys down. And there we go, got the thumbs up, moving forward. Colin Lloyd at the headsets, Firebird coming forward.
Yes, there's a reason that sounds every bit like George Raham in the Pack Performance Mazda 6 SP. It's essentially the same setup. Absolute monster 20B. And one of the, unlike his dad, one of the quietest, most reserved drivers. Very capable driver, Jay. Real quiet. But yeah, that Pro-charged Toyota 6-cylinder certainly turns the volume up a few decibels on what the Turbo 2Js might normally sound like. One J. Same but different.
I don't think we've really seen the potential of what that car can do for Colin Lloyd so far. He's been running for a couple of years now with this combination. Yeah, it'll be a manual.
Manual transmission, Pro-charged 1J in that body. I reckon that's probably one of one on planet Earth. Wheels in the air for Jay Sadek, gets out near the centre line. doesn't know how to lift. Very, very early shift and shoots and still a 672 at 184. Very, very strong pass, Jay Sadek. Car straight as you like. I think it was pointing to the right a little bit.
Tell you
Wheels
what.
came down and started working. Got it back away. Pulled the shoots early.
672.
Astonishing.
With the shootout early as well, Jason. Put your hands together. That's a great pass for the team here in Q1.
Gary Halpin on track now. 2J powered coupe. You wouldn't think that that engine would fit in that tiny little car, but they've made it work. Had some dramas yesterday with the bump. This is an automatic transmission car. Procedure is Gary will do the burnout like you've just seen, reverse back. Big sweary Dale will open the door and flick the switch. And then put him into stage. He'll put it up, bring one light up, hold the trans brake button, floor the throttle, bring the boost up. It'll sit on the two-step, and then he'll hit the button to bump it into full stage. Getting ready to go. He's not doing that this time. I dare say the bump is still not working. We're going to get a lap nonetheless. Still dramas for Gary Halpin. Had some dramas yesterday. Got further and further down the racetrack, and then you heard what sounded like a big blow-off valve, but it was a big blow-off intercooler pipe.
Really? It looked fairly clean here on that pass on the launch. I didn't see too much wrong with the pass.
No.
Other than, obviously, it wasn't clean. But he gets another couple of qualifiers here later on today to try and get that full pass in. Tony Gooderham.
Our mate.
Yeah, for running for drive-by services in the, what's he in, a Suzuki?
In the Squirrel. Another tiny wheelbase car, Suzuki Swift.
We love the tiny wheelbase cars.
AKA Holden Barina. I'm sure he'll hate that. 13B power on board, tiny wheelbase. It's the Suzuki version of a Starlet. Big tyres on the back that would take up the whole hatch and half of where the backseat passengers might normally sit. The rest is full of roll cage and toning. Big tone on the door as well. Pushing buttons, grabbing gears.
Yeah, one of the crowd favourites, Tony Gooderham. We are in Pro Turbo. Pre-stage now for Tony. We'll start to build the boost up, bumping in. Yeah, he got out all right and started to spin and shake and rattle a little bit at the top of first. Still rolls through for an 11-second pass, 134 mile an hour across the finish line. Didn't look like he was going that fast.
We get all motor to the staging lanes, please. All motor to the staging lanes. Street compact, you should already be there. Now it's time for the really big stuff. Precision Turbo Factory Extreme. Long-time supporters of Factory Extreme here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. And we're going to kick things off with a really odd combination. Right lane, Barra, straight out of your XR6 Turbo or Ford Typhoon. Left lane, Mitsubishi Eclipse, full billet 4G63. Australia's quickest four-cylinder, has been as quick as 620, I want to say, Mark.
You would be almost
so.
correct. I think
so. Went 628 in testing. Put it away hot, smacked it on the backside and said, see you Saturday. Ready to go. The other lane, Dion had dramas in testing, but make no mistake, this D-stroked Ford Barra 6-cylinder, it's about the 3.6, 3.7 litre range, knows how to make big horsepower, and it's a lot of car to help get that power down. Just hearing that Tony's gone into the sand, had a little bit of a drama pulling the Suzuki up, so as soon as we're done dragging him back out and dusting him off, we'll be into Precision Turbo Factory Extreme.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slakes Creek is the retail and trade side of Race Car Engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology.
Another fantastic job by our Willowbank Raceway track crew. We get to see, hear and smell the screaming turbocharged motors on track now. Dion Amato, Dynamite Performance. 230 cubic inches of screaming Ford 6-cylinder up against the Billet 4-banger, 4G63. Chris, welcome back, mate. Did you have fun?
Yeah, marginally. It was great. We had our three judges there from Golby's, Haltech and Garrett, and I think we saw probably 13, 14 lovely ladies in the Babe Comp. We'll be back there at 2 o'clock this afternoon. It was hard to hit balls to the crowd when I was in the middle of emceeing that, so can't be in two places at once with this forehand. Yes, well, 230 cubic inches for Dion Amato. He was really kind of one of the first guys in the early days before we got this car to do a little bit of a D-stroke on the Barra. Not too many people were de-stroking them, but he was one of the first, I think, to come out with a 3.7, and he seems to be sticking with that small. I think he must be taking a bit of leg out of it just to make it a different beast, but I love that it's in this Avenger/Barra deal. And Colin Wiltshire, what can you talk about when it comes to commitment? This man is a 4-cylinder tragic, 4G63 tragic, and has continued to evolve from the early days of the old jet racing Datsun 1200 Ute, which of course now on occasion Kelly gets the chance to have a steer of, but this thing is no effort spared in this thing. Billet 2.2, 4G63, one of only a handful of Liberty 7-speed clutchless gearboxes in it. There's only one other car, I think, in the world that's got this gearbox that's done anything, and that's the Brunette brothers that ran the first ever 5-second 4-cylinder run. The Canadians, I think, came down and ran that at Maryland or Orlando, I can't remember, but they ran 595 nearly 2 years ago with that first ever 7-speed. Mr. Wilshire's got a 7-speed in it, did a bunch of 620s testing. But
there's another one of those transmissions in this category this weekend, Chris.
Oh, who's got that?
I'll tell you just a second.
Thank you. But here we go. So I think Dion with the auto and Colin with this clutch pedal, compound turbo too. Well, again, it's this hot weather setup that not everyone seems to be getting. But look at that Barra go from there. Dion Amato on a mission. 645, 209. Cole, yeah, a little bit of tyre shake there. 103 in the 60-foot for Dion. And it comes back to that question. Right now, we've got a lot of this beautiful Queensland sun on that start line, and all I can gather is our bigger tyre cars with the clutches in them or whatever. This is a time to be challenged with your tuning, what you need on a hot track right now. I can guarantee you the next two sessions as this cools off will be diabolical as far as performances are concerned. And you know what? The Jet team will go back and try and get something in the bag there. But yeah, back-to-back 620s, nearly 230 mile an hour. That 4-banger could really bite at the heels of everything bigger.
It seems like it's the drivers with the big tyres that have actually got after it a little bit better, that have done the best. There's been a little bit of
she's nothing
standing on the, not standing up on the tyre, but sort of tripping over the tyre, and they wrinkle up like they're supposed to, but they have to release. And if you're just driving over them, they go into shake, and then she goes nowhere.
It's a fine line. Sammy out there for his burnout. Yeah, when you hear a big tyre car on a good run, you do hear that thing spin, but it doesn't. It's a controlled spin. It doesn't turn into just a big bag of tennis balls. It actually has still got some sort of form to the tyre. Have you seen all the photos of tyre shake, and the inside of the slick sort of is off the ground, inside of the slick. The outside parts are planted. It's the inside part that you kind of wish they then designed something and maybe a bit more ribbing in the centre area in the future that might help them, because it's interesting how many photos have you seen captured in tyre shake where it's all doing the same thing. It's literally the outside of the tyre's planted, but the middle is the thing that's got air under it. So Sam Afkal, and I think that's going to be Gina right there. So I don't know. Gina's now ready. No, I think Billy's sending her back right now. Billy's sending her back. Billy's saying turn it off and send it back. There might have been a delay in getting the car started. Bill's adamant that Gina's probably holding Sammy up too much. That's why she's opted, Bill's opted to try and maybe can this session and let Sammy go.
Yep, that's a solo.
Yeah, well,
Sammy Afshal. 20B horsepower. It was going to be a good 20B battle, that one. Both Mazsport cars.
Yeah, so Billy's probably mindful about, holding up if there was a case with theirs getting started. But again, both running, the Mazsport 20Bs. Sammy Afcal, just one good pass away from seeing the potential that we've seen already, because he's been in the sixes with this car before. And he can steer, let me tell you. Sammy. Right, getting into the rotary. Here we are in Factory Extreme. That tyre will hit. Now remember, we're still looking for Pepper Money Cash Boost runs that we're going to try and log there. Janie's going to be crunching the numbers on that. That is not one that's probably going to go in the book as being close. But I tell you what, the first shot fired, just tapping in now after not seeing the first couple of categories for Pro Compact and Pro Turbo, is that I'd say Dion's runs a good run in this time of the day that you've got to consider. We haven't seen the rest of them yet. It's just how these rest of these cars get down this surface right now. And as we said, it's got some heat on it.
Fresh off the back of running his first 5-second pass ever. One of only 3 RB-powered cars on planet Earth to have ever achieved the feat. Dominic Rigoli in the TRP. Nissan Z.
5 seconds.
Bringing that 5.9 second performance north from Sydney all the way to Willowbank Raceway to the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree into Precision Turbo Factory Extreme, looking to put on a show, because I know that behind him somewhere in the staging lanes is his main competition. It doesn't matter that he's in a category with cars that may well go quicker. His competition is a black beast called the Don, and it's still to come.
That's not one with a 7-speed gearbox, is it?
No,
it's not different.
No.
Okay,
I'll tell you when we get to the 7-speed. You're dying to know.
Yeah, we are dying to know.
You could just count the shifts on all of the cars as they go down.
You know what, I try to with Collins. Now, when I watch the replays of the 620s from Collins during testing, it's because that car's so quiet with the compound turbo, you can't even hear it, and you really have to play the run a few times back to hear the gear changes.
Even long first and then 5
real quick shifts over that.
Eric Hell in the direct clutch, FDRX7, no stranger to Jamboree racing. From Albion in Queensland, but Dominic Rigoli out of Kemps Creek. 3.2 litre stroker on board. Racing for F-Tron and Tony Rigoli Performance.
There's Jeannie going out in front of the crowd there. It's a shame, whatever that issue was. It might have only just been delayed in the start, and they thought, let's not send it down because we've held Sammy up. Maybe that might have been the decision, but that car's got all the potential in the world as well once they get a good run on it. But Gina's been out of the seat for a little while. It's good to see her back in the big car. It's so good to see this guy, and he's been doing it at Jamboree for a couple of decades here. Jerry's had another crack at the burn out here. Listen to that. Rattling with glass here in race control. Dominic Rigoli, this now gone to the billet block. I think he's just gone billet block, hasn't he? Now he had an RD28 block, I think, in it from memory, trying to run a 5 with the cast block, and now he's gone to billet RB. Australia, home of the billet RB, home of the billet everything.
Ran with the cast block for a very long time and ran 6-0 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, so it's an impressive performance, and then of course Anthony Matuk and the Don jumped. I mean, Rigoli was the hot tip to be the first 5-second RB in Australia, and then of course down in Sydney,
the Don came out of
nowhere and ran that. Well, it ran a 585 the first hit.
582, 248 miles per hour.
Yeah, it sort of got right in there, and it's so good.
200 cubic inch door slammer.
But it makes you really proud to be an Australian. You know that we've got 2 of the quickest RB powered cars in the world right here and right in front of you folks here too at Jamboree 2022.
It's outright. They're the 2 quickest outright that currently race. And
it's interesting to know where the next people in the world are going to have a crack at, and I think there'll be a few more in Australia that will in due time.
There's more coming.
And that's the scary thing about it, Adrian. We see what we got. It's wow, we've got a lot, but you also know what hasn't turned up yet. And the whole Australian scene is like that. All right, here we go, boys. Factory Extreme qualifying. It's this hot weather setup right now that might be hard to get. And again, do they have the Pepper Money cash boost in mind here to be consistent? What do you do on the first hit of the day? Yeah, they both kind of... Yeah, but I love seeing the horsepower from here. You know what I mean? They might have to pedal it, but to take it out the back, 230 mile an hour out the back. Hello. 230 mile an hour out the back. Thank you, Dom Rigoli. You need that, don't you? You can have that zing in the pedal, but I love it when they get back into it. I know that 90% of the time we know that's not a good thing.
Never waste an opportunity to get data.
A lot of things.
When you're on an absolute roll, like Dominic Rigoli is at the moment.
I've seen a lot of blowing cars in the past zing and then pedal it, and sometimes the fuel curve's out then, and the things burn them up.
How far we've come in just 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years ago, 230 mile per hour was the world's fastest Nissan.
Yep.
That thing just did it on a complete disaster of a pass. Yeah, nobody even clapped.
Got to love that horsepower at the end. Got to love that top end.
Frank Tarabay up next in the right lane. Dramas in testing. Damaged the front end. The front end of that car is made out of hopes, dreams, and race tape.
Hopes, dreams, race tape, and hose clamps.
And a little bit of white wheelie bar paint in the shape of a Lexus logo, because they lost the logo off the front bar.
Oh, heaven forbid.
Po Tung drew the Lexus logo on the front. He's very talented. And it must have done the job, because after running, well, very quickly, setting personal best to the 8th mile, last night pulled it all together and went 588 at 240 plus miles per hour. Another massive personal best for Frank and a fantastic drive job.
The guy can steer, no doubt about that. And it's scary, Frank, his car collection. He's getting a little bit like George Krzyzewski as far as he kind of wants one of everything. He debuted his Camaro radial / pro mod car down at Kenda a couple of weeks ago. So Frank was driving a Turbo Pro Mod / radial car a couple of weeks ago. He said he's got 2 rear end setups for it, so he can go Pro Mod setup, he can go radial setup. He's also bought the old Mastermind Dodge Dart thing that's gone 260 mile an hour from Puerto Rico, so he just said he bought that as well. So Frank's got toys and he knows how to steer them, and let me tell you, 2JZ 3.2 3-speed auto in this car, so he has to do a little bit of bumping in here. He's got to get it all right. Archie Kieski, I don't know whether he's still 20V triple turbo or whether he's taken a turbo off, but I think he's got 3 on this thing. I'm sure last time I saw Archie, he had 3 turbos on this thing. So we've got 4 turbos out there, right?
Why not?
4 turbos, not enough spark plugs, nothing adds up. Actually, we've got 12 spark plugs, 4 turbos. That's what we got. So not quite 2 V8s there. Well, we've got enough horsepower both sides. Come on, Archie. We want to see some Queensland rotary action from Mazfix. Watch out for Frank bumping it in. He's in. Oh, Tarabay gets through the pointy end. 104 to the 60. Number 1.
It's a 596, 239 miles per hour. The numbers at half track showed it. The crowd love it.
394, 195 at half track, 104 in the 60, 267 to 330, 503 to 1,000 foot. Yeah, and geez, right, just the perfect tuning call, Joe Signorelli, perfect tuning call, and it handled these hot conditions. We need Street 289 to the lanes, please. Street 289, all motor to the lanes, please, and Street Compact to the lanes, please. So Street 289, all motor, and Street Compact to the staging lanes, please. Yeah, that was wild. That was a wild run from Tarabay. The auto might be the one today. Oh, here we go. A little bit more action out there now. Put your hands together. Another rotor versus piston matchup. It's Tony Wedlock and Marcus Pepe. Now, Marcus all the way from South Australia. The Boost Works, brand new RX-7, 20B powered. And Mr. Wedlock, I presume. That's not the 7-speed, is it? No, you haven't told me yet the 7-speed. No, okay, there we go. Not the 7-speed. Marcus Pepe. I thought, well, Tony could have the 7-speed. Marcus Pepe from South Australia. Gorgeous car. And we've had some great debutants with this. Now, Marcus was in for testing for a couple of days, so getting used to a few systems on the car, including, you know, the shifter system. There was an auto shifter that he tried in it, and it wasn't quite giving the results. He's gone back to a manual shift. There's so many little systems on these cars when it comes to power control. There's different things that happen when you got the foot on the clutch pedal to when you drop the clutch, you know what I mean? Gear changes, you've got different settings for boost and everything like that. Plus, you've got to make an initial clutch call on the damn thing. So, you know what I mean? You need a fair amount of skill to make make these things work properly. And you know what? We've got enough talent in the place to see them all go down the track. How they go down right now remains to be seen. Battery Extreme. Nice big field of cars here. 2022 Brisbane Jamboree. We are in precision turbo. Battery Extreme. Tony, ready? Oh, Pepe, that thing had the wheel in the air for about 60 foot, and that's not a bad run from him. Hey, 676 for Marcus. Tony Wedlock, 774 at 199. But how's this? Marcus Pepe into the sixes deeply. 102 in the 60, 426 to half track, and a 676 puts him in third qualifying position so far. Great run there. So Tarabay 596, Dion Amato 645, Marcus Pepe 676, Dom Regoli 746, Tony Wedlock 774, and Sammy in sixth spot at a 917. Captain Cole 1028, Archie Kieski 1442, and Jerry 1512.
Mr. Pepe took me by surprise then. I wasn't actually expecting that. Then I saw the 102 come up to the 60-foot clocks and went, he's on a little bit of a mission.
What did it for me is the left-hand front wheel, stationary as it's gone a fair way out there.
Had the dangle.
60, 100 foot, and that left-hand front wheel hadn't moved yet, so that sounded, looked like it was doing everything right. It is so important, that first 60 to 100 feet with these cars. They get it, and about then it's a time to shift. And that tyre's either happy then and continuing to be happy after the shift, or slightly not quite happy, hit the shift, majorly not happy. And it is such a fine line. And when all things go down the track in epic proportions, it is that righteous moment where we just go, oh yeah, this is the best air motorsport you can find anywhere. Anywhere around the world. And big shout out to everyone watching, of course, right around the world, Puerto Rico, United States of America. They love us in Brazil, they love us in Russia, they love us in South Africa. They're everywhere. They know what's going on here in Australia because we punch pretty well. We've got that much stuff, more fruit than the markets, let me tell you. We have got this stuff down. The people that know how to do it. And you know what? For years we've watched them try different things and do different things. And now Anthony Matook, well, I'm starting to think that RB can knock a few more 2Js out of the top 10. Out of the world top 10, the Aussie RB and the Aussie teams are going to make an impact. Because the 2Js are sort of at that limit now. We haven't seen a big 2J run in a couple of years. Like, we haven't seen an epic anything quicker for a little while.
We know that this chassis is capable of running well into the 560s.
Well, this was, I think, a major league car, wasn't
Zoyan.
it? Yeah, it was Zoyan. It was new Zoyan. It was a Camaro body. It was a Camry. It was initially a Camry.
It's had a little bit of an identity crisis. It's now all Nissan.
Yes. All Nissan, and Anthony Matook, boy, this guy, the amount of laps this guy has done, there wouldn't be too many people that do more laps than him a year. And he continues this work ethic. Matook making power, getting these runs down the track.
The early numbers will tell the story. Car gets out of there, knocks the tyres off it.
Yeah, no, he's not going to give it the end there, but it did go 102. Look, it went 102. And it was almost nailed until that power came up just out of there, and it just sort of rattled the tyres. So Factory Extreme qualifying is done, and people are taking a breath. Look, they're up and they're taking a breather, going, well, we've got Street 289 All Motor and Street Compact for the next qualifying session to come through. It's been a cracker pro category session, a heads-up category section. We should never say pro because we're not all quite professional racers in these categories. Let me tell you, there's a lot of professional tuners and fabricators and painters and gearbox people and everything people. But as far as races are concerned, this is still purely a recreational motorsport for these people. That's right. These people driving down the racetrack normally have a 9 to 5 or a day job. And guess what? A lot of people work very hard to be successful before you come to the racetrack, only to have a nice day at the track. Here we go. We've got Chris Hunter and Adam Willard out there. This is the second round of qualifying for Street Compact. And Hodjo's taking a well-earned break. Terry Dale is on the mic. G'day, Tez. Welcome back. Now just press the button down. Press the red one down and you should be on.
Hello, Mr. Diggle.
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. Beautiful.
Thank you. I can hear you too, Chris.
And it's so good to be back at Jambo, isn't it? It's just that. It's just the feeling you get when you turn up, and you just everything you hear in the background on track normally just tells you at Jambo.
Mate, it's the most stunning day we have ever experienced. It almost feels like, Chris, there's electricity in the air.
It does. It has that energy that other events struggle to try and get. And this even blew us away this morning. All these categories, right from street compact up, it's been an absolute cracker. So many surprises, like this one of Edward Gitsum, the little Toyota Corona Mark II. It didn't stage that time for some reason, but it went 11.26 on its first run.
Mate, that's how they should have brought him out in the original, Chris. You and I know that. Why don't they do that? Why haven't they got these things just cooking? So let's have a look. We're having a look at these boys coming through now. We've got Adam Williams and Edward Gitsum, of course, going through for an 11.26 earlier, but then a 15.99 for Adam Williams. And we look at the two new guys. This is qualifier number 2. And we've had a beautiful looking day out there. The crowd is absolutely poured in. Feels like a winter's crowd. It's pretty damn impressive. I'm really proud of everybody getting out there tonight. And we're going into the see that right now. Look at this. Tina Woods and Ashley Reason. Ash, of course, in the RX4. Regular racer here. Cuts a 0.43 for his second Q. Goes through from 11.94 to 115 in the RX4 Coupe. Tina Woods with a 12.72 in that little tiny little Mitsubishi, Chris.
Yeah, the Lancer. She really gave it the old rally launch on the first run there. But this time,
was on. So Derek Johnson and Tara Johnston.
Here we go.
The Next Level Motorsports Super up against the. It's a Super Fest, Chris.
I think it's a battle of the Johnson. There's a Derek Johnson and a Tara Johnston.
Yes,
check
you got to
this
watch
out.
that.
And you know what, street compact, it just shows you where all the quick street cars are still are. And it's amazing that we've got all these Supras, 9.88 and 10.26. Now, that's an improvement of half a second for Tara, and a 9.88 is a huge improvement for Derek. So there's some huge times there. In fact, we don't like taking the ETs under 10 flat in this category. And again, I hope those cars are teched for that.
A 9 second is
because you
under
get
10. I don't know what my
you can get kicked out if you're not teched.
I know, we can't do that. So Aaron Johnston and Bradley Halliburton. Halliburton in the very pretty looking Cressida. Looks like it's just come straight from the Coles Shopping Centre, but I can tell you now, it's a 10-second. Or it's a 10-second street shop and getter.
It could be the ex-limo for the Japanese Prime Minister. I always look at those cars as presidential vehicles.
That is spot on, Chris.
But it's run 10.67 on its previous run. So let's see what he does here. Sayonara, 10.64. So 10.67 and 10.64.
And nice consistency there, Chris.
And an 11.34 for Aaron. That's an improvement. It's good to see some of them are improving.
Yeah. Yes, you actually expect to see the back seat is used more in that Cressida because everyone's opened the door for you, sir. Hop in, sir. Thank you, my man.
They were a real luxo. And you know what? For a while there, before Supras became so rare, and now that Supras are becoming rare, the old Cressida's going to go up as well, and they already are. Hey, tell me if you can't get a Datsun 1200. We've got some issues there, and Chris Johnson out going in your favourite car, the RX-7.
Yeah, so with Beckman, of course, those little cars, a lot of them were rallied into death, really, back in the 70s and 80s. But 13.70 for Travis, a 12.59 for Chris in the RX-7. So he's got a little bit closer to it. So can we please have modified compact, street 289, and all motor. Let's get loud in the house.
There's cranky
Let's
cars.
get loud.
Let's get those loud, cranky cars out here. Now
we got
Ian.
Fez.
Yeah, we got Ian Clifford. Now that's the Hilux. It's 2.5 litre. You can assume might have a 1JZ or something.
Mate, I'll tell you now, that car will go quicker than that 12.4. He's worked on that car for quite some years to get it quick, and he's done it. He does all the work himself. Rose Octavia, of course, here in the other Supra. I see this guy up the road here racing this thing. This thing is a sweet piece of material too. So here we go. Let's see what he can get. A 261 and 285 light. The lights don't matter. It's only Q2. So we see the Supra. They're a good-looking car. It's been well styled, Chris.
It has, and it's nice that Race has decided to come and have a crack at Jambo. 12.33 at 112 and a 15.27. A little bit more work there for Ian Clifford.
Yeah,
it's doing the right thing.
there.
Doing the right thing in the first half. You just got to get it all ready there. Now this is a great one. I love to watch this guy come out here. That's Clibbo. That's Scott Clibborn up against the big Falcon of Chris Sword.
And Scotty, like if he's not at a racetrack on a weekend, there's something wrong. He loves to get this thing out all the time. He's raced at all sorts of road trips, street meets, all sorts of stuff. But yeah, pretty quick forward. Goes hard, does Swords forward.
Yeah, he went 9.72 before, which is a big number, and he goes 10.57 to be a little bit more street compact for him.
Yeah.
10.57 for Scotty. He 10.79. He went 10.80 on the first run, and then a 79 with a
and you and I know he's a consistent racer. He's going to be out pointing in, mate.
He will
knows
be.
what he's doing.
And he's got a clutch pedal in it too. In fact, you will not see any more clutch pedals else.
And the bloke who looks after his gear is just going down in the RX-5, which is Alvin Johnson, and looks after Scott's car. Aaliyah Bendevsky, she heads down there as well. So a 10.47 for the mighty RX-5, the Hulk, and a 13.78 for Aaliyah.
Now they're two very consistent numbers, 13.78 and 13.81. But how's that? 10.47. You wouldn't have too many 10-second RX-5s.
Mate, he had to stop racing the street meet because it was going under the 10.5 cutoff.
Was it?
So there you go. That's a first world problem.
Yeah, it is. 10.40s in an RX-5. Yeah, we'll go and cry on someone else's shoulder. Yeah. Stephen Johnson, 11.74. He's run before with the beautiful Celica. Might be TA22 style, maybe a little bit older. Might be a 60. Kai Morgan, the Civic, 2.2 on board for him. This is MTQ Street Compact. Great category for some quick street cars. A nice entry-level category here at Jamboree. Oh, the wheel came up there.
Kind of light.
These are street cars. Remember, a fair majority of them are double duty. They get time slips on the weekend and they get the milk during the week. 11.35, an improvement for Stephen. 12.26 is a big improvement as well.
Yeah,
Kai Morgan.
Just need to sharpen those reflexes up on those launches, Chris. Some of the lights leave a little bit to be desired, but Q2.
Well, that's your high street series levels of reaction time. It is.
Sorry, mate.
It is. You're a hard man to please on the tree, Terry.
I am hard.
If you don't have an O, we'll stop talking about
that. You are exactly right.
Christy Lee Shelton, she had issues with the R34 on the first run, and that thing's still giving her some grief there, which is a shame.
Yeah, that is a shame.
She's got some down track, but the launches, it's playing havoc with her. 15.90 is not an improvement for Luke on his previous run in the Gem, but it's good to see another one out there.
And it's a well-serviced category. A lot of cars, a lot of people having a red-hot crack at it, which is good. Kind of what the old Jamboree days.
I think it ebbs and flows because you know that sometimes you just can't bring it out every single time, and they go through. People are busy in their real lives. There's a real life outside this place.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, and sometimes this is a recreation. It's got to go on the back burner, and so the entry levels ebb and flow over the years, and it seems to be really well populated this year. Another 10-second Cressida, off it goes. Matthew Kelly, this Super, you got to watch out, Matty. This thing is quick. There's going to be a good number for him. He backed off way early on the first run because it could be so much into the nines, it's not funny. 11.07, a nice big back off there for Joseph, but an earlier 10.69 gave the game away. And Matty Kelly, just a 13.41, earlier 13.32. I think he's just getting the tune, the feel of the tune there, Matty Kelly. I think he's only going up for some days anyway, but
the good part about it is, Chris, you got today to get a grip on it. You have your 3 runs today. You can get a good grip on it, and tomorrow you can throw the baby out with the bathwater. You really can.
Yes.
Can't. Let's be serious. But mate, your Cressida theory might be correct. I'm gonna go home and have a look on Gumtree or whatever and see if I can get myself a Cressida.
Well,
Brett Thompson and Jason Gertstraker.
Well, you won't get one of these things for under 20 grand. No. He's just rolled that beam all the way, and he's not going to get it. Gerstgrasser went 10.38 on his first run. That's the second run now as he yanks the wheel up.
Big puff of smoke, Chris.
Oh, not good, not good. He goes 10.57 at 111. He was 104 at half track, so there might be some indications there of some despair. And for Brett Thompson, he just rolled the beams at the wrong time and won't get an ET. Now, just looking at our schedule here, we are scheduled to go through to about 4:15 this afternoon. We'll obviously be probably rolling over a little bit if we are behind schedule, which I assume we are.
Calm that down. So, look, mate, Stephen Beach and Paul Clyde. Stephen, a regular to our street meets, and nice bloke to boot. Got the mighty little 808. Has put it into the 10-second zone well and truly earlier with his Q1 with a 10.68. 10.73 for Paul with that Mazda RX-7. So a couple of tough rotaries on the line. That regular, as I said, Stephen really learning the trade told him he needs to start racing the street meets and get some skill. And a couple of years ago, mate, he's a good bloke and he really has a red hot crack. Him and Grant Dixon come out and they have a good time, mate. As you know what it's like. Drag racing is fun. And sometimes it's not.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Sometimes it ain't. And the fun, I draw it as I call it a fun curve.
Yeah.
You can either be slow and have a nice, broad, consistent fun curve. If you want to go even more high horsepower, it's he did a beautiful launch like that in the first session. Like grab the gear, slip the clutch, whatever he did. That thing's got a perfect clutch setup. They're both on looking at each other on the brakes. 1094, 1095. I think they both knew that they could really leg it out the back door. Gate job to Stephen Beach, not by much, but again, abysmal reaction times if you ask Terry Dale.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. And there will be words back in the pits with some of those boys. I'll go, what are you doing? And I'll go, Terry, I'm sorry. I got it into the 10s, but mate, you're like, it was average.
It impressed me on its very first launch today. Beach
It's a
because
sweet car,
because
isn't
the thing launches, you know, everything about it actually comes out pretty hard, lifts the wheel, and it's like that's whatever clutch setup's in that car is a perfect setup.
Mate,
for
I've got
it.
to tell you, Chris, he's worked very hard on that car for quite a few years. He's had lots of issues when it's you know it's spun tail shaft, it's done all sorts of stuff over the years. But the Warriors consistently kept coming back, bettering it and bettering himself. So, and here's a man that always helps him along as well, which is Mr. Grant Dixon.
Yes.
And of course we've got Ashley McDonis in that little Nissan. Mate, how many of them do you see around these days? How many? If you went into a shopping
S12.
centre, that
Are you
how many
talking
of those
about the
Nissans?
Gazelle? You just won't see them.
The mighty Gazelle.
And again, if that's an Australian delivered one, it had a CA20E in it and a like a Borg Warner style diff.
And it ended up
well, I mean, they were Sylvia everywhere else, and my brother had a Sylvia RSX which had IRS and an MJ20 in it, but that's the hatchback, not the notchback. 1063, I love that.
That is good. And 1137 for Grant in the Pro Boost Mazda.
But how do you be different these days? You've got to find the oddballs like the Gazelles and bring them out, because where else do you find a front engine rear wheel drive car that's cheap? You can't. There's nothing.
Let's start Team Gazelle. Here we go. Here's one of my commentators, Wade Benson. I think it's Michael Osborne. So Wade, Willowbank
Yeah, he knew you were watching.
He said, I want to hear the replay of Terry saying how good I cut a light, because he knows I'm going to give him grief.
Well, if we're on 88 FM and you can hear us out there, Wade, give us a left blinker if you can hear us on the P. Has he got that out there? I don't know, because I think we still got 88 FM, don't we? I know that we used to talk to him in the through their stereos.
Mate, come on, right too. 1630 after a 1699 with a 011 light. Mate, that's going to win your races if you're consistent. You and I know that.
We've got literally 13 cars under 1089 and some all the way down to 16, so it's going to be tortoise in the hair tomorrow.
Well, here we go. Look, we've got Mr. Ray Box and Christine Thompson. Christine Thompson, of course, in the 10-second Dynamite Performance Ford Utility. Love that car. And Ray Box in the Audi. You've got to say it like that too, Chris.
Aldi. No, I say Aldi.
Like
yeah.
I'm in the Audi.
Yeah, good, different. Yeah, I like it. Good, yeah. Oh, that's Aldi. Sorry, mate. Yeah. But Christine Thompson, she knows her way to a pointy end of a street compact field. We've seen her there before. 1075 at 137 mile an hour. 1315 for Ray. That's consistent. A 1318 before. Yeah. And you know who else is running with Ray in the same class is Max.
I know. Maxine should be up very shortly, which is... I said to her, how are you going to go with this? And she said, Terry, it's just like driving at a street light. I mean, come.
It is.
What's this bloke doing here? This guy has never been cool since he got rid of his RX2.
Yeah, seriously. Simon Isherwood, he's back with the BMW and he's in street compact. And it's so good to see that, one of our Willowbank board of directors. And here he is out there having a crack.
We've got
at
two
Jamboree.
here.
Yes.
We've got two running today.
Yeah. So who's the other one? So we've got Simon. Tony. Yeah, there we go. Very consistent, Simon. You were in 78. I think you were in a 79 before, so that car's very consistent.
Mate,
he might have the taste for it. He might have the taste for the street.
I'm not talking consistent with the
Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and it's not often that all motor gets the sort of reception that we're going to give it, because let me tell you, this category is going to get more exciting as the years go on, because guys like Telly Paratus are still going to come out here and give it a crank. And the Savannah quad rotor, it just, mate, I don't want to even talk on this run. I don't even want to talk.
It needs to be almost like a top hill run, because we need to just sit back. watch Pyrrhus and just watch them do their thing. Yeah, this thing, I just love the sound of these. It's just so good.
beside him as well, so this is all motor. 10.71 for Savannah and 12.20 there for Connor Fakinos. How good are these guys knowing that there is a category out there where you just don't need to put the boost into it, you can just use one. Air is out there, and Savannah's perfect for it. And here's Jason Studley, another car that just walked straight into the rules when we designed the rules to allow 6 bangers and multiple rotors other than 2.
And Matthew Wood, of course, in the little Massive. Mate, you and I were calling Jamboree in Sydney, and Jason came down to Sydney with that thing, and he took it out.
Yeah, he's going to be he'll be deadly again.
He's a gun on the tree. He's gun consistent, and you got to watch him.
Aspo Barra in the Cortina works well. Who knows? I saw a little bit of smashed carrot out the exhaust, so it is probably a rotor on board. But look at Studley. He goes 11.79 in 11.77.
With a 0.18.
And the 0.18's not a bad line, I suppose.
Here we go. Look, now let's give all eyes on this beautiful little fastback of Maxine Box, and of course the obscure and different
great
X19.
Yeah, look, you know what? It's not going to win a Show and Shine award, but I got up to take my hats off to Trent Bianco and probably Rob Barak to some extent to whack this. Probably, I'm assuming the 3.8 litre V6
They sound like
Mitzi.
trouble together, don't they? They're
just revving that 3.8 litre Mitsubishi in the X19. Gee, I'll tell you what, Trent, hold on to it, sunshine. I think you've got to seriously doubt the practicality of the conversion now. It went 11.26 on its first run today, but it got way loose then.
There's a lot to be said about a Fiat X19, and there's a lot not to be said about a Fiat X19, Chris. And you and I know that that's probably, what's Trent thinking?
Well, put it this way. Now that they got the hang when they did that, remember when Rob did the mid-engine Mirage? And it's like, well, hang on, what else is out there that's factory mid-engine could we do this with? And there's an X19. Mate, they weigh nothing because rust is lighter than steel. Well, some people's going to say, that's not
rust
quite right.
Rust is lighter than steel.
But X19s, awesome. They were designed by Pininfarina in the 70s. They only came out with a 1 litre engine in them, so they're damn light. That's about the lightest car you could probably do as a mid-engine conversion, to put 3.8 litres of Mitsubishi in it.
But it was designed like a doorway.
It looked a little bit Lancia Stratos. It looked a bit Lancia Stratos. Pininfarina did a lot of nice designs.
I think that was designed at the end of the day.
Yeah, I reckon it was a Friday afternoon job.
Like,
remember they
get the pub, or do you want to finish designing this thing?
You remember everyone in Italy stops for lunch for 2 hours.
Yeah, finish designing this thing.
Probably
Brandon Burnett.
Probably just in the afternoon. Extreme, modified, compact, and Street 289 to the lanes. Please, we need extreme to the lanes. Jason Frost.
Nice work from Frost on the tree. Penrose feet up. Let's see how close it is. 12.08. Blows it out of the water. He now is in the money at a 13.05 to back up a 13.33 for Frost, which is good. The guys are getting good.
We would just, we need to hold on to our roots, and we do. The V-Dub heritage goes back a long way, and it's so good to see people still know that any time you want to bring a bug out, you can to Jamboree. Nick Bentz and Michael Holman. Now, Nick Bentz, 23.32 in the gold bug and 23.32 in the grey bug.
Well, mate, Ray and Max are trying to tip the scales in the weight of the Volkswagen Gilla.
Yes.
By bringing them both, so...
Yeah, we need extreme and by 10.5. Pretty like the old Beatles. They really are. They've got plenty of performance parts on them. There are too many other manufacturers that have got that much aftermarket for them. 11.97 and 12.89. And you know what? If you were to do a top 10 iconic vehicle designs that have ever come out, the Beatles got to be in that top 10. No one's doing top 10s like that. Maybe we need a podcast there, Terry. Maybe we need a YouTube channel to bring out all these statistics that no one's ever really chatted about yet. Because I think this is an iconic shape. Remember, as soon as these were new, who won the Red X trials here in the 50s in Australia, where that was an all-around Australia rally? The Beatles were winning it in the 50s, these things.
That's hard to believe. But Michael Williams, as I said, the Beetle Fest just keeps coming. Now, mate, if Janie was in the box here commentating with me, she'd be punching me in the arm every time going, punch buggy.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can go close to that. Even with a red light, it doesn't matter. 13, yeah, just 13. Oh, there you go. That's a consistent car.
He might have done it exactly. He might have bogged it on the first run as well, because that's pretty accurate, both runs, to be so close to each other. So he's bogged it up. So that's all motor. Look at that. That's 13 in all motor. What a great representation for that. But it's now time to get into something a little crazy. And that is I think we're in 28.9. Yes, we are. Street 28.9. John McDade and Russell Archer.
Around 10.14 to a 9.63 for Archer earlier on in the R&J race.
We know that John McDade, I think we're 2 JZ in this thing, so it's actually very, very crazy. Very, very crazy combo, and we know it's going to the 8-second zone. And he just needs to improve, because the thing didn't really do much on the first run. It was not a perfect run. Here we are. Second track, Russell Archer getting 28.9. Russell, hold on to it. And you know what? This might be a precursor of things to come, because we've just got this period of time where, you know, the track's a little bit hot, the little tyre cars, you know, you've either got to hit that perfect combo, take a bit of power out, make the tyre bite, or you just keep giving it hell. And it'd still be a pedal fest when we start racing tomorrow.
And Russell did. Russell thought, well, I'm just going to try and drive out of this wheel spin. But you know what? The car had a different idea, Chris, as you and I can see.
Yeah.
So a 10.46 for McDade, and well, I'm not even going to mention it.
There's just no sure thing. You can't just say at the beginning of a Jamboree, this guy's going to clean everyone up. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah,
It is that unpredictable. And I think that's what makes it so attractive to people to watch as a motorsport, is that you just see a great variety of vehicles. Almost your favourite vehicle's going to be there, guaranteed, or something you've never seen before, coming out of a garage that you never knew about. But how successful they are, what they take these billet J's home. It's not today, it's tomorrow we do it, because we are. Remember, folks, this is a 2-day event. We want you all back tomorrow to see who wins everything. Today it's all about qualifying. This guy, well, he just about made me lose all of my luggage in one go, Mitch Hamilton. He hit the second gear change out a bit further, zinged the tyres, and that thing was almost going to be a passenger into the wall, if not for Mitch Hamilton's very sharp right foot.
Mate, he drove out of it sweetly. It was an impressive drive, and I'm sure the lads got it all on video. It was pretty nice. Bringing the car back.
All right, he's not happy with it. Solo
maybe
pass.
A little bit of water or something, mate.
Yeah, that 4G63. It's a 2.2 stroker.
Yeah, Michael in the Gem gets to go on his own.
Well, he needs to get a good one down too. Mick Sloan, 9.48 from the single overhead cam G180 in the Gem. Sloan's had it for a while, this car, and it works well.
Is that a TD or a TE?
I think it's a TE.
The second car to hit that wheel spin button.
He's always running in Super Comp as well with that in Osmod, I think, as well. So he runs it in Osmod. 10.40, not the best run there for Sloan, and he's just going to have to rely on the 48 for now that he ran, the 9.48 that he ran in the first run. But yeah, look, the boys are on the mop there in the far lane, so Mitch did have something dropping out of there, which got their attention. And you know what, as much as you're in the car full of adrenaline, and you know, your biggest fear is having something drop out of the car and someone going like this and saying shut down. It's so hard to take that rejection right then, because all the adrenaline's up. That's the worst.
Like the first date.
We'll put it this,
don't come back from the bathroom.
Well, mate, if they're pulling the mops out that early in the day, mate, doing this, like, shut it down, mate. You should probably gone on the date in the first place.
So Dan Smith and Andrew Robinson in the Mazda.
There are products for men of our age that can handle that. You wear it like a nappy. Daniel Smith and Andrew Robinson. Yes, so Daniel Smith, this is the K24 Honda-powered Celica that I think's run into the Ace.
You've got to say that slowly, because that's just, it's Honda-powered Celica. It's kind of a little bit odd.
And again, it's like the Gazelle we saw before. It's this notchback thing of the 80s that no one remembers anymore.
And he's gone for grey.
Yeah, I love it.
Look, he's even not even gone, well, I'm going to make it stand out. No, I'm just going to go for a grey, a gloss grey. And it's very interesting.
I think Daniel Smith driving this car. I think Brendan DeRuta owns the car. Brendan's been doing a lot with Honda stuff for a little while, and then they built this rear-wheel drive deal. K24, A3, power drive. All the good stuff. Now these two guys are on a mission here.
Oh, he's got it.
He's on and off the throttle a little bit, the Celica, but now it's out and gone. Here we go. 881 for the Celica at 1025. A little bit of an improvement for Andrew Robinson. And I suppose that's something to look forward to for the third session.
I think put your hands together. Damien McKern, McKern and Associates, RX2. The mighty RX2 does the show for the people, Chris.
You know what? The man has, he juggles so many parts of that business. So accounting and financial management and financial planning. It's moments like these where the man just needs to let the skid go, right? It's like, you know what? I've had probably a stressful week. I've probably worked 60 hours a week. I'm going to give this thing out.
I'm just going to go and put that right pedal down.
And you know what? Damien's of the resources that he can have a factory extreme car. Damien loves 28.9. He's been it a long time. He does sponsor Pro Compact as well, but you don't see him going to buy a Pro Mod or anything like that. He's just happy with the stuff he's had.
I love my space, but then the beautiful looking Galant, of course, full tester over in the Rocket Lane as well. That is beautiful. How many Galants do you see around?
Well, again, mate, we've got a bit of a museum happening here this weekend for all those people that may need to re-familiarise themselves with shapes. Now, he had a big mission with wheel spin on the previous run. Mr. 2600 against the Grump. Street 289. Oh, bravo, McKern! How about that? Thank you, Mr. McKern, for that epic moment. 777 for Paul Tester. Damien McKern, thank you for that epic moment. Zing, zing, zing pedal. Wheel stand not even straight.
I'm not going to drive out of it. I'm going to wheel stand out of it.
Oh, I love that stuff, man. I love that you cats out there digging too. That would have been fantastic. Anytime that wheel comes up in the air, especially when you don't intend it, that was fantastic. Oh, we continue on, mate. The hits just keep on. Oh, yeah, that's all right, mate. That's all right, pal. Just throw what was on the track on the car going down the return. No, didn't see that.
He got it in the back of the ute. I'm sure it's fine.
No, he flicked it. It went right across the bonnet. Thanks for that. TJ Gray in the RX8. And Errol Britton. Well, again, Errol's another veteran that's been here for a long time.
Yes.
Got over the four-wheel drive things. Now going a lot faster. Rear-wheel drive. Still keeps that flat 4 EJ25 on.
I want to see the Brat seats in the back.
Yes.
The Brat seats in the
well,
back.
it was a Subaru Brat, wasn't it? That's what they were called everywhere else.
That's the Grumpy Brat. TJ Graham. He's got 101 Motorsport RX8, of course.
Now, this is a real tyre murderer, but then he also legs it out the back. So with wheel spin, 8 ones. Errol Britton beside went 790.
Opener, 790.
He does this, then he gets into it here, TJ, goes through the clutchless gearbox, it does this thing too, it rubs the tyres against the guard. Errol Britton beside him, 776 for Errol Britton. Jeez, is that nearly a PB? 776 at 179. That's got to be the fastest Subaru Brat in the world. And he's 813 earlier for TJ Graham, and again, spins the tyres pretty hard. Has that been handed in? We've had a set of car keys handed in, so if you've lost a set of car keys, come up and see if you can identify what car it is. And what might be on the key ring there. So if you've lost a set of car keys, they've been handed into the tower here.
It's pretty specific.
Mate, did you see Silky's first qualifying run?
I most certainly did.
It was epic. Let's see what he can do again here. It's either going to go up.
He's in this near side lane at least this time. So let's see if he can behave.
Chris Adams and Silky can't bump this thing in. He's got to bump it in now. There we go. Oh, Silky! Oh, drive that thing. This is a Datsun overload right here. And here we go. Chris Adams goes through 882, but Silky looking for the 7. 830 earlier on. That 830 was an epic pass.
Well,
that was a little bit wilder.
You pay a lot of money to run, so you can use all of the lane. And you can that's what you got to do.
There's nothing to say you can't use 2,000 foot of the 1320 foot on the way now.
Yeah, where is that at the You're right, Chris.
No, well, this is the guy that likes to use a lot of race
Here we
tracks.
go.
These are cult cars to me.
It just keeps coming, Chris. Scotty Hoffman.
These are cult cars to me. These are the, this thing deserves to be where it is as far as this car. Where it's like, watch this. That's what I like to say. You know
he
what?
run the other Corolla the other week at the testing, and got the boot too quick.
Oh, is that the white one?
Obviously.
Too much stuff going on there. Now, let's just keep an eye on this 3 hours NPR K10. And Chris McKenos back on a 28.9. Here we go, qualifying. Oh, yes, it finally dropped the wheel down about 150, 200 foot out.
Sounds good.
And come on, Hoff, here we go, 793, 174. Put your hands together. When do you see KE10s run 7s like that and still be street registered?
Cult following, Mr. Nugget.
It is.
People love him. They absolutely love him.
It is an absolute cult car. Nugget Garage. I mean, and you know what? When you talk to Hoff, you wouldn't. He's just quiet. He's a quiet, understated guy. He lets results speak for himself. There'd be nothing that he doesn't know about how to make it work. And if you watch a couple of Nugget Garages, he talks about the different things he does. It's not like he keeps any secrets. He kind of tells you what he kind of tells you what he's done to do this. And he'll talk about using X clutch pedal or X accelerator pedal because it's got X trigger. Use this sensor and this sensor. He's gone through all of it. And he keeps, come on, sit down. Well, the gearbox might have neutralised there.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be one of those gearboxes. If he has to pull it right up to get it into gear here, it might have neutralised.
A couple of little bits of shrapnel come out.
Yeah, but it's. Oh, did it? Did you see the shrapnel?
Just a couple, just
Did
on the other side, just on this side as well.
Oh dear!
So you can see that's what our beloved track official is running up.
Well, I don't know what that might be, but hold up.
Just come out on that change.
Hold on tight there. Make sure that nothing might have gone on the track that might hold us up. If it does hold us up, I suppose I've got to go and get the forehand happening and crank a bit of stuff out there. So we'll get a word as to what we've got to do. Oh yes, there is a reminder. My alarm's just about to go off. I'm going to have to get Mark on here in a sec.
You're doing?
I've got to go do the
second half of the.
the Babe.
The Babe.
So we've got to award the Babe.
How was the bikini comp?
Bikini comp's tomorrow.
Oh, so the Babe comp's today.
We can't get the bikini comp on until tomorrow. That's why we've got to get everyone back. But we've got to go and do the finals of the Babe comp.
The bikini comp's not happening today. It's happening tomorrow.
That's right. But there's
Is
round
there a reason,
two,
Chris?
round 2 of the Babes now. So I don't think the bikinis are out today. I could be pleasantly surprised, go down there and go, oh, you're all in bikinis. Okay. But I do believe...
I want you to
they
go
need
down
a
there.
doorbell.
I want you to go down there and be... I want to see that pleasantly surprised face. I want to be there.
Well,
I
you
want
should
one
have...
of the I want Dave Reed to take a photo of you going, oh, there's bikinis.
Well, you should have seen my face when I walked into the tent. There's a tent there at the back there for all the girls to get ready.
Do you want me to turn the mic off?
No, they put it this way. I think they need a doorbell into that tent because I've just gone barging into the tent to say, well, when are we running? And the girls were getting ready. Now, I mean, ready, they were all ready. They were... Anyway, I felt more awkward than anyone.
My microphone.
No, I
I'm watching Chris Stiggles die on the microphone.
No. I'm just feeling. I was feeling awkward. Put it that way. There should have been a doorbell. Yeah. So from now on, I just go down there and I go bing bong. That's all I do. So it's time for me to go and go bing bong and get onto the stage for 2:00. And look, whatever we've got to pick up here, we'll pick up. I might have to hit a few things out between now and then, but I'll do that after I come back from the Babe comp, which is scheduled in about 10 minutes.
I look forward to the highlights package of the Babe comp. If you can just do a short brief on it, and when you come back, just add verbatim, word for word, tell us how it went.
I'll give it to you in 50 words or less. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Chris. Nice work. So we're just having our track officials just having a little look at the bits that come off. He gave a little clap there, so that means it might be okay. So let's hope so. And I'm going to be joined on the microphone by the effervescent Mr. Mark Allen. The effervescent Mark Allen, because what happens is Mark and I, as commentators for Willowbank and 400 Thunder and all that sort of stuff, but him and I, we commentate with Chris. Hang on, I'm going to call these guys. But J275, modified 10.5, extreme and modified compact to the lanes, please. So you and I, Mark. You commentate
what are we talking
with
about?
Chris.
Yep.
And I commentate with Chris, but we commentate with different gigs, in a sense.
We do.
But it's good fun. And you and I don't often get to commentate together, even though we used to a lot.
We used to a lot, but it's good being back together here at the Jamboree today. And I'm looking at the crowd. It's a big crowd today.
Mate, it's huge, isn't it? And the sun is just beautiful. Look, that light breeze just coming back up the track, so probably cooling it down a little bit. It's all right for us to sit up here in an air-conditioned box,
Yeah, it is.
going on about it. But mate, let's be serious. It's big shout out to the crowd out there. Hope everyone is going well. Hope everyone is having a good time. Don't forget to get your merch. There's a ton of merch stuff out there, Mark.
And this is only day one as well. Hands up if you're coming back out here tomorrow as well. Who's coming back out tomorrow? Yeah, we got a lot of hands in the grandstand.
Well, it's going to be on tomorrow, mate. These guys are it's just qualifying.
It is. Today is qualifying, so we've got 3 qualifying sessions for all of our categories. We're, of course, in our second qualifying session for the street class.
Mate, it's just going to escalate tomorrow as it all comes through. So here we go. Mohammed Salameh and Corey Hunter. By the look of it, should be coming through in the Gemini, I believe. That he is. Oh, some sweet flames from the Gemini.
So are we into Street 289 or Street Compact? Sorry, mate, I'm just...
I'll be Street 289, I'm pretty sure. So as we see the mighty Gemini, the Hurstville towing, of course, Mazda of Mohammed. So a couple of interstaters, of course, from Victoria and New South Wales. Mark, how good is it that we have got, once again, you and I have talked about it time and time again, it's good to have the interstaters back in our state.
It is. It's good to see Corey has made the big trip up from Victoria. And likewise from Mohammed from New South Wales, Hurstville. Towing on board, supporting this team. Mohammed is our number 10 qualifier at the moment, running an 8.93 in Q1. Corey was a little bit off, 22-second pass. So he
yet
gets
to
down
see
the track.
what Corey can do in that in the Gemini, in the Willowbank Gemini. Hopefully he can get this thing down the track nice and sweet, Mark. We get to see a bit of its potential anyway, because we know that Mohammed in the RX-7, the car has got some potential. The Hurstville car has gone exceptionally well in its first. It does seem like it should be almost a third qualifier, but we are only in its second qualifier. So if you've turned up late, tell you what, you're in for a show, because we've still got lots of racing to come and lots of qualifying rather to come.
Is there an issue there for Mohammed? It's in the crew. He's all giving the signals to move forward. So it will be Corey Hunter in the Gemini, looking to try and get his first competitive lap down today. Here's our number 17 qualifier. There are 17 in the field so far. Corey's still got issues on the start line there, Terry. Just a bit of a hot skip and a jump. No issues though for Mohammed. He goes 8.34, 169 miles an hour.
8.34. Mate, that's just dusted his 8.9. It's like, there you go. I can go a lot quicker.
Yeah,
nice work there from Mohammed. Good work, mate.
Big jump for the team. Yeah, that'll move him up probably in the ladder as well. Goes up to number 7 qualifier now.
So Patrick Long in the Monster Performance Racing Mazda, of course. Mighty 13B. It truly is a. It truly is an RB2J rotary best. So this thing, look at this. Patrick Long in the Monster Performance Racing Mazda 13B does look the goods, doesn't it? I think a lot of people were pretty keen to see how this car went the last few days. And this will be, well, according to our screen, it's obviously his first stab at the track today.
It'll be interesting to see how he goes here. I personally haven't seen this car before.
Oh yes, as I said, he's been running in testing. But, today's the day. There's quite a bit of a buzz about this car online. I think he's got quite a number of people pretty intrigued to see how he goes. Here's Patrick. Car looks pretty sweet too. Well, talking to a rotary owner, and really, if it's got an RX-7 or an RX anything there, I'm probably going to say it's pretty good anyway. It seems a little bit biased, but that's the way it is. So let's see what Patrick can do with the 13B. Got the wheelie bars set fairly high. And just about to bump it in.
spin on the hit for him.
Once again. A few other guys getting a fair bit of wheel spin. As you said, Mark, the heat and the track. It's, this time of day, probably,
Well, it's not that hot, so I don't really expect the track conditions to change too much from their first session to this session. I think a lot of it's just set up for a lot of the teams today.
Just having a look down the track there.
It's a small tyre for those guys.
Yeah.
You wanted to say something?
No, Patrick's still out on the end of the track there.
Taking the long way down.
Oh, boom.
That's terrible. That is terrible.
The other boys might need to hold up a second because once we need to clear Patrick off the track. You don't want to be coming in hot on the next pairing.
No, definitely not. But yeah, the conditions-wise, I think it's just when you're talking these style of cars with the small tyre, the 289, they haven't got they're not big slicks like we see in these other cars. They're not as forgiving. So when you've got a bit of horsepower, and a lot of these cars are probably 500 to 1,000 horsepower, it's easy to overstep the mark.
Yeah, and especially as we always talk about it, the fact that the turbocharged cars, the boost is as much as the tuner, the racer, whatever can tune that boost in. Sometimes the track has other opinions on whether it can take that amount of boost at that point in time, and as you and I will see that quite often. So. But we're just waiting to see Patrick's car come off the track. Just going out to push it out now, I think. Luke Redmond will be in the Golby's Parts Corona, and Daniel Lake in the Force Performance VL Calais.
And they could combat that as well in the style line. They can just lower the launch RPM, maybe play with tyre pressures.
Yeah.
Look at a few things like that.
I mean,
take a little bit of power away as well.
Lots of things you can move in it. And it's sort of you've got to. It's a juggling game, and you've got 2 days to get that juggling game right.
Yeah, you can probably take a little bit of timing out on the hit as well or something. There's a few things that they can look at.
Yeah. I think the good thing is, Mark, that with qualifying today is that they've got, with their 3 qualifiers today, the weather tomorrow is predicted to be almost carbon copy.
Well, that's good.
So
the biggest variable then from today to tomorrow will be the track itself.
Yeah.
And how they prep it. You've got all these cars going down over throughout the day.
Yep.
So in theory, tomorrow with the prep again, combined with the cars that were down today, it should technically be a little bit better track. So usually on these multi-day events, whether it's like the Jamboree or a Kenda or a Gulf Western or Winter Nationals, each day the track just gets a little bit better.
And it does, yeah.
You're only talking thousands and hundredths of a second, but it's still a little bit different. But it's still still the biggest variable for these teams. Just the day-to-day running is how's the track compared to yesterday, and that's the biggest challenge for these guys. And
I'll be keen to see how it does pull up tomorrow, Mark. You are spot on. I think anybody who's just come along for today's ride and they're just going, oh, this will be good. Go to see a few quick cars. Well, you could probably come tomorrow and see a lot quicker cars.
Yep.
The same cars just really side by side, just absolutely nailing it. Just clawing for that beautiful big Billet J trophy.
Yeah, and we've got 2 styles of racing tomorrow. We've got the bracket racing where the guys will nominate their times, and then we'll have the heads-up style racing where it's the quickest car to the finish line wins.
And that's going to be tough. We've got some very quick cars here.
We do. We really do. And those guys will only get quicker and quicker as they get more data for each lap. And they've been testing. A lot of these guys have been testing all week as well into the lead-up of this event. And, yeah.
We've seen some quick, as I said already, we've seen a 5.8, of course, from Tarabay. We've seen Tony Bellett brought the Barra out earlier this morning and ran a 6.0 so it was pretty sweet. So, no, pretty good. I'm not too sure. The boys are just running the tractor over it. So we might go and pay a few bills there, Mark. We might throw to a few commercials.
The pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program.
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away. XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
At least
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
everybody.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-size classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, number 1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Well, Mr. Mark Allen, it's just you and me and Jamboree, and here we go, Luke Redmond and Daniel Lake. We are back in the house.
Yeah, we're into Bosch Motorsports Modified Compact Qualifying Session number 2. Big thank you to Bosch Motorsport. They're a division of the global Bosch company, leading supplier of technology and services worldwide. ECUs, digital displays, data loggers, power management boxes, race car ABS, fuel injectors, they've got the lot. Over 5,000 items available from Bosch. Check them out. Support those guys that support the Jamboree.
5,000, that's a ton. Here we go. I wonder if Luke Redmond's got any. Luke ran an 8:36, yeah, and that's an 8:3 in that little Corona earlier. 9:1. Whoa! And from Dan Lake. But Luke's going to keep the foot in it. He's going to have a crack. 9:12 at 160. Daniel Lake says, nah, I'm going to err on the side of caution, and I'm not going to drive out of that wheel spin.
So the modified compact bracket, if you don't know what that is, it's a die-your-own bracket designed for full-bodied, rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, front-wheel drive sedan-style vehicles using 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, or 6-cylinder overhead cam engines or 2 or 3 rotor engines running 9.99 seconds or quicker. There you go. So that's what this class is, modified compact. So basically, when these guys get into racing, this is one of those classes where they will nominate a time themselves. So imagine Aaron Murphy, if he dials in a 10-second pass, and Cameron Burserio in the Hilux beside him dials in an 18-second pass that he ran in qualifying session number 1. Cameron in the little Hilux will get 8 seconds head start, and basically it's the first person to the finish line that doesn't go quicker than their nominated time or red lights, and they'll get the win.
Perfect. That is exactly what's going to happen, Mark. We got
in tomorrow's racing.
Cameron and Aaron. Aaron gets out with 401. Well, Cameron, he's still sitting there with the little ute just idling away, looking. You can see him just in the cockpit there, just searching.
He's got a parachute on the back, yeah.
But a 10.15 for Aaron Murphy. The backup is 10.07, so looks like he's going to be pushed back by the official. Says nope. That held a lot of promise too. That little Hilux, because from Victoria, got a parachute on the back.
He does. Well, that indicates he'll go over 140 mile an hour because of the safety rules.
That. Yeah. When a car rocks up and it's got a parachute on the back, that looks as sedate as Cameron's. I love that. It's just like it's going, yeah, mate, the little hidden demon you don't know about. So Ben Clark and Nigel Hartas in the VL Calais. And so it's a battle of the VLs, Mark, with this run. It is good, mate. I still cannot get... Oh, I just realised something. The people up over there on the other grass here, we've got their big, flash, round chairs up there.
Where are we looking? Oh, yeah.
It almost looks like a beer garden. I mean, not allowed to have beer here, but almost looks like it, doesn't it? Nice big bird out there from Nigel. Coming through. Woo! Nice work. The Hutters.
Okay, let's have a look what they ran in the first qualifying session. So Nigel went an 8.75. He's in the speedway lane closest to the grandstand. He's currently a number 4 qualified. Ben Clark ran a 9.56. Currently qualified number 9. So both these guys travelling this weekend. Nigel all the way from the ACT, Clark, New South Welsh. Reaction times are really good, both sides of the track. 0.40 for Clark and 0.83 for Hartis. And Hartis will go through at 9.30 at 146 mile an hour. Ben Clark goes at 9.60 to 141 miles an hour. Neither driver really improving on their earlier pass today. But I would expect right now these conditions will probably be 200 or 300 slower than what we had this morning.
I reckon you're right.
Just weather-wise.
Yeah. So can we have the GDR guys to the staging lanes? We also have Pro Mod J275 if you aren't already there. We got the battle of the Cortina versus the Gemini. Parry Georgeson, the 13B Turbo. 10-second cars.
You can see Parry out here racing. Willowbank racing. 1:33, 149 miles an hour for Troy Lewis. He improves by over a second of there on his earlier pass. Parrot Georges, he improves by a second as well, goes 11.00 to 121 miles an hour. Troy Lewis will move up to number 9. Georges will move to 14.
So, mate, Christian Golby and Dean Ferris actually looked on the entry list. He actually had on the entry list as Disco Ferris. I reckon Dean
Disco
is
Dean,
eventually going to shorten his name to just Disco, like Prince. You know what I mean? It's just going to be just Disco, and everyone's
Disco.
going to know that awesome-looking escort van is just.
We'll start it
runway
now. We'll
disco.
just call him Disco. Each time it comes out, here we go, Disco.
Disco. That's it. We're cutting
There you
out
go.
everything else, mate. That's the way it's going to be. So, mate, I'm going to have to vacate the chair after this run because I'm going to go down and give out some trophies for the guys in the sound off.
Yeah, red light there for Christian Golby. Sort of dragged through the beams. Ferris went red as well. Not that it matters. We are in qualifying. Dean Ferris will go through. He runs 8.68, 156 miles an hour. Christian Golby will just roll through here. And he goes through for a 14-second pass, 69 miles an hour. Unfortunately, Golby, I think, might have just dragged through the beams, building up on the boost there. And doesn't improve on his earlier 8.99. So Ferris, Dean will be currently number 3 qualifier. Christian will stay at that number 6 with that earlier 8.99. Next pairing out, we've got Robbie Butler, one of my favourite cars this weekend, in the Corolla. Taking on Naomi Vandertype in the Sylvia. I know Robbie had some issues in the first pass. It's a little bit cleaner this time. The little Corolla, they can run into that 8-second zone. He goes 8.93, 158 miles an hour. Naomi goes through with an 8.60 at 163 miles an hour. Both drivers improving on their earlier passes today. Robbie with products that you can get from Bosch Motorsport. Nick Baxter, number 9 qualifier in the Lexus for Euro Service and Repair, to take on Troy Dumbrell in the Mazda. He's our number 6 qualifier, is running 8.95. Nick Baxter, number 9 qualifier at the moment in that Lexus, ran an earlier 9.26. We have seen him dip into the 8 zone in this Lexus.
What can he bring to the table, Mark?
That's the big question. It's all about consistency in this class, though. You want a consistent car that repeats the same times. Very too much. Nick's a really good racer as well. Gets out with a 1:37 reaction time here. 7.88 for Troy. Troy's got some issues, but Nick Baxter will go through. Runs an 8.97 or 154 miles an hour. Nick Baxter steps up a little bit as well. He dips into the 8-second zone. 154 miles an hour, and Troy rolls through for a 16-second pass, but Nick may jump up a couple of spots in qualifying there with that 8.97. Not that it really matters where you qualify in these die your own classes, because it is about having a consistent car and being a good driver on the reaction times and that.
So you can see Nick does jump up a couple of spots up to number 7 there with that 8.97. Troy Dumbrell will stay in 6th.
It's really tight there in modified compact when you look at the current qualifying ladder. Luke Redmond's their number 1 qualifier with that 8.36. Naomi Vandertype is number 2 with an 8.60. Dean Ferris rounds out our top 3 with an 8.64. And it's a huge field. How many cars we've got qualified so far here in modified compact? 17. There you go. Basically, you just got to dial in quicker than 9.99 seconds tomorrow.
Yep. Well, just a call out, we need to have our modified 10.5s, J275, GTR, Pro Mod and Extreme to the lanes, please.
Nathan Peters now in the Valiant to take on Tim Hawkins.
What a great looking Valiant that is down there of Peters. Runs for a real dyno. Came out earlier, went 970 at 137 miles an hour. Tim Hawkins is an 808 wagon, 13B on board for him. Has run a 10.14 earlier today at 130 miles.
Yeah, Peters is one of those cars you think you'd see over in the Shannons Show and Shine.
Yeah.
On display, but here it is on the racetrack. Putting on a show for us here, and the great crowd we've got for the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. Tim Hawkins now waiting on him to bring the wagon into stage.
Nice pick up of the wheels there for Peters in the Valiant. The 808 wagon was just simply out of there, just left, no mucking around, goes on through for a 10.08, so improves by a couple of tenths of a second there. Nathan Peters a 9.59 in the Val, 139 miles an hour. So he too improves by 2/10 of a second.
Yeah, both drivers improving there in their earlier passes. That's always a good thing. Next up, we have got in front of us Matt Lyle in the Mazda for Enviro Waste Services to take on Vincent Trent in the Civic.
Yeah, I didn't see Matty come out in the first round. Great to have Matt back here in Queensland. Of course, he is a Sydney sider. Runs for Enviro Waste Services in the little 100, as we call them, the 100. Vinny Tran beside him, this Civic, a 16.67 already on the board. Sounds as though the rotary of Lyle, though, has just gone quiet.
Yeah, he's Matt Lyle has actually done a pass yet today, so it looks like they're struggling to get in gear. Maybe I can see the guys in there playing with the gear lever. They're rocking the car. It looks like Vincent Trent's going to go on a solo pass here in the Honda Civic. That's unlucky for Matt Lyle. So they're still looking for their first pass. Vincent Trent ran an earlier 16-second pass. This looks a little bit quicker than that run there.
A little bit fuely through half track, or actually a little bit smoky there through the 1,000-foot mark.
I'll tell you what.
Goes on through for a 9 flat, though. He picked up a whole bunch there, Mark.
147 mile an hour.
Yeah,
and that was not a clean pass. I like it. There's heaps of room for improvement there for Vincent Trent. But yeah, 988 gets him on the board, gets him into qualifying. Currently number 9 now with that 900.
Okay, Elmas Alamavoski. I believe you're just up in the control tower. If you'd like to make your way back up, we have found that item of yours that you have misplaced, as well as Dennis Bartlett. Dennis Bartlett, we have something of yours up here at the control tower as well. You might need it to get home.
We're getting a lot of lost items today.
We are. Everyone's so excited, they're just losing everything out of their pockets. Well, that has brought a close, I believe, to Bosch Motorsport. What were we in? Modified Compact.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to go move into
some extreme action.
Extreme. Let's quickly talk about the extreme class. So basically, the extreme class is another drive your own class. It's designed for dragsters and altereds using 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, or EFI 6-cylinder, or EFI V8s, turbos, 2-rotor, 3-rotor, 4-rotor engines. So basically, you run quicker than 9.99 seconds, and it's a dragster or an altered. Actually, you can actually run a sedan in this class if it's an EFI V8 turbo. So basically, you'll see the dragsters here, and an EFI turbo sedan like this of Damien Boyce in the Chev.
It's a bit of a mixed up bracket, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
You could have anything from, as we can see on track at the moment, the big V8 sedan over there of Boyce in the Nova, or the little front engine dragster, the little Pinto based engine here of Megsy Anderson.
And it makes it a front bracket as well, because it is a die-your-own class, so it's really just about, like we spoke about Modified Compact, just being consistent, you know, having a car that's reliable, that's predictable.
So Megan's actually in her mum's car at the moment, so she broke hers, I think, during testing maybe last weekend or weekend before. She came out earlier in the front engine dragster, went 10.34, 115 miles an hour. For Boyce, this big, awesome looking Nova at 8.06 is already on the boards for him at 174 miles.
Yeah, Damien Boyce, his PB is an 880 in the Chevy, so he's not too far off of it. Oh, he's actually gone quicker than that. Going by this, yeah, 8.8 seconds has got the PBT on the paperwork that's been given to us. So that would be
well, Megan left first in 0.84 reaction time. You know she can drive these cars. Here comes the big Nova of Boyce as he overtakes her. He goes on through for a 7.78. It even lowers that ET down even further, 179 miles. Megan Anderson at 13.43 at 68 miles for her.
Yeah, great pass for Damien Boyce there, 7.78, big speed, 179 miles an hour. And Megan rolls through there for a 13-second pass. So just another quick call for GTR, Pro Compact, Pro Mod, J275, and Modified 10.5 to the lanes, please. But I think the big thing that everyone's got their eyes on is this dragster here in Extreme. First time ever competing at a Jamboree, Tony Bellett. Now, Tony Bellett has always been sort of known for his small block V8 traditional conformist style dragster.
Yeah. I think this is the first time of Bellett, and the Belletts have been around drag racing longer than I or you have,
they're
Mark.
traditionalists.
I think this is the very first time any of their family members have actually raced here at a Jamboree.
I think you could be right. And how about this in the first session of qualifying today in Extreme? Tony Bellett went a 6.05 second pass from this Barra-powered dragster. They are looking to run a 5-second pass. That is the goal. That is the destination that this team is on. Will they get to that destination today? A 6:05. That's pretty close.
And it wasn't even like the conditions this morning were good. They won't be as ideal as what they might be a little bit later today, though.
Later on this evening, this afternoon, when it cools down, you get that cool breeze, the track's still got the heat in it. That's probably the time. Like, it could happen here, because that was a 2/10 jump on their PB, that 6:05. Oh, that's a shame. Issues there, building up the boost there for Bellet. And he will, I don't know if they'll let him back up to do it again. I think they'll send him down. Or he might just shut it off and push back and come back out in Q3. That's a bit of a letdown there for Tony Ballard, because we were expecting big things. And I'm sure they would.
Commentator's curse?
No, don't say that.
I'll put all the blame on you, Mark. I don't mind.
That's okay. That dragster at the moment, when we're talking dragsters, that's probably my favourite dragster in Australia at the moment to watch.
That's a big call.
Yeah. I know, I'm a dragster fan as well, but it's good to see something a little bit different.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And we know it's definitely got the horsepower to make it move.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see Tony back a little bit later for Q3 in Extreme.
Yeah, not a big field this weekend. Just a quality field, though, in Extreme. Have you ever raced at a Jamboree, Jane?
I have.
You have?
I have a couple of times, actually.
So you've raced a couple. Have you got a J trophy at home?
Oh, absolutely not.
No?
Those J trophies are very hard to win, I must say.
That they are. And they are a fancy-looking trophy. I haven't got any of those on my mantelpiece either.
No, you'll have to try.
Maybe I should. Maybe I need to find something to race at a Jamboree.
I did hear there's an alternate along the return road that's got a 2J in. It's a white one. I think there's a bloke by the name of Chris Diggles has it for sale.
I'm a little bit bigger than Chris Diggles. I don't think I'll fit in that.
But no, Jamboree definitely is an exciting race to come and have a bit of fun at.
I've raced at one.
Yeah.
Jamboree.
Back in the day when the 4-cylinder.
Yeah, there was a little 4-cylinder series. I had a Honda Prelude.
Yep. Do you remember the big trophy that they used to have for that? We have that at our house. I may not have won it. My husband may have won it, but it's at our place. It's mine.
It's yours. What's his is mine. As we move into our next bracket now, what have we got, Jane? Next bracket up.
Looks as though we might be getting into some...
it's a modified 10.5?
Modified 10.5. I was looking at modified compact. But no, definitely modified 10.5. We've got Guy King down there in the little Corolla in the speed flow lane. And beside him will be Giovanni Interisi, the VL for freestyle RVs. Making the trek all the way up from Victoria. Came out, went, how's this? A 17-second pass. But he's our number 4 qualifier. It's safe to say that first round qualifying in modified 10.5 did not go as well as people hoped. There was a whole lot of tyre spin, a whole lot of chatter marks left on the start line. Have these guys got a handle on the track now? We're about to find out.
Yeah, well, Guy King, once he puts a number down, he'll give us 5 drivers now qualified in modified 10.5. This class brought to us by Mainline Dyno. So Mainline Dyno log Dynometers represent a distinct forward in dyno technology, featuring advanced load control, data acquisition, and innovative data analysis concepts not offered by other manufacturers. Check it out, Mainline Dyno.
Well, we see Interisi again is up in wheel spin at the end of the throttle. But the Corolla makes a big move there just before half track. He carried the wheels out. When it landed, it just threw the car sideways, made him step out. Still cruised on through, though, for a 9.58 at 96 miles an hour.
You can't do that. 9.58 after the car makes a move like that with the wheel up in the air hanging. It was hanging up there and then makes a big move towards the wall and still goes through for a 9.58 off of the throttle. Put your hands together for Guy King. That was a fun pass to watch as a spectator. I'm sure it wasn't fun inside the car for Guy.
No, I'd say you had a bit of a hold on to your pants moment there. But yeah, good things to come from Guy. And for Interisi, a little bit of homework to do. Go back and rethink those numbers. Let's see what he can bring it come Q3 later today. As we continue on, we've got Johnny Ricker for Iron Services Australia and Adam Popovic. So VL taking on VL. Commodore City. Neither of these guys put a pass down in first qualifying session. I think Ricker may have just broken the beams and we didn't see Popovic come out at all.
Yeah, so we've got a few cars in the modified 10.5 bracket, and I think it's the with the smaller tyre, the small slick, the 10.5. It is about just finding a grip to the track and what you need to do on your setup to get down the surface. And because you're talking these guys have got a lot of horsepower, probably over 1,000 horsepower for most of these teams. And then just finding the right setup from the start line, from your the RPMs and all that right through, so they don't spin. That's the fun part for modified 10.5. Oh, spin again there for Adam Popovic. John Ricker, though, no issues. He'll go through, runs a 770 at 183 miles an hour. Popovic will roll through there for an 11-second pass at 155 mile an hour. That was a good run from John Ricker. And just a quick call for anyone in the Show and Shine trophy presentations is happening now, please. So if you are a person competing in the Shannons Show and Shine today, go to the trophy presentations because they're about to start. Show and Shine presentations are just starting now, so if you want to head down there. Whilst on track though, the modified 10.5 bracket brought to us by Mainland Dyno. Next pairing out, we've got Mark Fossati and Robert Caddy. So Mark in the RX4 is currently a number 3 qualifier with an 842. Robert in the Mazda is currently a number 5 qualifier with a 962 for CQ Rotary. Hidden Valley with Sundays on board there for Mark Fossati on the RX4.
Yeah, Fossati's actually has a physical impairment and is in a wheelchair, so he has hand controls in this RX4. He's been back racing at Jamborees for many, many, many years.
That's awesome.
Robert Cady made the trek down from up in central Queensland. Winners here again to Jamboree 2022. Fossati out with an 072 light. Katie's out having a look at the centre line. Might have to just back it off a little bit. He does. He threw the chutes a little early, went on through for an 857, 157 miles an hour. And for Mark Fossati, it's an 841 at 162.
Yeah, Fossati's impressive. Good reaction time. The car is very consistent. 841 and 842 so far today. He'll be one to watch tomorrow, Fossati.
Definitely.
And I think we might be moving now into our next class, Jane.
Yeah, computer's just having a little bit of a hiccup as it flicks over to the next category. And just another call out for all of our Show and Shine competitors. We are about to hold the trophy presentation, so you may need to make your way to the presentation stage ASAP. And we still need GTR, Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, Pro Modified to the lanes, please. We are about to move into some J275 action with Chuck Jifkins in the Holden Ute. Beside him will be Jamie Jeffries in the Fox Body Mustang for Lucas Drilling.
Yeah, the J275 class.
7 litres on board for Jeffries. Came out, went 10.93 earlier today, 111 miles an hour. And for the Holden Ute, a 16.56 already on the boards at just 61 miles an hour.
Yeah, Race Car Engineering supporting the J275 class today. They're a massive performance warehouse here in Queensland, largest stockist of Aeroflow performance products. They keep a huge range of performance brands such as including NOS, AFR, cylinder heads, ATI products, Autometer, Aeromotive, B&M, Calvert, Caltrex, MSD, Mizzy, ARP Racepack, and so on. Check them out. Find a cheaper price anywhere, let them know, and they will beat it. RCE, Race Car Engineering here in Queensland for your performance product needs.
Yeah, big thanks to Race Car Engineering. Good supporters of Jamboree as well as Willowbank Raceway. All eyes on track. Oh, Fox Body has a stutter and a bit of a move there. Put the foot back on the gas though. Here comes the Commodore Ute. Oh, Commodore Ute through the chutes at the 1,000-foot mark. Still went on through for an 8.55, 114 miles an hour. And for Jeffries, it was all over Red Rover, an 11.58, only 79 miles an hour with a very early click.
Yeah, great pass for Jifkins, 8.55.
Yeah, that shot him all the way up to number 8 qualifying position. So should be fairly happy with that one. Looked fairly clean. I couldn't see too much wrong with the pass.
Yeah, basically, so the J275 class, it's a heads-up Pro Tree start. So basically, first to the finish line wins. The tyres must be stamped 275 or less on the sidewalls and must be of radial construction. So minimum qualifying ET of 950, but it can be full-bodied rear-wheel drive vehicles using 4, 5, 6 cylinders, or V8s, 2 or 3 rotors. Maximum 2 power adders. So it's the radial tyre that really gets back the parity of the class.
Well, Shane Fasciona is up and out of there. Goes on through for an 8.03 in the big Commodore. Matthew Ages in the VL. He had a lot of stutter at the start line there. Goes on through for an 11.16, 96 miles an hour. I'll get that right. I'm having my own stutter.
Yeah, Matthew actually improves. That 11-second pass is quicker than his earlier 17-second run. And Shane Faccioni goes to number 7 with that 8.03.
As we continue on, we've got Osman down there in the Ford running for Empire Mechanical and Racing. And beside him will be Lee Povey in the Calais. A great looking Calais it is too. It's got the goods, goes 7.79 earlier in first qualifying session. The Falcon for Osman had some issues from memory at the start. Went 15.46 at 113 miles an hour. Looks as though he's got issues again and will be getting a push back.
Yeah, Osman's actually run into the low 7-second zone, but he had issues on Q1. It looks like he might have issues here on Q2.
You can see a little bit of a puddle there on the racetrack, right in the centre.
Yeah, so he'll get pushed off here, Osman. So unfortunately, he will not have a representative time on the track just yet. But we do have one more qualifying session here in Race Car Engineering, J275. Lee in the Calais. Povey. Is it Povey or Povey? What are you saying?
I don't even know what I said. Povey sounds a bit more posh.
Yeah, I was going to say Povey. We'll go with Povey. Sounds posh.
Sounds posh. We'll go with that. Tell you what, it does look good. Breathing a little bit heavy through the traps. Goes 7.81, 181 miles an hour.
He's consistent. 7.79 and 7.81 so far.
Yeah.
For Lee in the Calais. Got to be happy with that. Let's have a look at the stats that have been given to us. Had a PB of an 8.1, so that's well under that. I'm not sure if it's old information or not for us on this folder, but that's well under the PB that we've got here in front of us for Lee.
Well, it's always good to come to a Jamboree and have some success. So our hard-working crew just getting out with the thinners to mop up the substance that was left on the track. Number 1 qualifier at the moment in J275 is Asaf Abu, followed by Steve Bazina in the Big Falcon with a 6.99. Varun Sharma in the Oceana Motorsports Supra is in third with a 7.00, followed by Ryan Holt, 7.02. And Satene is fifth with a 7.12 at the moment, Mark.
Yeah, it's awfully tight at the top there. 6.84 though, that's a really good pass in the J275 class. It's going to be tough to beat.
It is,
but have a look at Sharma's speed though.
That's right, 212 miles an hour. We know he's got the horsepower. Can he nudge that ET down just a little bit quicker? You'd tend to think so with a mile per hour like that.
Yeah, I'll have a look at the speed from a lot of them. 206 mile an hour from both Ryan Holtz and Ahan Sedene.
Yeah.
In their vehicles. I'm really sorry if I'm pronouncing some of these names wrong. If you are one of the racers, you're listening and you're like, oh, no, not right. Send me a message. Send us a message.
We need the phonics.
We do.
So it'll just be a moment with a quick drag of the tractors. We'll be continuing on with J275. Then we're getting into our Fast and Furious stuff with the GTR Shootout, followed by Pro Mod, Pro Compact, Pro Turbo, and Factory Extreme. All you guys should be in the staging lanes. And that will be their second qualifying session. So we might just take a very short break and we'll be back underway with more qualifying action very shortly.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
That was a nice short break. We're back into qualifying session number 2 for J275. Brought to us by those guys over at Race Car Engineering. Check them out for your performance products here, based in Queensland. Up now on track, we have got Daniel Barrett in the HSV. The Holden taking on Steve Zena in the Ford, the XW. So I think Bazina's car's probably got something like 3,000 or 4,000 horsepower on board this car. It's something absolutely ridiculous. And around 699, 197 miles an hour in that first session for Bazina. Daniel Barrett in the Holden around a 924, 151 miles an hour. This is qualifying session number 2. Steve Bazina is our number 2 qualifier with that 699. If he wants to get the number 1 spot, needs to run quicker than a 684 currently held by Abu. Bazina's in pre-stage now, waiting on Barrett to move forward. Daniel Barrett in the Holden for spot-on performance. Bazina's car is running best of a 672 in this big Ford. Gets out, spins the tyres. Barrett gets down a little bit cleaner. Both guys, it's not a clean pass for either side of the racetrack. Barrett will roll through there for a 908, 153 miles an hour. Bazina with an 1149, 97 miles an hour. And I'm joined back on the microphone by Adrian. How you going, Adrian?
Good now.
Good now?
Good now. We got some more radial action. Loving it.
Yeah, these
starting
guys
to warm up out there.
Yeah, which is one thing the radial guys don't want is heat in the track. It's
That's
already
that's
tricky
why
enough.
I came up here. It was too hot.
It's already tricky enough for those guys trying to find the right setup from, getting that power management all sorted through those rear radials. Next up, we've got on track Paul Fuller. He's already in towards the stage area, waiting on Ahan. Is it Ahan Setine?
Yep.
In the Toyota for Mortgage Choice. He's currently our number 5 qualifier, but I look at that 712, massive speed, 206 miles an hour. And you usually find the guys with the radials will be a little bit softer, more hesitant on the first 60, 100 feet of the track, so they put all the power in and come home fairly strong. sort of tiptoe off the start line.
Tiptoeing?
Yeah.
Very noisy, dramatic tiptoeing. Ahern put on a very fast finishing 7-1 in round 1 of qualifying. We know this is a genuine 6-second contender. Just a matter of getting off the line.
Yeah, looking at the data that we've got here, 694 is his PB. Full has run into the 8-second zone. And it looks like he's been timed out.
Just struggling to come up on the transbrake there. The crew were waving him away anyway.
Yeah, full of issues as well. Rolls through for an 11-second pass, 111 miles an hour. All right, can I just have a quick call for the GTR class, Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, Pro Mod to the lanes, please. Pro Mod, Pro Compact, Pro Turbo, GTR to the lanes, please. Yeah, so I'm not too sure what the rules are with the timeout in this class. I know it is a Pro start class, so I'm not sure if it's just an 8 seconds. 8 seconds for these guys as well.
7, 8.
7 or 8 seconds to get in stage. So once Fuller was in full stage and Sitane had brought on the pre-stage light, he had 8 seconds then to get into full stage, which he didn't do, got timed out, and that's why we saw the red light flick up on his side of the track. It's a fairly large field in the J275 class.
It's a genuine RB versus 2J battle. LOL 13B in the right lane. 2J powered FD RX7 up against the 3.2 litre stroked RB in bipolar, that R33 GDST. A little bit confusing with the GDR rear quarters on that car. That's just to fit a 10-inch wide rim and that big 275 radial. They don't normally fit. Car has been a best of, I think, a 670. Has been 6.8 so far today. And can we have Factory Extreme to the staging lanes, please? Factory Extreme, Pro Turbo, Pro Compact. We need you in the lanes. Thank you.
Yes, so Akuri in the Commodore, he is currently a number 12 qualifier in a 9:27 the first pass, but that really wasn't a representative pass.
Funny looking Commodore, Mark.
Oh, you're right. See, this is what happens when you look at the screen. You should look up. That is definitely not a Commodore. Not even close. Anyways, he didn't get down the track on the first bar. That point still stands.
That part was correct.
Yeah, Abu with the issue. Too much power on the start line there, just spun the tyres. Akuru, though, 831, 164 miles an hour. A bit of smoke in the braking area there for Akuru, though. 831, 164, so that improves by nearly a second on his earlier run. It looked like a fairly solid pass for the team, Akuru. Yeah, he's got this PB, just an 8-second pass, so that's I'd say that's better on the money for those guys then.
The newest member of the 6-second club in J275, an amazing 2J powered Tirana. Did that yesterday in testing.
Was that Ryan Holtz?
It was.
Yep.
A spot on crew. Absolute showstopper of a car.
I would definitely agree with you there.
Amazing, amazing panel and paint, incredible fabrication, incredible engine. Just a really, really well set up car, but still has to stick that same size tyre to the racetrack.
And that's the real parity for this class as well. You can have all the horsepower in the world, but you've still got to get it off the start line and to the finish line. So Ryan Holtz for spot on performance. In testing, dipped into the 6-second zone. Ran a 7:02 in qualifying session number 1 today. If you can be around that low 450 mark at half track, I think we could see another 6-second pass. 472, 712, 204 miles an hour there for Ryan Holtz. So he doesn't improve on his early pass, but it's consistent. 712, 702. And it looks like the pilot chute might have come off the back of that car, the parachute, as it blossomed. There we go. We can see the crew members, the Willowbank officials, heading out towards the finish line there for Holtz.
Okay, into our GDR class now. A couple of Croydon Racing Developments cars on the start line. Now, I've been told we will see Jun back, Jun 2, driven by Rob Marjan, world's quickest Skyline GDR, or GDR outright. Just maybe not today. We'll be back tomorrow. They're waiting for some parts to put it back into four-wheel drive. If we do see it today, it may well be in two-wheel drive.
Okay, next pairing out. In the so we're in the GTR class now, qualifying session number 2. Having a look at the qualifying order of that first session. So Peter Simon's our number 1 qualifier with a 765. He's on track right now over in the Rocket Industries lane here at Willowbank Raceway. That's the Mound side of the racetrack. He's our number 1 qualifier in the GTR class. Did they just swap lanes? No, Peter Simon's actually in the lane. In the Speedflow lane, on the grandstand side of the racetrack.
They've just set up auto shift on this car. The car is a big handful to drive. Peter's gone from a car that ran 10s to a car that runs 6s, and it's a very steep learning curve still early on in the development process for this particular vehicle, albeit based on the years of development on cars like Jun 2. So they got to the 6-second zone incredibly quickly, but that doesn't mean that you have a lot of seat time driving 6-second cars. So just to take the, put the driver's hand back on the steering wheel rather than reaching for the shifter twice during the run. They've set up auto shift. We'll see how it goes. Dramas both sides. Peter Simon's car stepped out in the left lane, and then all rear-wheel drive for David Abreu. Didn't look like it launched in all-wheel drive at all.
Yeah, Peter, he really stepped out on the hit of the throttle there off the launch.
I think they're just going to have a go with it in rear-wheel drive and see what they can do, and then come back in all-wheel drive tomorrow. Massive thrash has been going on. Driveline dramas of a fairly serious size in the Croydon camp with these big, 2,000 horsepower plus GDRs. It's a lot of extra driveline parts to make a four-wheel drive work.
Yep.
And when you get past a certain point in these cars, sometimes, not for no reason, but sometimes the reason can be a little bit difficult to discern. You can break things like transfer cases, bearing in mind that almost everybody in the GDR world at every level uses a factory Nissan part for the transfer case. And then of course we've got differentials and that kind of thing. And even though a lot of them will use 9-inch centers in an IRS setup and that kind of thing, they still do break. There's an awful lot of load on the driveline parts from radial tires when they stick. But then you've got 4 of them, and they do tend to be very heavy cars compared to some of the lighter rear-wheel drive stuff that's out there. So all of that adds up when combined with 2,000 plus horsepower and sometimes a little bit of gas, sometimes a lot, to very hard-working drive lines. And hopefully the CRD crew have got all of their bad luck out of the way in testing.
I guess it's one of those things, as you make more horsepower, you start finding new weak points.
New ways to spend money.
Yeah. On track though, Robert Marjan.
What's the PB on this car, Mark? I think it's 637.
Well, the paperwork here says 654.
Definitely not. So this is the quickest GDR on planet Earth. Jun 2's gone 6 I think it's 6:37.
Yeah, well, I was actually asking that earlier. I'm like, how long does this paper? These cars are a little bit quicker than what the PBs are on here. It's one of those things for these guys with the horsepower that you're talking, like over 2,000 horsepower. It is all about power management, and the window that they've got to find something to get it hooked up to get down the track is a lot smaller than these guys with the big slicks. But when they do hook up, they go fast. Well, we can hear the sound competition from up here in the commentary box. There's, of course, this is day one for the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree, presented by Link and Tuner's Edge. Sounds like, I think I can hear a supercharger. We might be moving into Q2 of Pro Modified. Fuel Tech USA bringing us support this weekend for Pro Mod. Fuel Tech's craftsmanship technology is built on extreme performance and proof. It comes from where it matters. These sorts of vehicles here on track in front of us, but you'll also find them in all the classes like sportsman, pro drag racing, circuit, off-road, rally, motorbike and marine applications. Fuel Tech's commitment to attain the best results everywhere they compete. Check them out, Fuel Tech. On track in front of us, Terry Sang to take on Neil Murphy. I think this is a matchup we had in Q1 of Pro Modified. Sang, he bumped through the beams in Q1. Now I know Terry Sang debuted this car at the Kenta event at Sydney Dragway, went 3.88 seconds to the half track, the 8th mile. I'm not sure what they've changed when you talk about gear ratios and all that from the half track racing to the full quarter mile, but they have done one big change from that radial event. They've thrown the radials off and got the big slicks on. Neil Murphy continued on from what we've seen from this car previously in the 590 zone, and it was still fairly conservative off the start line for Neil, but I think that's probably a smart thing to do when it's a brand new car and you're still learning your way.
Neil Murphy, one of the few cars at this event to run a 5-second pass. I know that Neil would love to go a little bit deeper. Our current number 2 qualifier behind Paul Canuli with that 573. Result of early shoots. Terry Sang, we're watching the bump. Hopefully they've shortened up. There we go. It needs to get in. Neil Murphy left too soon. Not going to get a slip. We'll get the data out of it early. Terry Sang, an early shoot, 6:49 at 166. 4:10 at 182 to the half. Much better that time for Terry.
Yeah, Murphy, he was on the button. He was keen to go and saw the Phantom Amber, we like to call Chris and I, and took off before the tree was actually activated, so we got no time recorded on that run for Neil Murphy. But he does have another qualifier.
And for goodness sake, if you're in the grandstand, please do keep an eye out. There is a lunatic at the front down there on the grass with a squash racket, smashing prizes into the crowd. If you get one of Chris's black squishy balls in your hand, you can keep that. If you get a coloured one, you need to go and redeem that for a prize down at J Central, down behind the grandstand. And while you're there, why not check out some of that brilliant Jamboree merchandise?
All right, just got another notice that I've got to read out here. Golf buggies are not to be driven along the road behind the control tower. Do not move barriers to get golf buggies through. So no golf buggies are to be driven behind the road, on the road behind the control tower here, and do not move the barriers to get them through.
You go and race them on Champions Way like everyone else.
Yeah. So no Paul Canuli here in this session either. That's interesting.
McKernan Associates Pro Compact time. Lee Doherty with a 798. Spoke to Lee. The car left okay. The two-step set to about 6,200 RPM. When he let the clutch out, the car went down the track and revved past about 7,200 RPM. So hopefully the brains at the pack racing crew have sorted that out. Car sounds very strong. It's supposed to be allowed to have its head as it goes down the racetrack. 7,200 RPM is just the beginning for a Field 13B like Leagues. It's up against Alan Dodd, and that boost works. Really subtle paint Mazda with the 2-rotor on board.
Well, Doherty still went a 7.98 on that first pass as well, so he's currently our number 5 qualifier. Dodd is our number 6 qualifier with an earlier 9.44, but that's not really representative of what that car can do. Lee Doherty over in the Rocket Industries lane. Alan Dodd will be in the Speed Flow lane. See Doherty's in 3 stage, just waiting for Dodd now to move forward. Both building the booster, bumping in now.
That's the first time Lee's had the car up properly. Wheels in the air for the MX-5. No dramas this time. This should be a better pass for Lee. 791. Only marginally. Doesn't sound like it's revving still.
Yeah, all those increments really point towards like a 7-second pass. Looking at that, the tail of the tape for Lee Doherty. But you're right. It didn't sound like it was revving, did it? 791. It does move him up though to number 4 qualifier. So he does move past Frank Canastra in qualifying at the moment. Stephen Barnett still a number 1 qualifier with that 7.38 with the shootout early. Sam Kiprios number 2, and running out the top 3 is Jurgon.
Yeah, Steve Barnett in Blueprint was the class of the field in that round. The car it left perfectly, hit every shift, and then shoots out early. Went through the finish line about 40 miles per hour slower than it was at half track. So everything went perfectly to plan for that car. Everybody else, with the possible exception of Mr. Kiprios, are playing catch up.
Yeah, I think that pass of Barnett from memory was looking like a 670 run with those early increments that we had for him. But you're right, yeah, Kiprios, his was a solid pass for the team, but it's really catch up for anyone with Steve Barnett. And Kiprios will be on track next. He ran a 7.44, taking on Rodney Rayam in the RX-8. Ran a 13-second pass. We know he can go a little bit quicker than that.
Yeah, about half that time. Less than half that time. Solid bottom 6-second contender is Rodney Raham in that RX-8. We're in McKernan Associates Pro Compact. We should have Pro Turbo and Factory Extreme in the lanes. And Street Compact, you can join us as well. Street Compact, you can head to the staging lanes now. You know what to do.
It's your time to shine. Sam Kiprios in the Starlet moving forward. So Rayam has run into the 620s in this RX-8.
It's ridiculous.
It is. It really is. It's impressive. It's
Make
ridiculous.
a really good matchup with Rodney Raham at his best in this billet white pack RX-8 and Captain Cole Wilshire in the 4-cylinder. Is that the dream final that people want to see, 4-cylinder versus rotor? Or do they want a all 13B blueprint versus pack battle? Depends. I know what Janie wants as a rotary fan. She wants all the brap. No, she wants blueprint versus Colin, so that she can see the mighty piston power triumph. Is that right? No. No, that's not right. I'm not sure what that's... I don't know what that's sign language for, but it definitely wasn't right.
I tell you what, for a car with the short wheelbase that Kyprios has got and the power that they've got, they are really consistent in this car from the start line to the finish. Consistently under power and running fast. So this seems to be a great 751 at 184 miles an hour for Kyprios. He had a bit of a drive job though. He went towards the wall, had to steer it back into the middle of the groove there across the finish line, 7.5 seconds. But Rodney Rome just overstepped the mark again over in that lane. 110 to the 60-foot Rome. Rolls through there for a 22nd pass at 38 miles an hour. They were close. They were close at that time. They still have one more qualifying session later on here in Pro Compact to get down the track. Steve Barnett, still our number one qualifier with that 7:38. Kyprios didn't improve with his 7:51 just then. He stays number two with his earliest 7:44. I must admit, I probably was expecting some quicker passes so far in Pro Compact today. A lot of these teams have been testing in the lead up to this event. So I think, did we start testing on Wednesday or Thursday, Addy? Wednesday. So a few of these teams have got a lot of laps under their belts already. We've got 8 cars in Pro Compact in qualifying so far.
Is that across? That.
Of course, brought to us by McKern and Associates. Check them out if you're looking for an accountant and advisors. Check out McKern's and Associates. They've got well over 30 accountants, and they're deeply committed to growing in their skills and knowledge so they can apply this to their clients' businesses. McKern have worked hard to build a personable and confident approach to working with their clients. So check them out, McKern and Associates, supporting the Pro Compact bracket here this weekend at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. On track.
A little bit more up for grabs too, Mark. Pepper Money cash boost on offer. Mr. Doherty Lee has got his, he's got one hand on that at the moment.
And how does that work? The Pepper Money cash? Is it the most consistent car?
So through Pro Compact, Pro Turbo, Factory Extreme, and Pro Modified, Pro Mod. One of each of those categories. So one driver from each of those categories has the opportunity to go home with $1,000 in their pocket. And all you have to do is be consistent. So the one-hit wonders might get you to the top of the qualifying order, but the consistency might send you home with some cash in your pocket.
Yeah, thank you to Pepper Money as well, supporters here on the start line. You can see the Pepper Money start line. These cars moving towards the staging beam now. And that's Chris Hall in the Maz Fix Racing RX-7 and Simon I know in the Mazda Pro Maz. Is it I know or I knew? I knew. So Simon in the Pro Maz Mazda. He's our number 8 qualifier at the moment, so he's on the bump spot. Number 8 for Simon. He wants to improve on that 27-second pass. Chris Hall not in the field just yet, so this will give us 9 cars in Pro Compact once he gets time on the board. Bit of shake there for Simon in the Pro Mazda. Hall was out pretty strong and then lost power about half track, and we'll roll through for an 8-second pass, 8.72 at 109 miles an hour. I think Simon will roll through for a similar pass that he did earlier this morning. He could be consistent if he runs another 27-second pass.
How close to 27 seconds?
Ooh,
that's not bad.
6.28.
27.1, 26.2. I don't think you'd take the money if you won with 27-second qualifying passes, do you?
Tell you what.
Let's see what Mr. Barnett's got and if he's prepared to run it out the back door. 7:38 with a 4 was his last lap. In Blueprint, absolutely hands down the class of the field in Kernan Associates Pro Compact.
I like the name of the car, the Blueprint.
Yeah.
Blueprint, that's cool. Now, was Stephen Barnett the guy that I read about a few years back? He was a diver as well in the Olympics?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Silver medalist, I believe.
There you go. So we've got an Olympian on the track here. And Stephen Barnett, and looks like he's getting pushed back.
Yeah, he was given the shutdown by Willowbank officials. Final call for Factory Extreme, please. Factory Extreme, you should well and truly already be in the lanes. I can see some of you in the lanes, but not all of you. Factory Extreme, hurry up.
So it looks like, yeah, Barnett's still there just behind the water box. So we might be just checking something out on the racing surface here at Willowbank Raceway. It must be in the braking area because I can't see anyone on the track here in front of us. There we go, we can hear Barnett fired up now. The billet boss, the Blueprint, our #1 qualifier in Pro Compact. So you were saying he struggled a little bit in testing, but this past year in Q1,
yeah, that was
really showed some promise.
It was an animal in Q1. Just saving the motor. Very, very smart racer. Steve Barnett has gone to a lot of finals. Has gone to and won finals here at Brisbane Jamboree. Has broken the national record. Previous done. Has been at least one time Mr. Rotor in the country.
So he's a competitive person, is what you're saying.
A little bit. Little bit.
I think you need to have that if you're an Olympian.
Very
in a solo
very
sport.
calm, sort of collected kind of a dude. Never seems to make too much of a fuss. Does all his talking with the race car these days, and has a small but very effective team around him to get this car down the racetrack. Some of the best rotary brains on planet Earth. This car, interestingly, has a very large Puerto Rican following.
Yep.
Because of the Osotec connection and the crew chief on the car. The gentleman that you can see standing up there in the blue architecture. Very popular guy in the world of rotary drag racing. Luxury of the solo passing. Steve Barnett. Again, car leaves fine. Power comes in. Not quite as fast through half track. 678, 186. Was on about the same number at half track, was about a mile an hour down. So not much difference to be certain. But a 672, he's got to be the most consistent in Pro Compact now, I'd imagine. Still.
Yeah, it was about 6/10 difference there for Barnett when you're talking the split between his first pass and that pass there.
What was the first? Oh,
he
it was
was
7-3,
yeah.
sorry. No, Lee Doherty's still got it.
Yep. So I think, and well, I didn't say the shoots out early, but the speed was definitely down for Barnett, only 186 miles.
They were out early, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Moving into the next class.
The scream of a pro-charged engine is unmistakable, but we're not used to hearing it on the front of a six-cylinder. Very unusual combination.
Yeah, big thank you to Vibrant Performance supporting the Pro Turbo class this weekend. We are in qualifying session number 2. Colin Lloyd in front of us in the headsets Pontiac to take on Eddie Hawa in the RX-7 for Enviro Waste Services.
Drama's ready in Q1, no time recorded. Colin Lloyd, our number 2 qualifier, with an unrepresentative 9.8. This is a damn sight more in that car. Pontiac with the Toyota 600 Pro Charger, the manual transmission. can't say I ever dreamt of owning that combination. But I'm thinking about it now. It's obviously very effective.
So he had this car and campaigned it with a different combination a long time ago, like in the G-Gas, like a small block.
Question about it. 8:39, 116 miles per hour. Was going 138 miles per hour at the half, so definitely out of it there.
Yeah, well, that was a 7-second pass for the team when you look at those increments, 500 to half track. So that would have been like a low 790. Maybe dipped into the high 780s with that. It is an improvement. The shoots are only 116 miles an hour. Eddie goes an 801 though, deciding 159 miles an hour. That's good. Vibrant Performance Pro Turbo. Next up, Anthony Matuk, number 4 qualifier.
The first VL Commodore in the world to ever go into the 6-second bracket has been deep into the 6-second bracket. I reckon your personal best number for this car will be accurate.
You reckon? Let's have a look, eh? Pro Turbo.
Yeah.
Anthony Matuk, there's no number
listed.
on it. No,
nothing listed.
VL God, we've got that.
What else do you need to know? It's VL God. That's all you need to know. Known within the team as the God. It's had a wash. Sure. Beautiful paint job on this car. Right down to the race tape. Sits lower than any VL has ever sat before. Very effective race car.
Tell you what, he picked up the wheels. Oof. Still went 4 seconds to half track off of it before half track and rolls through for a 9-second pass at 95 miles an hour. He was definitely running a 7-second pass there until it lost power. So Matuk will go to number 4 qualifier. We've got 5 cars here in Pro Turbo so far. Jay Sadek is our number 1 qualifier so far with that 672. Eddie Howard is number 2 with an 801. Colin Lloyd is number 3 with an 839. Anthony Matuk, who we just seen on track, is our number 4 qualifier with a 909. And rounding out the top 5 is Tony Goodrum with an 11-second pass. Here in Pro Turbo, brought to us by Vibrant Performance, and they've got a little trade stall, I think, just down behind the grandstand as well. You can check out.
Street Compact and All Motor. You should already be in the staging lane Street Compact. If our turboless friends can join us from All Motor, that would be greatly appreciated. Shout out to everybody watching on the live stream at home who can't be with us in this beautiful Queensland weather today. A particular shout out to the staff and patrons of Pietro's Italian Restaurant down there in Sydney. I know you're watching.
We've got nearly 1,000 people watching the live stream as well.
Excellent.
So that's some impressive numbers.
A 1,000 people from the live stream, 900 people from Puerto Rico.
Yep.
And 100 Australians who couldn't get here.
Because it's a decent crowd today as well, which is really good. And obviously race day is tomorrow, so that's when all the pressure gets out on the teams. Want to take home one of those J trophies. It all starts today though here in qualifying. And we've still got one more qualifying session for all of our categories still to come.
Look busy, the boss is racing. Colin Wilshire in the Jet Racing Mitsubishi Eclipse out here to have another crack in the compound turbo 4G63 up against Gina Bullions, who was pushed back in Q1, hasn't got a number on the board.
So we've moved into Factory Extreme qualifying session number 2. Big thank you to Precision Turbo supporting the Factory Extreme bracket this weekend. Colin is our number 8 qualifier. Gin did get down the track in that first session and got shot down on the start line. Now Colin in testing went into the 620 zone. He did a couple of them as well, from what I saw on the Facebook stalking. 3 620, so these guys have found a bit of a sweet spot at the moment in the Mitsubishi. You can see Blaze Hanson behind the car, the man calling the shots in the tune-up and the setup of the car for Colin Wilshire. Gina will give us 10 cars in qualifying once she gets a pass on the board. Factory Extreme is a heads-up class. First to the finish line wins. It's as simple as that. Don't red light, don't cross the center line. Get to the finish line first and you win.
That seems simple enough.
It does,
I can understand that.
Yeah.
Cole Wilshire, 103.419 to the half. It's on a number here, 640.223. Put your hands together, Willowbank Raceway. That is a bad 4-cylinder, 640. Just 0.2 of a second off his personal best. And the first lap there jumps him straight up to the number 2 qualifier behind the only man in this field to run a 5-second pass, Frank Tarabay, running his second 5-second pass ever.
Have a look at Gina's pass, so 695. That's a pretty good pass for Gina.
That's quality as well.
Quality there, 167 miles an hour. I was looking at the crew reactions on the start line, and Colin's crew looked pretty happy with that pass. So I'm guessing that's about what they were hoping for on this run.
I would take a guess that they turned it down. It did leave really well.
Yep.
Went 103, which is great for that car. The important part for that car isn't necessarily that it's stuck, it's that it went straight. They've changed a whole bunch of things in that car. They've changed the rear end. They've had a dead shock that was causing them to turn sideways. All of that's being fixed now by the looks of things. We're moving to our next battle, which pits Mazfix 20B up against a TRP RB. That's a lot of letters. But it's a 6-cylinder versus 3-rotor battle. And basically the big end of town when it comes to Jamboree Factory Extreme matchups. Rotor versus turbo at its absolute best.
Archie Kajeski for the Rotary fans. And Mazfix Performance ran a 14-second pass on that earlier run today in Q1. Dominic Rigoli is a number 6 qualifier. Looks like he's got some issues. He can't get into reverse. They're going to push him back here. Not sure if he's lost power or what. But he went 746 at a huge 230 miles an hour, Dominic Rigoli in Q1. Now, Archie has done a lot of testing here at Willowbank in the last 6 months here, and has dipped back into the mid 6-second zone. I know he went to some bigger turbos. I think that might have been about 12, 18 months ago.
Going back a very long time at Sydney Dragway, Archie was the first 200-mile-per-hour rotary, I think, in the world at that stage in the Beretta. Yeah, 6-second pass at 200, and that was absolutely world-changing. Right now, it's fairly normal for 3-rotor cars to do that. Archie's got the first battle out of the way anyway. The car left really well, so something to build on for Q3. Maybe in a little bit cooler conditions this afternoon. We've got a couple more passes left to go, maybe one pass in Factory Extreme. And the Mazsport cars, well, they're building on quality earlier performances. very happy people in the Mazsport camp. They will have just seen Gina go down with that 695. But bad news for Dominic Rigol, he just needs to put one together. He's the second fastest car, but because of that pretty ordinary start to Q1, he is only our sixth quickest.
I think the crew have spotted something on the start line for...
Just waiting for that timing system to sort itself out by the looks of things.
Yeah,
something out on the track as well.
Yeah, the crew were trying to get the attention of the start line guys there. Whilst we get this cleaned up, we might throw to some ads here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. This should only take a couple minutes to clean up.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of Race Car Engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical
And we are back. Sam Akyal and, of course, Marcus Pepe, Boost Works Mazda, the Mazsport Mazda. It's all Mazda RX-8. car with the awesome little suicide doors on the back. Have one at home. They're a great car, very underrated, and they most certainly don't go as quick as these two babies. So Sam out of beautiful River Hills, out in the Shannons suburbs of Brisbane, and Marcus out of South Australia, all the way from South Oz to run that awesome little. So see how we go. 20B, 13B. Marcus gets out. 105 to the 60. Let's see what he can run this time. A 681 at 177 miles an hour. Ran a 676 earlier. Sadly, we didn't get to see Sammy run the Mazda this time. Did run a 9.1 before, but it does go quicker than that. We know what Sammy can do. Mark, Mr. Mark Allen, we are back on the microphone. You and I.
We are.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? It's hard to believe you and I on the microphone together. It's like it's like the old days.
It's a reunion, mate.
It is.
It's a reunion.
So, mate, once again, though, Mark, you and I are sitting up here in this nice little air-conditioned tower, but it is just a beautiful-looking day out there still. There is not one single cloud in the sky, and there is about, 5,000 beautiful people.
You're right. The only clouds we want to see are from tyre smoke.
Oh, that is a good call. I like it. That's why you're a drag racing commentator, because you know the things to say.
Well, we are in qualifying session number 2 for Factory Extreme, and we've still got a few more cars to come forward.
We did see Dion Amato. I've been watching this car for quite a number of years. The Victorian and the Dynamite Performance Ford, of course. Ran a 645 at 209 earlier. And Anthony Matuk in the Matuk's Racing Nissan ran a 9.3, but we know it's going to go quicker than that, of course. But Dion, that car, really getting a good handle on that car.
Yeah, I was just watching Dion in the burnout. He struggled actually to get a skid happening there. He might back up now and try again, because he can do that. He didn't cross the start line, so he can have another attempt at it. It sort of kicked out on him, and then he had to come to a stop. No issues, though, for Anthony Matuk.
No, nice long burnout there from Anthony.
Let's see what. Let's watch it, Dion, this time around. Let's see how the Performance Ford goes. Yeah, it just sort of spins in his gripping. Anyway, so that's all he's going to be able to do on this pass here, burnout-wise anyway.
So as I said earlier, though, Mark, some nice top end, 209 out of the little car, and it's not a V8 as we know, so the mighty 6-cylinder. So yeah, been watching it. I think Chris Diggles and I might have called it back at the last Melbourne Jamboree, which seems like probably about 4 years ago. The last time they had a Jambo in Melbourne. I'm pretty sure Dion, being a Victorian, was down there at that one. And it was, it's a journey for a lot of these drag races, Mark. As you know, being a drag racer, it is. But to build a car up that you know that it has the potential to do something exceptional, it can take quite some time. And look, credit to him, he's done well.
He really has. It's an impressive car. Running in that low 6-second zone. He's our number 3 qualifier at the moment with that 6:45. Anthony Matuk is our number 9 qualifier. Has run a best of a 9:39 today, so he can go a lot quicker than that.
How do we see? What do we see? What's Matuk going to bring? What is going to happen? This run could have it all, ladies and gents. Put your glasses down. Put your seat up. It's on. Matuk and Amato. Matuk has a look at the wall. Oh, look, he's got a bit of a wriggle on. Here comes Amato. Goes through for a 6:43 at 223 miles an hour. Anthony got it a little bit loose. Got out of it, right thing. Was doing 141 miles an hour at the 8th at half track. So runs at 7.9, but as I said, 140 odd. So he was going well, but sadly, the car did get a little bit loose there, Mark. So
tell you what, though, Dan Amato, though, 6:43, 6:45 so far. And when you're talking that Pepper money, qualifying cash boost, that's got one hand on the cash right now, depending on what he does in Q3.
I'm sure he's happy about that. You want both hands on it.
He's got one hand on it at the moment. He's still got another qualifier. He could just sit out that third qualifier. He could if you want to do. I don't know if you're allowed to or not.
Janie's looking. She's
I'm just listening.
She's thinking, hang on, let me grab the rule book.
Yeah,
So,
how many qualifiers do you actually have to do to be part of this Pepper Money?
Yeah, I was going to say.
3? Is it 3?
Technically, you can't do 1.
Nah, okay. All right, Tony Wedlock on track in front of us for Ultimate Financial in the Toyota. He's another one of these guys. He's gone to some new, bigger turbos, and at the Gulf Western All-Win Nationals, they lowered their PB to a 630.
It was a 630. Yeah, the car shot out like a cannon, didn't it, Mark? At the Winter Nationals, that caught everyone napping. The car did exceptionally well.
So far today, on that first qualifying pass, he went a 774. Wasn't a clean pass for him. But they have been making some steps in the right direction, this team. And they have been, obviously, we just spoke about the PB 630 that he ran in June, back here at the Gulf Western All-Winter Nationals. And it wasn't one, they did a few 630s.
And Mark, the thing is, we did see him, as I said earlier, run a 7.7, and it was a little bit loose, but it was still at just under the 200 mile an hour mark. So we know what the 2J is capable of, as we know what most 2Js at this level are capable of. So Tony's just got to hope that it all gels together. Let's see what happens.
Oh no, he's bumped through.
He'd be just getting some...
that's a lot of smoke there across the finish line, yeah. I think he did that last time as well.
It
on
does.
The last pass, yeah.
But yeah, that's... Flicking his cigarette out the window, that's all it is.
Can we just do a quick call for Street Compact, All Motor, and Street 289 to the lanes, please? Street Compact, All Motor, and Street 289 to the lanes, please. No shoot for Tony Wedlock either, we've just been told, so he's gone... It's going a little bit deep.
Well, hopefully it's all good. Can you see much on the big screen there, Mark? What's
no,
going on?
No, I can't see
not at
anything
all.
on there.
We can see the RX4 Coupe in the lanes.
Whilst we get Wedlock off the racetrack. Well, no, we're back into it, so it's all good. Don't worry about it. Terry?
Mate, I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, here we go.
Moving into Street Compact.
That it is. And, of course, Alvin Johnson and Ashley Reason out of the Rotary Reaction stable over there on the north side. Actually had... sorry, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say big thank you to MTQ for supporting the Street Compact class. MTQ Engine Systems are dedicated to bringing outstanding quality products and a first-class team to ensure customers are getting the best service available. Over 40 years of experience. A lot of products you can get from MTQ.
Well, there you go. Ashley did a little hop off the line, then lost power, and Alvin just smoked it up on the line and just but oh well. So he won't be doing his 10.4 like he did earlier, or an 11.80 for Ashley this time round. But that's okay. It is qualifier number 3.
Yeah, we're into the final qualifying session for Street Compact. Brought to us by MTQ. Next up, Scott Clibborn in the Rotary Reaction Corolla. He gets out with a 6.89 reaction time. Chris Johnson in the Mazda out with a 6.72 reaction time. Clibborn will go through, runs a 10.39, 131 miles an hour, and Johnson an 11.61 at 131 miles an hour as well. Both drivers improving on their early ETs today.
Yeah, Scotty runs it usually at a lot of the different sort of events, Mark. He takes it out to a lot of the airstrip events, takes it on the drag runs when they run it through the different strips and that. So it's a tidy 10-second street car. So, but anyway, we'll get on with the Celica. Beautiful looking Celica from Stephen Johnson and Christy Lee Shelton in the Skyline. Christy trying to get a handle on it. The car on a 22 and an 18. Hopefully she can get it sorted. Stephen Johnson consistent with the 11s. Let's see if he can do it again. Car's looking quick, Mark, so he's going all right. Let's see if it is another 11, low 11. And it is pretty well. 11.44 at 119. Christy Lee, finally, she's got it. Well done. 14.01. She's on. She's got the car with a representative run on her final. That'll give her something to think about when it comes to race day tomorrow, Mark.
I've just got a message to put a call out for a couple of kids that have gone missing. Dylan and Chase. If you can meet your mum at the Jumping Castle, Dylan and Chase. If you can meet your mum at the jumping castle, they're looking for you.
Mum doesn't want to have to go chase Dylan any longer. So Kai Morgan, Joseph Ria, Joe in the Crusader gets out the Civic. A crackle and a pop, but the Crusader is Gone, and Joe will run it through for 10.76 to back up at 10.69 and 11.07. That's got some good stuff to work on there, Mark.
Yeah, Kai Morgan goes through with an 11.74 at 127 miles an hour. His quickest pass of the week so far as well.
So Bradley Halliburton up against Ilya Bendevsky in the Sora, up against the Crusader. The Black Track Performance Crusader has run consistent 10.6s, 13.7 and a 13.8 for Ilya. So both cars very consistent already, Mark.
Yeah, Bradley Halliburton gets out strong in this Crusader. Tell you what, it's going to go through 10.66, 126 miles an hour consistent, all in the 10.60s today. And Aliyah goes through with an 13.76 at 99 miles an hour.
Both of those races very consistent. Can we please have modified compact to the lanes, please? I think both of those races will be pretty happy with their 3 qualifiers, Mark.
Chris Sword in the Ford to take on Alan Willard in the Datsun.
Just see him load up that front end. You can just see him tap and tap. You just see the car up on the brakes.
Can he put a sword to it on this pass? Here's our number 1 qualifier, Chris Sword. Real dyno performance. Ran a 9.72 at 144 miles an hour in this Ford. He goes at 10.31 this time, 134 miles an hour. And Willard an 11.55 at 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, looks like Chris might have taken a little bit out of it. Probably a little bit too quick there. But Travis Beckman and Tara Johnston. Tara in the Next Level Motorsports Supra up against the little Datsun tuned by Ramsdale Racing. Great little Datsun. We talked to earlier, Mark, a lot of those Datsuns these days pretty hard to find. A lot of them would have been rallied to death back in the day. They were the rally car of choice. And you don't see too many around. Away we go. Tara gets out. Let's see how she goes in the Supra. Has run a 10.2 and a 10.7. She's looking for some consistency. And 11.09, a little bit off the dial, a little bit off the time, but that's okay. Travis, a 10.49. That's his quickest by the day, by well and truly by a ton. Put him in 7th in qualifying, so well done. Here we go, Ray Box and Tina Woods. Ray in the Audi and the Mitzi. Tina Woods. Ray gets out with a 101. He'll be happy with that. Has run a 13.15 and a 13.18. Let's see how the Audi goes. He could be a sly fox in the field, Mark.
How good is to see Ray racing anyway? 13.39.
He's got some good stuff to work on there. And a 12.14 for Tina in the Mitzi. Yes, Ray Box. Imagine Chris Diggles having to give Ray Box a trophy.
That'd be a great moment.
I reckon it would be. It'd be that'd be a moment for all ages.
Ian Clifford in the Hilux for Ramsden Racing. He's already in full stage. Paul Clyde beside him in the Mazda. Clifford has run a best of 12.31 this weekend. Gets out with an 0.31 reaction time for Ian. A great reaction time there in the Hilux. As I just said, he's run a best of 12.41, 119 miles an hour. Issues for Paul Clyde on the start line. And Clifford goes through 12.39, 122. That's consistent.
Yeah, that's good. He'll be happy with that.
Good reaction time as well for Ian.
Yeah, give you something nice for tomorrow. When racing happens, he's got to move the RX-7 out. He's struggling to find reverse, I think. The official's saying you've got to go back, and he's saying, mate, I would if I could, but I can't. Now he's got it. Got it going, so... Mate, it's a tough gig out there. Tough gig, I'll tell you what. You want to really get that final qualifier in if you can, Mark. I mean, well, really, even if it's not a good one, you want to at least know that the driver is good to go.
At this point of the day, and these brackets here, like Street 209 Sport Compact and so forth, where they're a dial your own bracket, these guys aren't changing anything in their setups.
Yeah.
They're not. It's really just about the car doing what they expect it to do. And as a driver, if you can do your job on the start line, it will give you some confidence heading into racing tomorrow.
Yeah, no, well said, Mark. Chris Hunter, Ashley Bagdonis in the Nissan Gazelle, the Diversion Garage Audi. tell you, Audis can make some serious noise. So let's see how Chris goes. Whether he can put it into the 11s. We know that Ashley has gone at 10.6, and we'll go 11.42 and a 12.03 for Chris Hunter in the Audi. That's some super consistency there from that Audi. That's pretty nice. So Christine Thompson and Matthew Kelly. Matthew in the Supra. Of course, the mighty Ford utility of Christine Thompson. The turbocharged Ford. 10.6 and a 10.7. Christine, a regular racer, a very good racer. And a 13.3 and a 13.4 for Matthew in the Supra is nothing to be sneezed at either. That's pretty good. Watching the top end on Christine's Ford. Let's come on with a nice kick and boost, but here comes the mighty Supra. Supra sounding strong. Christine doesn't care. 10.67 at 137 and a 9.06 at 164. Well, there you go, Mark. 13.3, 13.4, 9.06.
Oh, I tell you what, 9.06, 164 miles an hour from Matthew Kelly.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah, that goes to number one spot by a long bunch. Long.
So here we go. Michael Osborne and Stephen Beach. Stephen, as I said, a regular to the track, been working very hard on this little 808.
Well,
got it into the 10s.
I can tell you Street Compact is 10 seconds and slower.
Yes,
so
it
you've
is.
gone too quick.
A little bit too quick. That's just like, yeah, well, here we go. Michael Osborne, Stephen Beach. Let's see how he goes. Oh, picks the front left up. Nice work there from Beachy. Away she goes. Osborne just got passed by that 808. 10.59. He's gone quicker again at 128. 11.08 at 124 for Osborne. But Stephen Beach, once again, mate, that was some seriously nice work.
Yeah, Osborne had a really good reaction time as well. Next pairing up, Luke Ty in the Gemini to take on Edward Gitcham in the Toyota.
I love that. How good is it?
Very strong. 6.79 reaction time for Gitcham.
Mate, you and I being street racers, I'm telling you what, a lot of these guys are leaving a lot on the tree. That better stop tomorrow.
You know, if it is your first time racing, you don't want to wait for the green light. You know, sometimes
you're giving
you've got to risk
advice
it
now in the final qualifier.
Yeah, in
Thank
the final
you, Mark.
qualifier. Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't wait for the green light. Look at the third amber. Leave on the third amber. You know, you've got to get out of your stage bench before your time starts.
Now,
So.
this bloke should be able to tell. Look, Rose Octavia, he's in the Supra, and he's up against one of our fellow commentators, Wade Benson, in the Ford.
If Wade doesn't go 00 here, you might as well just park it on the trailer. Wade.
Yeah, I think so.
00 or go home.
Mate, if he doesn't have success this weekend,
no, 266, Wade.
Actually, it's not too shabby though.
Give up, Wade.
066. How good is he?
He was actually pretty good there, Wade. Rose Octavia, though, he's going to get to the finish line first at 12.48, 112 miles an hour. And Benson at 16.35 at 84 miles an hour.
Well, that's some serious consistency then from Wade. So let's see how he goes, eh? That'll be good. I hope he does well.
He's got to do us proud as a commentator.
This bloke, on the other hand, well, I don't know so much. Simon Isherwood, Adam Williams.
Is he another one of these guys that should be going 00 every pass, Simon Isherwood?
Oh, of course he should. He has a car that runs 200 mile an hour.
95.
95. Well, the commentators did better.
Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing, really, isn't it, from Isherwood?
Here's someone who should back it up. You are absolutely right. Isherwood runs an 11.86 and 118. And Adam Williams goes through for a 16.16 to back up his 15.99 and his 15.83 in previous qualifiers. Here we go. Here she comes, the lady of the moment.
Check 1 2.
We
check
love
1 2. Check 1 2.
We love the fastback. So Trent Bianco in the little Fiat X19 up against Maxine Box in the fastback. I'll tell you what, how interesting, what a combination on the line.
Maxine needs to leave before Amber coming down, I think, there. 21 seconds, this car ran qualified.
I'm just loving Mark's commentary in the final qualifier. 11.26 to back up at 11.26. Trent Bianco, mate, you are on fire. That is good work from the Tyre City X19. Maxine, 21.86 to back up at 21.84.
Tell you what.
Might be 58 miles an hour, but it's consistent, Mark.
I can't wait to watch Maxine in racing tomorrow because she's probably going to give up like a 10-second head start.
Oh, I
on a lot
love
of these
that.
cars.
I
How
love it.
fun is that going to be? She's got to pick up on the reaction times a little bit.
That's it. We're just about to get loud. So modified 10.5, extreme, modified compact, street 289. We are into all motor, Mark. Michael Williams and Matthew Wood. All motor. Williams and Wood. Final qualifier. 13.3, 13.3 for Williams, 15.36 for Wood. Wood hoping to get the little Mazda down there. Had a little bit of an issue at the last run.
I would hope he does.
Speed gets out well with the 0.92. That's a good line. Let's see how close Michael goes to that 13.3. If he gets a 13.3, he'll be right on it. 13.27 goes a little bit quicker. And Matthew Wood at 14.83 to back up at 15.3. Well done to Matty Wood too.
Yeah, that's good from Williams. The Beatles fairly consistent, only 500 spread in qualifying. You'll take that every day. Connor Macanos to take on Nick Bentz.
So Bentz in the Beetle. The SIC 100 Racing Mazda of Vaquinos. Great little RX4 sedan. Probably about a 90 at the rear, probably about a 74, 75 model. Came out with a 13B, still has a 13B, but Connor getting it to run 12.2s, 12.8s. Let's see if he can better that 12.2. I reckon he just might have a chance to hook up. Has been had a fair bit of wind. The Beetle don't mind. Nick Bentz says, I'm out of here. Side by side, the Rotary and the Beetle. That's nice for the final qualifier. 12.00 for Bentz and 11.94. We thought Connor might go a little bit quicker, and he most certainly has.
Yeah, we got really good conditions here in Q3 for Bulletproof Diesel All Motor. Big thank you to Nick Jack, the sponsor of All Motor, for his passion and supporting this bracket with his company, Bulletproof Diesel. They service earth-moving equipment on any size truck, full roadworthy, and HVRAs available for trucks and trailers. They also do export container load outs. And Nick is also racing in this bracket this weekend.
Certainly is, Mark. Jason Cross, the Beatles. It's a battle of the Beatles. Gets out with a 0.74, does Frost. Burnett out in front, of course, for the this qualifier. A 12.01 to back up a 12.08 and a 12.93 to back up the 2.13s previous. So Jason Frost and Brendan Burnett, you have arrived. Well done.
I think a lot of these guys are really improving.
They are,
because it is getting a bit cooler.
Yeah.
So naturally they're going to make a little bit more horsepower, which will equate to 200 or 300s at the finish line.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. We're not seeing any sporadic time. We're seeing a lot of the guys doing very well.
Really
Mark.
consistent.
We're going to see some awesome racing tomorrow. So Mark Costanzo and Jason Stoodley. Jason Stoodley, ex-track champion here at the track, has won Jamboree All Motor before in Sydney. In the Cortina, Barra-powered, Costanza, of course, in the Mazda. The little beautiful-looking Lube at 808. I love that green. The green is nice. 13.5, 37 for Stoodley. Stoodley gets out with the red, but a 006 red. He won't mind that. He's probably having a test of the tree, Mark.
He might see if he runs another low 1170 pass here for Stoodley. He goes through and it's an 1178. 112 miles an hour, and Mark Costanzo, he doesn't improve on his earlier 13-second pass, but he's in the field, and hopefully we'll see him tomorrow here at race day.
That car looks like it's only just been finished. It's a very, very
tidy,
sweet-looking ride, yeah, very nice. And he's kept it all 808 too, Mark. He's got no RX3 front or rear on it. He's kept it as an 808, which is a rare thing, a late model 808 as well. Which are even rarer thing, because a lot of people didn't want them back then. Could have picked them up. You pick them up for nothing. Nowadays, really, well. Anyway, so it looks like we've got Michael Holman coming through in the V-Dub. Nice burn out there from Holman in the V-Dub. Doombug. Whoa, pops has run a 12.2 and a 12.8 earlier. Let's see how close Michael can go to those times. At 110 mile an hour, the Doombug looks pretty good though. 12.56 at 106. So that's right smack in the middle of his two previous runs. So that gives him something nice to dial in at tomorrow when we get to racing here. So good work to Michael Holman in the Beetle. That was good. Well, looks like I'm going to be welcome back to the microphone. Mr. Christopher Diggles, how are you, my good man?
Oh, great. I've just come off the slippery slide thing there at the back, mate. What a thrill. What
Mate,
a thrill.
I didn't know where you were going with where you've just come off the back of there, mate. What is going on? You went on the castle?
I did a little bit of a long lap to get here. Yeah, it took me a long time to get between the jumping castle and the slippery slide.
Jamboree is a festival. You're allowed to try every ride.
Well, you should try everything. That's what I've been trying to tell people for 20 years. Try everything. Check it all out. There's a lot of fun out there. And, and you know what? I've seen some of the world's most personal jumping castles go down this racetrack. I call them your own personal roller coaster. That's what these things are. If you can never afford to build yourself a roller coaster, build yourself anything with a bit of horsepower on it. And that's your little personal roller coaster.
Mate, they call it porpoising, apparently.
Oh, well, that's the F1. That's what happens when you spend $200 million on aero and get nowhere. Yeah.
We call it dolphining here.
You know how many billet blocks I can buy for that? Paul Tester and Chris Adams, Street 289. Oh, Mr. 2600. I think he's got the small tyres sorted in all conditions. That first one was just a bit of a frightening one. There's a backup, 776. He ran an earlier 777. There's a 901 for Chris Adams, and the little Dado went 882 before. So that's their qualifiers all run and done, Tez.
That's it. How quick is that, mate? It's like all of a sudden, so we're getting into some... We're all these final qualifiers, Chris. It's kind of a little bit scary because this is where it'll make or break you, this final qualifier.
And the good thing about two-day events is that you get to this last one and it either all goes really well for you and you're ready for tomorrow, or if something goes horribly wrong, you've kind of got overnight to get back in if you want to fix something, change something. And you know what? That's why I think I'm going to hang around the pits a little bit this afternoon and this evening after we do our Pepper Money Cash Boost presentations and everything, just to see who's doing what, because there's a few agendas here this weekend I can sense. They just want to get down to PB levels and everyone get some good runs down. And watching that last session at ground level, I'll tell you one thing, it's all there.
It's an intense vibe, isn't it?
This guy, again, just when this bloke can't keep coming to another Jambo and we go, come on, Silky, what do you got this year? This thing is another beast altogether now. He's decided to go along the ground, well, normally along the ground with a fair degree of intent. The SR20, it's a lot stronger, it's making a lot more power. He's a little bit hungrier, Silky, to really give this a shake. He wants a 7-second four-cylinder street car like everyone else in Queensland, like, Hoff and all those guys. Well, there's no other ones other than that. Of course, we've got a lot of 8-second four-cylinder street cars in Queensland. Robbie Butler was out here before with his. I think he's nearly into the 8s as well. Hoff into the 7s. We've got the blue one, Slaney as well. And then we've got this guy finally back, Patrick Long, the Monster Performance Racing RX-7. Now, look, I think he's been notable in his absence, very obvious in his absence. He has not run a run today. Yesterday he tested and made the quickest 13B 28.9 run in the country, I think 7:40 or something. So just when you think we've seen everything in Street 289, here comes Q3, and the first and only shot Patrick Long's given himself.
Chris, he ran before.
Oh, he rolled the beams, mate.
He rolled the beams, mate. So
yeah, there we go. So
that's like a soul destroyer.
I wonder whether there was any data. Did he get it to the other end, though?
Yeah, it was quick.
Yeah, well, you know what? You got to be able to now do it within the lights, because that's how we go racing. You just can't be racing invisible. This ain't Grudge Kings. Not Grudge Kings. No prep. Grudge Kings, we get lights, we get trees, we get everything. I'm sorry, I meant to say no prep Kings, where you seem to get a green and then no ET and no result. I want to see numbers. I want to see all the ambers go. I want to see who flinches first. I want to see a number on the board. Patrick Long, can you give us a number? Silky, can you give us another miracle, son? It's this time of the day where magic happens at Jamboree. And timed out. Is it a timed out deal? Oh, double paddle for Silky. Oh, we timed out at 7 seconds, isn't it? We bumped that in there. And Silky, hold on to it, son. Oh, boy, hang on. So he won't get an ET. Look, we probably slip Patrick in tomorrow anyway. An ET would have been handy. 840 with a huge pedal and a big epic moment down there for Michael Silky. The 1200 is okay. I'm glad. Jane, you've got to be careful with your hand signals. You did this, and it's like, what did he loop it? Yeah. He got down the loop. He got around the loop. He didn't loop it. Thank you,
Or he was
Jane.
making a pancake. I don't know what she was saying.
Man, mate, 8:30 earlier on today was
they
a
would have
miracle.
dropped the bass. I don't know what was going to happen. She would have dropped the bass.
That was a huge spin of a massive Lazy Susan there or something there, mate. That was massive. DJ Jane on the Lazy Susans. It was an epic run from Silky. A lot of smoke down the end. That thing was breathing hard. I don't know what's happened there. He's really breathing hard. Unfortunately for the RX-7, timed out. Like, you've got to get those things in when there's two bulbs on. There's time a ticking there, and you've just staging. We talk about this all the time. It's the simple most procedure you need to know about drag racing is how to stage a car. Now, everyone knows how to stage because that's what the lights tell you to do. There's your bulb, there's your bulb. How you control your car in order to engage the opposition in the art of racing each other, i.e. how do you get the tree to get thrown, one, get into stage. How many times have we seen in past and present the difficulty sometimes that just steps into someone's game. One day that just it's like a rugby league player knocking the ball on 3 times in a game. It's the most basic thing.
And everybody's
everybody's
aiming up on him after
it
that,
happens.
so you know that.
And you've got guys that you know will stage a car every single time percentage-wise, and then you've got combinations that are just a little bit unpredictable that might just not give them what they need, and i.e. move this thing 3 inches forward with 2,000 horsepower under my button.
Get in there.
And that's the little fine art. It's trying to thread a needle while going over a speed bump. That's literally what this is, trying to stage some of these cars. And they've done a great job up till now, but that time out there's hurt him.
Mate, I'm just thinking about you're giving us a lesson on how to make sure that you don't get double bulb in your stage on time. Well, you nearly didn't make the final race one time, mate, when I was here. It was soul destroying. You didn't even make it into the. You were here in the lanes, and where was Chris Deagle?
The car was here, but I wasn't here.
There,
yeah, no, that was different. No, that was different.
I don't think you should be preaching.
I know, I
to
shouldn't be
buggers,
preaching.
Mate.
Yeah, look, when you crap a starter motor and you had a spare starter motor, you would bring it with you, not leave it at home. And
well, it's not a big item.
No,
it's not. You know what I mean? Look, really, lesson learned, I suppose. Chris.
Yeah, well, it was, mate. It was. That was an exciting time.
We were all on tenterhook, mate. We were so tense. Here's Chris. Is he going to show? Is he going to show? No.
All I had to do was get to round 1 and could have done the record then, and then the starter motor dies that morning, 20 minutes before round 1, and then I make the decision. Well, you know what, everyone, we're a little bit delayed at the moment. I'll run home and get it. And just as I reached up onto the shelf at home to grab the spare starter, my mate rings me and the thing's running in the background. He goes, "We fixed the starter, where are you?" I said, "I'm 56 minutes away from the track." 7 minutes. I think we got to Yamano and they rang us and said they've just finished it, so don't worry. But I told my wife all the way home and back, don't make this a life or death thing. Just don't stress. Drive home at the right speed. Let's not race. I'm not in a rush. I'm not back in time already. I already know that. But yeah, it was close. My mate Paulie was going to put that thing in dressed as me. Like if he goes, he rings me and he goes, "Where's your helmet?" I said, "It's in the car." He goes, "Why?" I said, "Have you got my fire suit on? Are you literally a helmet away from impersonating me and taking the thing out, acting as me?" And he goes, "Oh, maybe." And I said, "Mate, have you been that?"
Oh, I like that. Thank you for being me. No, if you've been that,
I should go.
That's harsh.
Okay, we've got some news here, and that means that we're down for a bit, so we don't know which lane.
It'll be Silky's
It is.
lane.
Okay, so there may or may not be pieces of something down in that far lane from that Datsun 1200. There may or may not be
pieces of attitude,
chunks, liquid, whatever. So
attitude.
we have a downtime period here of upwards of 30 plus minutes, folks. So I guess I'm going to go and get the forehand warmed up and get back out there. Is there anyone out there still interested in catching a ball if I come out? Does anyone put your hand up if you're willing to?
They are.
Hands up. Where's all the patient diehards? Would you, if I came out and cracked a couple of balls out there, would that help ease the pain? Yeah, okay. Well, I'll try and come have a bit of a crack there, and we've just got to go to a break
Mate,
now.
Are you going to change in your tennis
we
gear?
won't. Well, I can take this off and the tennis shirt's under it, but
You've got your J headband on. That's all that matters.
Well, look, folks, we were asking if you want to go down to the J tent there. We've got these J tennis sets now. So we've got the Jamboree headband. You know why we haven't sold a few is because we need a mannequin's head down there with mannequin hands showing the Jamboree wristbands and the Jamboree headbands. So there's a beautiful little tennis set there. Christmas not too far away. So go down and get those, get the tennis gear. So if you know someone that plays a bit of tennis, an auntie, an uncle, a grandperson, anyone, Yeah.
Mate, you know where you need them
You,
for?
you might have a child that could be the next Ash Barty, or unfortunately the next Nick Kyrgios.
Mate,
But
I can tell you now, the best thing that the wristbands are for is when you go to music festivals.
yes,
That's when
yeah,
you need
that's
it, 'cause
it.
it's hot. Brisbane has the hot summer music festivals. I've got some coming up.
Well, there's one here right now. There's a hot summer.
This is a summer festival.
There's been a hot Rotor festival here today, actually, that we've been involved in.
It has been the Rotary Day. I have enjoyed it immensely, and we're just about to got two who are due to come up when we get this track all sorted, which will be Carl Herbert and TJ Graham anyway. So we might go to pay some bills, maybe do a few commercials.
Yeah, we will do a few commercials in the short term, and I'll go down and try and get the hands on the racket and get out there. Big shout out to everyone out there enjoying Jambo, and get down and get that tennis
your
stuff
merch.
there. Get that merch down there. It actually has improved my game since wearing the wristbands and the headband. My game has improved like you wouldn't believe.
That's because you don't play.
No, but just with the girls. That's what I'm talking about. That game. It's
game.
unbelievable. It's like they feel sorry for me, or think that I may be a legit pro tennis player, and I think that's what it does when you get that gear on. That's what it looks like. So I'm going to go down and do a little bit of that. Just a reminder, please, no golf buggies or any carts through Trader Alley. So we're just getting a few guys just still driving in the middle of where all the spectators are. That whole Trader Alley should be vehicle free. We can't get any vehicles up the back there, please. So please do not try and drive a golf buggy through the middle of the Trader Alley. So that's another reminder. All behind here. No electric scooters. So we reiterate the no electric scooters thing and everything like that. Golf buggies are not to be driven, along the road behind the control tower either. Do not move barriers to get golf buggies through. So that's another thing that people are just sort of making their own rules up. So can you please not bring golf buggies through any areas which is a shared area with spectators? Please, it's spectators only, not buggies and spectators. There's absolutely no areas where buggies and people should be walking along together.
Foot traffic, Chris. Foot traffic.
And electric scooters, we don't want them here. They're asking for trouble. They're a thing that we frown upon. So if you see someone on an electric scooter, just let them know. Just say, hey, they've told us that you can't have a scooter here. Get rid of it. We're trying to push that through. This is a big facility with a lot of people in motion. So please do not bring those scooters through. Do not bring the buggies through that trader area. And please be patient as we do have a little bit of a clean-up. But we've got some ads to go to in a sec. A break and back with more here at the Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. Now, Terry, you did the show and shine. How did that go?
Mate, it was absolutely sensational. Actually, we had a couple of guys didn't pick up their trophies.
Yeah,
but,
well, let's remind them now,
mate,
I reckon.
I reckon, yeah, if you want to go over there and grab your trophies from Jamboree Central. But I will let you know. This, mate. I will let you know who actually got the top three.
Perfect.
So the 3-2 and the Jambo, the mighty Jambo.
The quality was amazing out
mate,
there, wasn't
sensational.
it? Eh?
So just let you know, the third place overall went to Nathan Peters in the Valiant.
Yes,
How
that's always.
beautiful. He got a couple of trophies, mate. He was a very happy man.
Yeah,
and
he
he brought his own fan club as well, which was even better. So we had for second place overall went to Freddie Watt in the Mazda REPU utility, of course.
Yes,
which was beautiful.
Yes.
And Cameron Dewsbury, he got King of Jamboree.
Oh, really?
Yep, he most certainly did, mate. So that
What
was
was
in
that
the Tirana.
vehicle?
So that was the Tirana. So, mate, absolutely fantastic. So a big thank you to the gentleman down at Shannons. And we had a show of hands down there in the crowd, of course, Chris. I reckon probably half the people there who put their hands up all have insurance with Shannons. So it was well supported, great show, quality, as you mentioned, mate. The quality, you would have gone and had a look. I went and had a look.
Yep.
Quality was intense. So if you got a trophy today, you've done very well.
That REPU, they're another thing. And I actually
Two there.
I was thinking about this too. How do they stand? Like, will they ever be as crazy as R100, RX2? I don't think they'll ever get as probably dollar-wise as much as every other rotary vehicle that we see, except the RX8. But
their functionality is so much
And
better.
isn't it amazing that there was an American pickup market that had a rotary pickup?
Yeah.
And we missed out on that. I mean, we'd like to say we're the lucky country. And look, we managed to watch free-to-air mainstream television racing around tracks like Bathurst with everything from R100s to Datsun 1200s to, Minis, Vauxhall Vivas, you name it. Whatever we drove on the streets Monday to Friday were raced on the racetrack. I know that probably the REPUs may not have had their own racing series.
We'd have loved that.
But you know what I mean? What we grew up on a diet of, it's shaped our culture the way it is. So now, something that was in the American culture we never got to have here, is a nice angle, and it's hard to find an angle these days in a sea of all the RX cars we've got.
We talked about it before, Chris, too. We didn't even get the seats in the back of our Subaru
Yeah,
Utes.
the Brats, yeah.
How good would that have been? That's not a liability waiting to happen, is it? Really, having two people sitting in the back facing out in a Ute.
But don't you think that that's nifty that people are not only studying what these trends were and what they are, but going to quite an effort to replicate that degree of coolness? Because everything back then at that time was good. It goes through time as this daggy period that no one wants anything and they cost nothing, to this point now where kitsch has always been cool. Now in cars, that's extra cool to have something that is basically back to the showrooms of 1976 or whatever.
And the cars would have a list of like probably 12 different models of things.
Yes.
Whereas nowadays it's like, well, you get the 4 optioned up and that's all you get. Back then, you and I know, you could get anything with a different engine option, different models, different two-doors. It was everything. What happened, mate? What happened to our industry?
You know what? We'll go to a break here, and I know the guys on overtaking lane. We can get to a break just for a bit because we are going to just chill. Chat amongst yourselves. Now, here's a question I'd like to bring up with a few fans out there. If you had to cut off, if there was a year that you had to stop making cars at, what year would that be? Now, you think about that for a bit. Think about the coolest cars that you like, and then from where on that particular year, from then on, can you just let it all go? All right? So think hard about it, folks out there. Chat amongst yourselves. What year would it be? I am still thinking something in the 80s just for me. But you try and think of a number. You might have to go to 91. Oh, but I like this thing, so it's got to be 91. Chat amongst yourselves about which year do you reckon you could cut it off? Because honestly, we're at a stage now it's hard to get cars that are different. We've got that much cookie cutter out there in the automotive in the automotive mainstream, and we're all getting pushed, ramming our heads into the electric sink to say, here, drink this. So we're losing soul out of the automobile. So what year can you just lock it all off? Chat amongst yourselves. We'll have a break and back with more here. About 30 plus minutes here with this oil down. I'll get out the forehand shortly. Crack a few more balls here at Jamboree.
Owners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-sized classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all not being true, but they don't have a clue, 'cause this is me when I cut up.
Just note, drivers, back to your cars, please. We'll be starting in less than 4 minutes. Drivers, back to your cars, please. We'll be starting in about the next 4 minutes. Back to qualifying number 3.
I'm gonna let them talk, but I ain't following nobody else. How can I be resentful when I finally respect myself? I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turn on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they're saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now.
Did you hear it?
No,
Any intel?
I haven't. But obviously, if it's done something down there and it had that much, and the initial, it looked a lot worse, I would assume. But looks like whatever they picked up, they picked it all up, and happy for them to get the call through to say back to your cars. We're gone in 4 minutes.
That is exactly what we did. It was back to the cars, and
I
everybody should be there.
Couldn't even warm up the forehand.
Mate, that's a little bit disappointing because you went out there with the correct attire on and everything. You were ready and willing, and you were tennised up.
I was all tennised up, and then, a funny thing happens to you between the control tower and the start line is that you run into people and have to solve other little problems. And
Mate, we never got to see any balls in the air.
No, not that time, mate. If we still had that estimated downtime like we did, by all means we would have been back out there. But when you made that call, I thought, we're not going to go and climb out there just yet.
Oh, mate, it's still 20 minutes.
It's beautiful afternoon.
I just wanted to get you back in the tower.
Beautiful. Yeah. Well, that was. Oh, is that right? 40 minutes. Right. Well, I'm sure all those people out there are glad to hear.
I'm just going to go get a seafood buffet.
Is there a seafood buffet here?
Mate,
Is there?
I think they sell fish sticks.
Is that? So you can either seafood surprise. So they go, what do you got? I said, well, I've got seafood sticks. Oh yes. So what else you got? I said, I've got a bit of a seafood buffet. What's that? Well, it's seafood sticks cut up.
Yeah. And put on a plate.
In a cup.
And a plate with some tartare sauce.
That's the difference.
The tartare sauce.
Oh, I've also got a seafood platter. What's that? Well, they're all arranged on a plate, bigger plate. So someone's lost a phone. Hands up, who's lost a phone? Can you ring it? No, we can't ring it to see. We have had a phone handed in. So if you're looking for a phone...
did someone get the keys?
Someone did come and get the keys. Yep. And you know what? The man was very accurate with his description.
Did anybody find those children?
Chase, I'm sorry.
Whatever the other one.
I'm sorry. Have there been missing children?
Mate, they were supposed to meet back at the jumping cars. Like Mum and Dad were like, they'd obviously wandered off and decided to. Well, it's a festival, so they decided to explore, I suppose, Chris.
See, sometimes the mum and dads don't know that they've bought a 5-pack of slides, and the kids are on there for 5 slides.
That's right.
Yeah.
The kids are up the top there going, just hide here behind this blown-up pillar, and Mum and Dad can't see us. Who's never done that?
Well, when I went there, I got 3 slides for my money.
I can't believe you did it.
Yeah. I friggin' rock on those things. You know, it's all about the weight. You know, anything down a slide. That's why I reckon in the future we should bring the old human drag racing back to the fore and get one of those good old carnival slide machines that have 6 lanes. And when there's oil downs, let's put 6. Okay, we need 6 blokes over 100 kilos to the staging lanes, please. 6 blokes over 100 kilos. Mate, well, I think that's the next way to do human racing. Let's throw the tree. Oh, mate, you've got to make it soon.
There he is. We've got TJ Graham and Carl Herbert. It's the battle of the RX-8 versus the mighty little RX-3. So,
yeah, speed flow street 289.
There's a man after another plumber, fellow plumber down there.
Yes, God bless him. I don't know how we do it, but he's it's for the money, really. It can't be for the glory. It's definitely not for the glory.
My son doesn't come home talking highly of being a plumber.
You don't normally get to talk about work around the dinner table when you're a plumber. You don't. That's not an important conversation. Never is. Never is.
And the tradies never talk about that. They never talk about the money they make.
Well, the reason why my family don't like me talking about my day, because I go into a little bit of detail.
Mate, and I've seen your posts on Facebook.
And I try
there's a squirter, there's a floater, there's something happening, mate. We know.
Mate,
we digress. We've got some rotaries on the thing here, mate. We've got TJ and we got Carl, and it's going to happen very shortly. 990 for Carl Herbert earlier, an 8-1 and an 8-5 for TJ. So we get to see what the mighty RX-8, we can bump that into the 7s and see how we go.
All right, we need modified compact extreme and modified 10.5 for the ladies, please. All right, rack it up, TJ. I'd like to see one run where he doesn't murder the 28.9s off the back.
Yeah, right. Well, he said they're old. They're old.
He always seems to spin it off the line. Carl Herbert normally goes in the air. They can't get the tyre. Is that right, a tyre shortage?
Yeah, that's what Ben was saying.
That's a little bit better for both guys. The 13B starting to really power in the deep end. 8.51 to an 8.35. They're definitely dipping out the ETs there for us. Now, I do think that dust is a result of some of the cleanup there from Silky's wagon. So TJ Graham, that earlier 8.13. Now, that's been a pretty hectic qualifying lineup. Everything between... Look, here's Hoff now. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Driving into the setting sun. Hoff massacred. World's smallest private roller coaster. Yes, sir. Hoffman, half track, 508. Hoffman, the finish line, 786 over the hill. And for Errol Britton, 811 at 177 mile an hour. That little car is poetry in motion.
Oh, isn't it just a beautiful thing?
It's a nugget. It's an absolute nugget.
Nugget by name, nugget by nature. That was impressive and very impressive.
Maybe we should start a new... Well, he's already called Nugget Garage. You know what I reckon we need now as a new brand? And you've got to see if you can qualify in the group. Nugget Brothers. Nugget Bros. Nugget Bros, right? So you've got to to be in the Nugget, you've got to have the... you start a Nugget association to work out whether it's eligible that you are a Nugget, and you're just the Nugget Brosses, the Nugget Bros.
We're going back onto the plumbing conversation.
Yeah, we are.
So anyway, Michael Sloan, Mohammed Salami, and Hurstville Towing, of course, the Fenrite Oils Gemini, up against the mighty Mazda RX-7 and Mohammed.
Yeah, now Michael Sloan.
Yeah, look, 8.3, 8.9 for Mohammed, and 9.4 previous for Sloan. So, mate, this will be a pretty fair, nice final qualifier for these lads.
Well, if Sloan can get it all off the line without murdering the tyres, that Gemini will give us that 8-second love. Mohammed Salami would like to get that thing into that low 8-second zone again. It can go right bottom 8, high 7s if everything goes to plan. Street 289 qualifying here. Is this our third session? Yes, it is. Pick up the lights. Oh, he likes that. He likes that. Sloan, he likes that. All right, we've both got some good runs coming here. Here comes the ET for the RX-7. 8.12. 8.12. 8.12. And there's Sloan early shoot. 8.96. Sloan early shoot, 8.96. Mohammed, 8.12, 172. Fairly well out the back door.
Yeah, some nice top end out there for Mohammed. Nice work there from Sloan to get it quick up. And yeah, pretty happy with that. Mitch Hamilton, Andrew Robinson, Pasco Jewelers, Rotary, of course, of Robinson, and the Swift Mechanical Datsun of Mitch Hamilton.
Now, he has only had one run, Mitch. 14.37 was the sphincter moment in round one of qualifying where he's in the tyres. Yeah.
Talk about the Nugget Bros, and we've got the sphincter moment. I can see a pattern here, Chris.
I'm a bundle of catchphrases this afternoon, Terry.
I'm waiting for the down periscope, and then we're done.
Down periscope. Is he having a laugh? Is he having a laugh? Remember that catchphrase? Okay, here we go. 4th and 6th and 3 down. Come on, Mitch. Whoa! Up she goes for Robbo. There we go. Nice run both sides. It's a half track. 5:47 for Mitch Hamilton. Check this little wagon out. 8:52. There you go, Mitch. And Andrew Robinson, 10:19's the best. He's run over 3 rounds here today as well. So the RX3/808, 10:19 at 1:26. And Mitch, 8:52 for your Datsun 1200
All of a
wagon.
sudden, bam, he's here, mate.
Well, this is just Australia, Terry. Just Australia for you. 8-second 4-cylinder street car. There's
That's
another
what
one.
you do. That's what you do. Damien McKern, Jono McDade, of course, from to McKern and Associates. Damien, here he is in this. Well, mate, I've had the pleasure of actually going around in that car with Damo around Queensland Raceway. What an experience. What an experience, mate. Beautiful. So the JJ Contractors, Jono McDade, of course, and the Nissan, 10-1, 10-4, 8-4. Oh, ton of wheel spin with Damien. Look at that.
Oh, Damien got the power in. Damien, half track. Hold on to it, please, sir. And he goes through 10.60. Jono McDade will not improve on an earlier 10.14. We know that car's got 8 seconds written all over it, but not on that run. And Damien just murdered it. He didn't really whack it. He didn't really put it extreme for us like he normally does.
No.
But how much power did it have a bit further out?
Stabbed that thing and up she went, mate. It just was like a, it just said, look, here we go. Aim for the sky. That's what you do.
He's going to have to settle for that 8.45 he ran, I think, on the very first run.
Here we go. Once again, Chris, look. Daniel Smith and that Celica, the underrated Celica, and Russell Archer, the RJ Racing Mazda.
Mate, you know what? There's a lot to like about this thing. There is a lot to like about it. It's,
how good is it?
Yeah, it's different in every single way. The wheels it's got on it, the one that it's a notchback, one that it's grey, one that it's got a Honda engine in it. Like it's right up the owner Brendan's alley with what he's able to put together with that car. And Daniel Smith gets to do the driving, and he gets that K24 Honda bumped in. Something happened. Something really sort of clunked at the rear end of the Honda, whether he double pushed the trans brake button or something.
Oh, big puff of smoke there through the end too.
I mean, they are normally heavy breathing, but he sort of brought that up on the converter and it left the line, and then it sort of clunked to the rear end like it looked like it broke something, but unless it's like a little double hit of the trans brake or something he did there, and off he goes. And oh, geez, it's even gone around the corner. So whatever's happened down there is so much smoke, it's not funny. Something's gone around the corner, literally.
It's more smoke than a men's club, mate. So not too sure, Chris.
I wouldn't know what the inside of a men's club looks like, Terry.
Oh, I do believe you do, Christopher.
I mean, a 1970s men's club, I could imagine, would be with that much smoke, but I don't know about them now.
Join me on the Chase Lounge for a cigar.
There is more smoke down there than that hippie fest that was here a couple of months ago. I just needed a moment to think about it.
The hippie fest.
That hippie fest, that was wild. I don't think we've had a bigger crowd.
I don't know what it was called.
Well, I don't know what it was called either. In fact, even the people that were here didn't know what it was called, I'm sure.
They didn't even know where they were.
One guy just sort of telepathically told another guy, next thing you know, there was 30,000 of them here, and I don't know. That was the wildest crowd we've had here, I think.
I think it was the clothing was optional as well, remember? So it was that sort of festival.
Look, before we go any further, let me just tell the crowd probably what we're on about there. Is there was this venue is hideout for various other things other than drag racing, and we don't always use the drag strip. Like, with CMC, this thing literally becomes a bit of a back of house area for cold rooms, trailers, stuff like that. And to me, that even seems a shame. Wouldn't it be good that during something like a CMC, you could do a bit of a, King of the Utes or something, like do a King of the Utes or something, do something.
Troy Casadale be up for that. He's got a cool car. He's got honestly, an EH or something.
I'd want to see out here on this track, Troy Casadale bumping in against, is that
8 minutes?
Oh, okay, there we go. So that's the news we didn't want to hear either.
An 8-minute burn down.
I want to see,
Troy Casadale
bumping in against Keith Urban or something.
Keith Urban's not going to come into Australia just to race his. What would even Keith Urban own? He'd probably own a Mustang.
You know what? I better find out what car he drives, because honestly, that might change my whole opinion of people like Keith Urban. If you drive,
you know what? That is.
That'd be interesting to know. Honestly.
How shallow are car people? You go, what do you own? Oh, Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I
everything
can be your friend.
Everything changes.
I don't think I
after
can be your friend
Everything
anymore.
changes after that.
Yes, I love my Prius. It's really efficient.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you know what? Said no one ever.
Yeah,
I can't wait for the first ever Prius car show where you turn up and they got all these detailed Priuses there. And it's like, wow, you've got the big...
Mate, that's original.
You got the big inverter in there, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, mate, yeah, I've got the double regen on it. Oh, really?
It's original.
Oh, look at this guy, just smart aleck with the bloody solar panels off the top. Look at that.
I got gingham check seats in it. It's
what
beautiful.
What a champion. Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait, said no one. Okay, folks, we thought we'd just talk crap just to gloss over the 30-minute reality that we've just been given. So, yes, I better go and get the old...
30 minutes? He said 8 minutes. How many?
Can we go
serious?
back?
Did he say 30 minutes?
I don't know.
Oh, don't say that. Come on, I'm just going to burst into tears.
That look,
30 minutes. Oh.
It did look... Well, Janie's just messaged me a minute ago to say 20 to 30. You thought that... You thought they were doing 8 through the window.
Yeah, I'm thinking, well, I was just, this is because I'm a positive person, Chris.
Yeah, me too.
I don't like to be negative. I do commentate
I don't
Jamboree.
like, yeah,
everything's got to be positive.
I hate negative people. Yeah.
Mate, you know what I'm going to do?
Yeah, what?
I'm actually, I'm not too far off. I'm going to go give out the trophies to the sound off.
Oh, pardon?
Yes, I can hear you, Chris.
Can you?
Mate,
was
they
that?
give me to give the trophies out because I'm getting industrial deafness as I'm getting older.
Mate,
because that's the only way I can hear the sound, hear the ground move.
Well, that's still going off over there, and they're a unique group of people in there, and I hope they all get to donate their brains to science at the end too, because that's some wicked stuff bouncing out over there. So if you want to go and give those trophies out a little bit later on.
One of my street series races, Trevor Johns is actually he's entered the Daihatsu in it, and he's actually used to ride the bikes here. And he's actually wearing his Street Series shirt today.
Is that right?
And he said he might be in with a good chance of a trophy. So, mate, it's going to be a great day for me when I give out the trophies for me and Trevor.
Yeah.
At least.
Well, we've got that to look forward to as well when that happens. Once we get through Q3 of even our pro categories one more time, we've got to see them all. Then we can give out the Pepper Money Cash Boots, which has got to be part of our presentation we will be doing on the line. Like, there's not much else we need to do after Q3 except award the winners of the Cash Boost, and that kind of wraps up our day for today. But we've still got all those to go one more session.
Yeah, they're all hanging on. They're all hanging on with the thread.
We're just trying to get through Street 289, and heaven forbid the people that were packing all the horsepower, there's a few that aren't packing as much anymore, and unfortunately there's a few litros of the old petroleum-based product down the bottom end, which is the wrong place to have it. So that means I'm breaking back for more here, and I think I will have to get out and crack some stuff. So sit tight. Thanks very much for being part of Jambo today, and don't forget tomorrow we go racing very early in the morning, about 9 o'clock. We go out for... we're into battle tomorrow, all rounds of racing, and someone's going to win those billet J's here on day 2. But for right now, we've got that clean up, and unfortunately it looks like it's in this lane, so maybe something with that Honda, whether it's something maybe in the gearbox, I don't know, it can be anything in the engine. They're pretty strong, but it did something weird on the line near that car before it went down. So, well, oh, did they? Oh, there we go. So it looks like they've formally been identified forensically. So we've sent the forensics team down, and it's engine parts, is it? Yes, there's a few crumbs, a few bits of aluminium crumb.
Well, he wanted to know his way home.
Well, that's one way to find your way back to the start line anyway. All right, so I'll break with some ads there on the live stream, and we'll get out in there and get a few balls out to you. But, 20 to 30 minutes, folks, and we'll clean all that up and continue on because we've still got one session of all of that to come this afternoon. Thank you.
Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal. Drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot
Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no. And not through words, not through songs, not through whispers, not through phones. When I look at you, I know that got me in a state of mind. Traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. There we go. Just make sure that works down here on the start line. Okay, let's try that on the live stream. Just making sure the PA works. So you got the audio patch through that as well. Just for all those people watching the live stream, how many do we have on the live stream? A few hundred at least still watching from wherever you are around Australia or around the world. Big shout out to everyone watching on our live stream. Is that coming through all right? I think I can hear a little bit of it. We'll work out here a little bit. I think I don't know where our golf buggy's gone. Our golf buggy with all the goodies, I think he's gone to restock.
Oh, yeah, we're working there. Hello. G'day. Hello. Hello. How you going? Good. Isn't this a interesting part of the track here? If you before you came out yesterday, if you managed to catch a bit of footage from yesterday's testing, we ended up with an RX-7 over the front of this area. Anyone see that? Anyone share that or see that on social media? That's an unfortunate thing. Unfortunately, people spend a lot of time and effort to get their vehicles to events like this. It's just a tragedy that sometimes those things happen. Like we've got at the moment down the other end there, that's not a good thing. This one was quite a unique one. This RX-7 was in the process of a burnout, and then I think just as he came out of the water, he either lifted off the throttle and one tyre grabbed before the other by the look of it. It was the left tyre. Obviously, this projected the car with a bit of speed across here, and it dead set centre punched this sheet metal, and up she went. And she ended up sideways on this part of it. So we've had to rebuild this bad boy overnight. It kind of put us away for a little while yesterday, but hats off to everyone that helped with this. But that was a crazy moment. That just when you think you've seen just about everything, that was something crazy here the other day. Yesterday that ended testing. All right, back to a bit of action here. We're in the right place to go and get a bit going. What about you, Tez, up there? All working well? Over to you. Over to you.
Well, it does look like we are underway again. Corey Hunter in the Wheel FX Gemini. So, Janie.
So, Terry.
We are back. You and I. What's going on with this? You and I haven't commentated together
It's
since
the Winter Nationals.
The Winter Nationals. You got to say it like that too. You got to use the big inside voice. Oh, Mark's here, so I'll be able to go do my trophy presentation in a minute.
As I sent out the SOS call, don't worry, Terry.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank you.
So Corey Hunter, this is his final qualifying session of the day. We are continuing on in Street 289. The Geminis made the big long trek up from Victoria.
Well, let's hope he gets a good run this time, Janie. I mean, the car's been a little bit indifferent through the past two runs, but really hope for Corey's sake that he can get this thing down there nicely. A couple of the drivers have already, Janie, in that final qualifier, have found the right spot.
The final qualifying session, speed flow, Street 289. A bit of a stutter there for Hunter, but he's got the boot back in.
This will be good. We're going to get a representative run out of Corey. There you go, 913 at 136 miles an hour. Well done. Gives him something to work on at least, Janie, for tomorrow.
It certainly does. Gives him a baseline, doesn't it? At least you've got that. You've got something.
Oh, here we go. We talked about it. We talked about this bloke before.
Disco Dean Ferris?
Well, it's not. He's shorting his name to just Disco. Mark and I were talking because because that way he's just going to be like Prince and Disco. That's what his name's going to be. He's obviously up against, in this final qualifier, just side by side with Naomi Vandertoe. So Naomi in the Nissan. She likes to race that car at quite a few different events as well. Great car. It really has got some toe about it. In the Golby's part Sylvia. Of course, Dean Disco Ferris in the escort van with the Golby parts as well. The real dyno on the side.
How consistent can he go? He's got an 868 and an 864 on the boards already. Naomi Vandertoe, she's our number 2 qualifier at the moment with an 860.
So side by side, even in the qualifiers, it's a fairly
It is. Both
Here comes the yellow. Sylvia coming on strong, side by side as they go through the traps. An 874 for Disco Ferris, an 842 for Naomi. Well done. Good work, both quicker. That's good. Pushes them up the ladder.
Yeah, so Naomi's in number 2, Dean in number 3, qualifying as we start to close out this qualifying session of Street 289, thanks to Speedflow.
And Janie, I'm going to jump off the microphone, and I'll just call young Nick Baxter here, and then I'll see what he does, and then I'm going to let Mr. Mark Swag Allen take over.
Mark has all the swag.
He has the swag today. 3RZ is away. Let's see what Nick can run this time. I'll tell you what he can run, an 888 at 156 miles an hour. That is sweet.
and an 882 at 156 as well for Golby. Well done to both those competitors. Righto.
And with
Over
those,
to you, Mr. Mark Allen.
with those competitors means we have had a change of bracket. We are into MTQ Street Compact. MTQ Engine Systems are dedicated to bringing outstanding quality products and a first-class team to ensure customers are getting the best service available. They've got over 40 years experience and they've developed a comprehensive range of products, comprising of all leading brands like Sonic, Rapid, DTS, Bosch, Benzo, Honeywell, Garrett, Warner. The list goes on. We have our next pair about to move forward, Mark. It will be Troy Dumbrell in the Mazda in the speedway lane, and beside him will be Troy Lewis in the big crossflow Cortina.
Yeah, having a look at the qualifying for these guys so far. We see Lewis is currently qualified number 11. Reaction time in the Mazda. He will go across the finish line first. Does he go quicker than his early 895? He does. 881 at 154 mile an hour. Lewis will go through with a 906 at 154 mile an hour as well. So both the drivers improving on their earlier passes.
Especially when the conditions are starting to get a little bit cooler out
I didn't
there.
bring a jumper today.
You didn't?
No, maybe I should go down to Jambo Central.
I think you need to
get
get
hoodies.
Yeah, you need a hoodie, dude.
I need a hoodie?
Yeah, you need the swag with the hoodie. Yeah.
Who do I talk to about getting a hoodie?
The lovely ladies down at Jam Central. On your bike? What are you doing?
Just go now.
You better wait.
Wait, okay.
Wait till-
All right.
Our next pair about to move forward. We've got Tim Hawkins in the 808 wagon, and beside him will be Parry Georges in the Gemini. Rotaries both sides of the track at the moment. 13B for Tim Hawkins. Love the look of the wagon. Parry goes the right too in the Gemini. MTQ modified compact as they go down the track. Harry Georges across the line first with an 11.47, 114 miles an hour, and for Hawkins an 11.80, 93 miles an hour.
Yeah, neither driver are really improving the passes there. In that pairing, let's see what happens with Aaron Murphy in the Ford to take on Luke Redmond in the Corona for Golby's parts. Redmond is our number 1 qualifier in a modified compact.
Yeah, quickest of the bunch with an 8.36, 162 miles an hour. I don't know if these Coronas are meant to go that fast. This one certainly does it well.
Yeah, Murphy, the 188.
Big pick up of the wheels there for Redmond. I don't think he meant to do that. He had to have a bit of a pedal. The FPV goes on through for a 983, so he's picked up a bunch, 140 miles an hour. Redmond unfortunately won't get an ET.
He must have bumped out of stage. I didn't notice that.
But he will retain number 1 qualifying position with that 8.36 at 162 miles at this stage. We are not finished yet with MTQ modified compact
You definitely
qualifying.
don't want to go red man.
No. Red man. Oh, ha, ha. Bunch. Mark's a comedian. Oh, funny Mark's in the house.
Daniel Lake in the VL Calais to take on Ben Clark in the VL. So Lake has run a best of a 9.15 second elapsed time. Ben Clark has run a best of a 9.56.
You know what? These VLs could have almost had their own little show and shine here at Canberra this weekend. Oh, how's the pick up of the wheels there for Ben Clark? He's managed to bring the VL back into the groove, and he'll continue on down the track. Daniel Lake, he is just up and out of there, a 924, 150 miles an hour. Ben Clark wheel standing his way to a 944 at 141. So we've still got a whole lot of action coming at us tonight. We need GTR to the lanes, J275, Modified 10.5, and Extreme to the lanes. GTR, J275, Modified 10.5, and Extreme. Can you make your way to the staging lanes as we bring our big Valiant forward now? That is, of course, Nathan Peters for Real Dyno. And beside him is Vincent Tran in the Civic.
Yeah, Yeah, Vincent Tran in the Honda Civic has run a best of a 900 today at 147 miles an hour. Nathan Peters has run a 970 and a 959 so far in the Valiant. But do we have a commentator's choice for best appearing?
No, we do not.
We don't. Okay.
You'd have to go to Valnell.
Oh, it's a fact.
We do, of course, have the best appearing crew.
Yep.
Which we'll have to keep an eye out tomorrow.
Let's have a look at the 140 miles an hour. Tran looks like might have had issues finding some gears there.
Yeah, it looked as though it launched strong, just maybe has difficulty getting into second or third gear. Bit of smoke through the finish line, but a 10.15 on the boards, 149 miles an hour.
Yeah, big speed again, 149 mile an hour. Just got to get that first half of the track right. We are in the final qualifying session for all of our brackets here today for the Garrett Advancing Motion Linking Engine Management Tuner's Edge Brisbane Jamboree. Of course, Garrett Advancing Motion is the leading automotive turbocharger provider supplying technology solutions to nearly every major automaker in the world. Those guys here, the naming rights sponsor here of the Jamboree, Garrett Advancing Motion. We're in Q3 of Modified Compact at the moment.
Make sure you get on down and have a look at the Garrett stall as well. They've got all their turbochargers lining the display, the trader stall down there, just behind the grandstand. And while you're down there, truck on down to Haltech and have a look at Ben Slaughter's Supra, which will be coming out in Pro Turbo hopefully in the next couple of months.
Robbie Butler has run a best of an 893 today, but really hasn't been a clean pass for him yet. Nigel Hartas in the VL Calais beside him has run a best of an 875 at 154 miles an hour. I always call this the Corolla coaster. Robbie Butler. He likes to lift the front wheels up. And Butler sort of dragged through the beams a little bit here. And shootout early, he goes an 890 with the shootout early, 133 miles an hour. Nigel goes an 891 at 150 miles an hour. So Butler does improve slightly, considering it wasn't a great launch, and then he had to shoot out early. But still runs his quickest pass of the day. Now we're moving into Extreme, the bracket for our open vehicles. When I say open vehicles, I'm talking about the dragsters and ultimates, and also V8 turboed sedans can race in this bracket as well. It's a die your own bracket.
We'll be kicking off with a pair of dragsters. Tony Bellett about to move forward in the speed flow lane in the big, long TBRE Performance Barra-powered rail. And beside him, Megsy Anderson in the front engine dragster. A little four-cylinder powered machine there for her. So she's laid down a 10:34 already today in her mum's car. Tony Bellett, a 6:05. First pass this morning. Second pass, he did not go so well. Hit the throttle and just the car did not go far. A 22nd pass on the wheels there.
Yeah, one thing that Tony Bellett is known for is the big burnouts as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, put your hands together for this racer. Tony Bellett looking to run a 5-second pass. That is the goal for this team. I think if they ran a 5-second pass, they don't really care about winning the event. That'd be the that's the goal. But Tony is a competitive guy. He does like to win.
He does.
He does race to win.
Yes.
Whether it was in his modified days or in Supercom, or is at the pointy end, going rounds.
Very tough competitor as well.
Very, very sharp on the tree. And now has stepped up because he's got the two dragsters, so he's got two of these dragsters, very similar, but one with a small block running in Supercod, runs in the 680s, 670s, and now he's got this monster with a Barra.
You can see it on the screen there, having a real good look inside there. Massive turbo hanging off the back.
This is one of the most difficult things when the sun is setting at Willowbank Raceway, especially in these open vehicles with the sun directly in front of you. Just finding the stage. You see Tony was straight in.
Oh, Megsy picks up the wheels, and I'd say Tony Bella just blew the turbo there. A nice little wheel stand for Megan as she makes her way down. Car's looking good through the finish line, and it's a 10:24, 131 miles an hour. Let's hope our photographer's got that photo of Megan.
Yeah, drag photos are always on the spot here at Willowbank Raceway. And that was their quickest pass of the weekend, surprisingly as well, even with the big wheel stand.
Yeah, nice part. 131 miles an hour there for Megs. So she is looking good come race day tomorrow. This is, of course, the final qualifying session for Extreme. We need GTR, Pro Compact, Pro Mod, J275 and Modified 10.5 to the lanes. GTR, Pro Compact, Pro Mod and J275 and Modified 10.5 to the lanes.
Yeah, we'll have to get Tony Bellett's dragster off the surface here before we get into our next pairing in Extreme. So whilst we do that, we might take a word from our supporters here at the Jamboree.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles.
Well, we are back into Extreme final qualifying session. This is the big bad Nova of Damien Boyce, our number 2 qualifier at the moment with a 778. And we were talking about commentator's choice about best appearing vehicles.
Yeah, well,
this would have to be another one on my list.
I think you're right. This is another immaculate car here. Damien Boyce in the Chev. So basically in Extreme, it is a die your own bracket. The reason Damien Boyce can race in this class is he is a turboed V8 with EFI. So he ticks all the boxes for a sedan to race in Extreme. It's good. It's always about finding a spot for all the vehicles.
That's right. Keeping everyone happy.
Yeah, pretty much all inclusive, just without the carburetors.
Yeah. That is one badass Nova making its way down the track. At the moment, he's going to go on through for a 7.69, 171 miles an hour. So he improves on his last qualifying pass. Looking good come race day tomorrow. Tony Bellett still stays number 1 with that 6.05. Boyce will go into second. DeJorio is in third, and Megzy Anderson is in fourth.
And that should bring it close to extreme as we move now into our next bracket.
Modified 10.5 coming at you right now. Can these guys finally get down the track? I tell you what, it has been Spin City in Modified 10.5 here today, Mark Allen.
Yeah, Mainline Dyno presenting the Modified 10.5 bracket. Mainline Dynalog dynometers represent a distinct step forward in dyno technology, featuring advanced load control, data acquisition, and innovative data analysis concepts not offered by other manufacturers. Their systems are the preferred choice of many high-level performance tuning specialists and R&D professionals and technical training institutions throughout the world. The Mainline Dynalog Dyno is a highly sophisticated diagnostic device that will always keep you at the forefront of vehicle performance measurement technology. Check them out, Mainline Dyno.
Yeah, big thanks to the guys at Mainline Dyno. This is a final qualifying session. Mark Fazzardi about to move forward in the speed flow lane for Hidden Valley Whit Sunday in the RX4. And beside him will be Adam Popovic in the VL.
Yeah, Popovic has run a best of an 11.42 at 155 miles an hour. So that tells me he's got a little bit left. He got a little bit quicker than 11.42. Fazzoti's been really consistent. 8.42 and 2.41 so far. Oh, 009 from Fazzotti on the tree. That's one of the best reaction times we've seen today. And he goes 8.26, 164 miles an hour. Popovic goes 8.29 at 163 miles an hour beside him. Both drivers running their best of the day here in Q3 for Modified 10.5. Brought to us by Mainline Dyno. Fazzotti will go to number 3. Popovic will go number 4 in qualifying.
So George Zaveski is currently number 1 with a 7.21. Johnny Ricker, a 7.7 is in second. Fazzardi, we just saw go down the track in third with Popovic, who's in fourth. Clay's in fifth, Guy King is seventh, and Giovanni is in a 7th qualifying position as we start to close it out.
Yeah, Giovanni Teresi, he is in the hold. He hasn't really done a representative pass. It's best of a 17-second run today. I would like to think that they want to improve by about nearly 10 seconds on this run. Yeah. John Ricker is that number 2 qualifier, so it's all about consolidating. Good John, 183 miles an hour, so big horsepower, big speed. With the sun setting, cooling down, naturally these cars should go a little bit quicker here.
On our big screen, that's Giovanni there. What can he bring to the table? Like you said, he's chasing about 10 seconds, and in drag racing terms, that is a lifetime.
It is. He's 0 from 2, and he's 2 hits today on the track. It only takes one pass to really change the morale in a team, especially going into racing. Because after that's it. This is it for the guys in qualifying, and then tomorrow it is racing. And so it's the pressure cooker situation there where you need to be hitting numbers. You can't be missing the setup. Well, Giovanni, this will be his quickest pass of the day. By far, 7.18. 201 miles an hour for Giovanni Teresi. Johnny Ricky goes 7.70 with a 1 beside him, but Giovanni goes to number 1 qualifier in Modified 10.5 with a 7.18 second elapsed time. 201 miles per hour there, Jane.
He found his lifetime. That is that 10 seconds there. Great pass there for Giovanni. Johnny Ricker just bumps down to 3rd qualifying position. But it is not over yet. Here comes a Robert Clay for CQ Rotary in the Mazda. Beside him will be Guy King, the Forced Performance Toyota. These guys are qualified number 6 and 7th. Katie's run an 8.57. Guy King a 9.58. So about a second difference in their qualifying times at the moment. King's only managed to lay down 96 miles an hour. So we know he's got a whole lot more in it.
Yeah, Guy King can definitely improve here. So that tells me Guy has got off the start line, but hasn't got it to the finish line.
From memory, the car made a move around about 300 foot on the last pass.
Yep.
And he just had to cruise on down the boulevard.
Well, that's the thing with these cars at Jamboree, with these short wheelbases, stupid amounts of horsepower. They tend to just do what they want to do, like a bucking bull. Exactly. It's a top
Let's see what Robert Clay can do. Here you go. Oh, wheel stand there for Guy King. I think he picked him up 2 or 3 times there. Clay goes on through an 8.45, 158 miles an hour, and King is off it again early. An 8.99 at only 122 miles an hour.
Guy King. That's incredible. Like, to think about how many pedals he did there, and he's still really going across the finish line under power. 8.99. That's really
I want to
impressive.
see him keep the boot in, don't you?
I do. The car has other ideas on him. I'm sure he wants to keep the boot in. And so Robert Cady, 8.45 there, so he stays at number 6. We'll go into our next pairing. We're actually moving into J275 now. Final qualifying session for J275, brought to us by the guys at Race Car Engineering, one of Queensland's largest stockist of Aeroflow performance products and a huge range of performance brand, including, you name it, they've got it over there at Race Car Engineering. So if you need some spare parts for your race cars, go check them out.
So Shane Fascioni into the Commodore leaves first. Big LS1 on board for him. Up against Matthew Aegis, who we just see in the white VL making his way down. But it'll be the LS1 to cross the line first with an 8.16, 146 miles an hour. And for Aegis, a 7.59 at 181 miles mark.
I tell you what, I think that's going to move Aegis up. It does. He goes to number 6 qualify with that 7.59. Still a little bit behind Asaf Abu, who's number 1 with a 6.84. As you see, Michael Alkuri to take on Lee Hove. Alkuri in the Commodore, which is not a Commodore.
That is not a Commodore. That is a Mazda RX-7. That does not have a rotary on board.
No. You know, as soon as I said that, I'm like, you know what? I got done by this before. It was great. So Alkuri has run a best of an 8.31. He's our number 10 qualifier here in J275. Lee is number 7 with a 7.79. Looking at the tail of the tape, Alkuri went 164 mile an hour, 8.31. He can definitely improve here in this session. This is the final qualifying session for our J275 class. Both cars are in pre-stage. You can see Lee just really shallow stage there. He's looking for all the again. Lee goes through, runs a 7.91, 181 miles an hour. Alkuri goes through with a 10.37 at 99 miles an hour.
Our Fox Body Mustang just waiting patiently for the go sign. That is, of course, Jamie Jeffries there for Lucas Drilling. He's our number 14 qualifier at the moment. It's laid down a 10.93. In beside him will be Daniel Barrett. Just a quick look of the racing surface through the braking area. One of our hard-working track crew just picking up some bits and pieces.
Yeah, they've had a pretty tough day today so far, the volunteers. Let's hopefully, it's all smooth sailing from here on in. Touch wood.
Touch wood.
I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that at all. I did. You guys can blame me for that. Yeah, Daniel Barrett and Jamie Jeffries. So Barrett has run a 9.24 and a 9.08 so far. Jamie has run a best of a 10.93 and an 11.58 so far in qualifying. The J275 class is a heads-up Pro Tree class. Tyres must be stamped with a 275 or less on the sidewalls and be of radial construction. and a minimum qualifying ET of 9.50 seconds is required to compete. It's designed for full-bodied, rear-wheel drive vehicles using 4-cylinder, 5-cylinder, or 6-cylinder, or V8 engines, two or three rotors. The parity obviously being the 275 radial. So that's the J275 class, for everyone if they were wondering the difference between the classes.
Thanks, Dad.
So basically, this is a heads-up class. So as long as you stick to the rules and that you've got a 275 stamped radial constructed tyre, you get to the finish line first, you win. It is as simple as that, Janie.
Simple. Drag racing is
Boom.
so simple.
Boom.
Yep.
Easy.
Easy peasy.
Japanesey.
Lemon squeezy.
I can't believe we just did that.
Well,
it's getting late in the day.
It certainly is.
It is.
I believe there's going to be a little bit of downtime. We're going to do some track prep at the start line while we have a bit of a clean up through the braking area, around about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, please don't leave because of Janie and I's commentary.
I know. We're so sorry.
Yes,
we're such children.
We really are. Yeah, so it'll be a little bit of a downtime, and we're back underway with qualifying here for J275 very, very shortly.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-size classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction, and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no.
So just as we're getting to the end of this slight delay, we need to have GTR, Pro Compact, Pro Mod, and J275 in the lanes. J275, you should already be there because that's what we are halfway through. GTR, Pro Compact, Pro Mod, can you make your way to the lanes?
all is in readiness as the sun sets here at Willowbank Raceway. We are not too far away from getting back underway, just picking a few things up down in the braking area, getting it all massaged and ready for that final qualifying session here this afternoon. On dusk, conditions are just about perfect. Honestly, the start line is looking great. Everyone that's walked out here to have a look, they're very impressed. They think that what they've either learnt today or the last couple of days is going to work here in this last session. So it's going to be fantastic to see going down the track shortly. So we just had a slight delay getting a few things cleaned up. But you know what, folks, we're not too far away from kicking off with the rest of it. We're in the middle of RCE J275. So sit quiet, a couple more minutes and we'll be back underway here as the sun goes down. Thanks for joining us. And we will be doing the presentation down here on the start line. Once we know who wins all that pepper money for the cash boost, those 3 consistent qualifying sessions for our heads-up categories, like Pro Turbo, Factory Extreme, Pro Compact. Who will take that pepper money? Well, we'll find out after this last session. So stick with us, not too long before we get underway again.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself
42
go.
Moss Street, Slakes Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology, an RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-size classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students, under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Let's get back into it. Back into qualifying. We are still in J275, Daniel Barrett and Jamie Jeffries on track. So Barrett in the Holden has qualified with the best of a 9.08. He is number 13 qualifier. Jamie Jeffries is our number 14 qualifier with a 10-second pass so far in the Mustang. For Lucas Drilling, Jamie Jeffries, best of a 10.93. The sun has set here at day one for the Garrett Advancing Motion Jamboree. This is when the track will be at its best for the day. These conditions right now are sure when everyone should be running their best ETs.
Daniel Barrett in that HSV will be looking for something starting with a number 8. Our number 13 qualifier in this very competitive category. He's been 9.08 at 153 so far. Jamie Jeffries has some work to do to get the true potential out of this beautiful Mustang. 7 litres of turbocharged. Still more work to do for Jamie Jeffries. Commodore's on a little bit of a march though. 9.1, 152.
Yeah, I would have expected something a little bit quicker than for Barrett. Barrett at 9.11, it consolidates his earlier 9.08. They've got a consistent car going for race day tomorrow. As we look to our next pairing, who have we got?
A hard set day versus Ryan Holtz. Ryan, our number 4 qualifier on the back of a 7.02 at a whopping 206 miles per hour in that beautiful spot on performance 2JZ stroker powered Tirana. There's 2J power in the other lane as well. That really badass black JZA 80 Supra.
Yeah, very similar performances from both vehicles today.
This should be a really good run. There is about half a mile per hour separating them, and about, that be 25 years in body style separating them. I think the paint on the Tirana is probably newer, but they're both really awesome race cars. 200 plus miles per hour, bottom 7s, maybe even into the 6s for both cars. Our number 4 and 5 qualifier in this category. Nobody is touching Asaf in that incredible R33 with that 6.8 first qualifying lap.
Now you were saying Ryan Holtz ran into the 6s yesterday in testing.
Yep, first time. Very, very happy in the spot on. Won't be a 6-second pass this time. Look at that Supra coming home strong. 7.2, 186.
So neither driver improving on their earlier passes here. Paul Fuller for the Knight Finley Motorsport Holden to take on Shannons.
Someone else we might expect to be in the 6-second zone. Oh, so close. 7.006.
Have a look at his speed though, 212 miles an hour. I think that's the fastest vehicle so far in qualifying.
Ridiculous. Yeah, that's easily the fastest pass. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars in excess of 200 miles per hour. But Varun Sharma has 6 miles per hour on second best. Staggering.
So Sharma's obviously got the horsepower on board. It's a matter of when he can get that horsepower into the track without spinning the tyres. That's the challenge for this team for Sharma. Is how early can he give it all that it's got?
It's a really North American styled JZA80 build. Big tyres out the back. Sits nice and low, 2 chutes. Jump through the beam. What a shame, just doing it for the data.
We see Fuller go through with a 1052 at 120 miles an hour. It doesn't improve on his earlier 903. And that's probably one of the hardest aspects for a driver on these vehicles is actually staging. You wouldn't think it would be that difficult, but when you've got these cars up on boost and then using the bump box to get in, they sometimes can jump through the beams.
Do you want to know who takes the last Tim Tam in a packet? It's Chris Diggles. He's taken the last Tim Tam. Wow, Chris. He's earned it swinging that squash racket all afternoon. More radial tine action. Still to come, Steve Mazina. Oh, so close to that 680 performance that we're used to seeing. 699, only good enough for number 2 spot behind the little 6-cylinder of us.
So has he got the Proline power?
540 cubic inches of Proline 481X.
So it's probably got about 4,000 horsepower.
Yeah, give or take.
Yep.
1 horsepower per pound in that car. It's ludicrous. It's no lightweight by any means. Peter Raham, number 9 qualifier with an 816. That's a couple of tenths off where he'd like to be. Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, Pro Mod to the staging lanes, please. Pro Turbo, Pro Compact, Pro Mod, and that means we are not long away from seeing the all-important Q3 in Factory Extreme, where we will hopefully have a new addition to Factory Extreme. Made it here in time after a massive thrash to be here. The Godzilla Motorsport R35 GTR of Mark Jacobson. No, he's here. Don't remove his name, he'll cry. Steve Bazina now. Massive Proline V8 up against tiny little Billet 13B. Start line advantage, Peter Raham. It's up to the Falcon to try and run the RX3 down.
So he always got the top end charge. He's coming at him. He gets there too. 851 at 186 miles an hour for Steve Bazina. 881 at 120 miles an hour for Raham. Never say die. That was a great race there. Neither driver improves. It is still qualifying session number 3. Bazina did run that earlier. 699 keeps in the number 2 spot. Now we see our number 1 qualifier coming out here. Abu.
Oh. Yes, well done. Number 1 qualifier. One of the 4 200-mile-per-hour club in qualifying so far. Doing it all rear-wheel drive, unlike the other GTRs that are about to follow, or the other Skylines that are about to follow. 3.2 litres of Matux Racing horsepower on board this car. Absolutely astonishing performance. Every bit the street car on the inside as well.
That's even cooler. So Abu will be the number 1 qualifier in J275. I guess it's all about just consolidating that number 1 spot now, giving yourself a nice, decent pass here.
Well, the 6842 is 0.41 away from their personal best. 0.04. Won't better the qualifying time this time around, but 684, as Mark said, will be our number 1 qualifier in this category. And he's number 1 with a bullet. If he can make that thing stick in racing tomorrow, he's going to be very difficult to beat, and it's going to take something. If you're chasing that car, you're going to need a Steve Bazina-like amount of horsepower. 15 cars in that field. That's going to be incredible. And we would like Factory Extreme to join us in the staging lanes now, please. So we are into GTRs now, but we're about to be joined by Pro Mod, Pro Compact, Pro Turbo, and then the big dogs, Factory Extreme. Finally just jumped in. He's a dog, isn't he? David Abreu in New South Wales. This car is a weapon. Absolute weapon. Looks every bit the street car, but it is also packing 3.2 litres. You don't have to eat the Tim Tam packet as well, Chris. Goodness me. 3.2 litres of stroked RB goodness, as is Peter Simon's car. Our number one qualifier on the back of that 765. Auto shift set up on this car now, Chris, so Peter can keep both hands on the steering wheel and try and battle 2,000 horsepower trying to get out through the front and rear wheels. So I imagine once the horsepower goes through that front diff, it gets a little bit difficult to steer. So no requirement apart from the parachute to take your hands off the steering wheel in this car now.
Nowhere else in the world have we seen GTRs, of these model GTRs, be so world class. Of course, the R35 record 2s and throws around the United States and you name it, but the R32s and 33s, they performance-wise are fantastic in what you're able to achieve. David Abreu out there, he's only gone 12.54 and 20.90, and now look for Peter Simon. That 765 at 182 won't repeat, because that's the thing, as we talked about early on today, that staging procedure just can cost you that magic ET when you want it. Because I know a lot of these guys build these things to pick that time slip up to tell them how well they've gone. And when you do have that issue at the wrong moment, it's the biggest down you can almost have, apart from breakage or anything worse. Not getting an ET and fluffing a run. But every little run counts to these guys. I know with testing, you've got a few days you can have a crack at it, but when it comes to an event like this, you want those numbers to be bang, bang, bang. We are rewarding those ones in the pro categories coming up, of course, with the Pepper Money cash boost. And Hodjo, yes, R32, R33 and R34 world dominance. Australia's leading the way as far as not only probably one of the first sort of ones to start putting autos in them. I remember even the early GTR battles with Reece McGregor when he was one of the first to put a Liberty in one of those things. And not too many people went down that avenue. But then, heaven forbid, the good old Power Glide or 3-speed auto, like the traditional GM style 3-speed gearbox or a 2-speed, had changed the way those GTRs respond, especially going down the drag strip. It's a hard thing to do when you've got all that power through 4 tyres.
I think it was about 2015, 7 years ago at this very event, Reece McGregor ran a 780 and set the world on fire. It was one of the quickest and fastest GTR passes that had ever happened. 780. Now they're not a light race car, but Reece's car was definitely a race car, not a street car like the silver R32 you see here. Was still an R32, had the Liberty, had methanol, had all the crazy stuff. It popped and banged and carried on, and it was really difficult to get it down the racetrack. It went 7.8 and the world stopped because everybody spun out. Now listen to this.
Yes, go on.
Listen.
Go on.
That car in the left lane, street registered, looks like that, power windows, the whole bit, 7.1.
Yep. Do you see any eyebrows getting raised here in surprise? No, Hodjo.
Look at the sticker on the door. You shouldn't be surprised.
I'm not surprised at all. It's horsepower in a bunch, and again, Aaron Stubbs with his Nissan. We could go back even further if we can pull the old memories back to even some earlier R32 milestones. But yeah, 2022, this is the world we live in. Robert Marjan. Oh, that's a better one. Oh, careful with that one. He's near the centre. Oh, Marjan over the half-track cones. 789. Oh, boy, he was over half-track at 160 mile an hour. The thing decides to go for a walk. And as we talked about, all that horsepower through 4 tyres. Sorry about that, Janie. But that was a moment. Robert Rajan was feeling a moment there, and that was a mighty moment. That's knocked out that centreline cube at 160 mile an hour. And Peter Simon, a very similar experience there. That thing was starting to go crazy. And of course, they seem to respond better to a radial time than they do to a slick, isn't it? It's a funny thing. That sidewall, I think they need that little bit of a stiffer sidewall on them. But look at the way they still walk, Hodjo. When that power's coming in, like that steering. It's so hard to steer it when maybe it's trying to bob a wheel off the ground. That's
well, you
another
think
thing
if you've got a big
do.
horsepower front-wheel drive, you know what torque steer's like.
Yes.
It's, there aren't that many big horsepower front-wheel drives out there, but the guys that know, all of the Honda Civic drivers certainly know, that it'll try and turn the steering wheel, right? It's physics.
Yep.
Well, these guys are trying to put a certain percentage of the horsepower through the front diff, and it's a hell of a lot more than a fast Honda Civic.
Can we just get another call? Pro Mod to the lanes, please. Pro Compact, Pro Turbo, and Factory Extreme for Q3. We're just going to run the tyres out there for a sec, put that centre line cube
I'm
on.
getting a bit cold, Chris.
Yep, hoodies for sale. That's a great idea, actually. The Jamboree merchandise, the Jambo hoodies. Now, look, all we're doing when you see the tractor, don't panic, folks. We're not down for long. We're just doing a little rub and a little bit of probably a spray there as we get the track ready for the final qualifying session for Pro Mod, Pro Compact, Pro Turbo, and Factory Extreme. Geez, a lot of people reacted to that hoodies for sale, Hodjo. Look at them all go. They're all rushing down to the Jamboree tent to get themselves those hoodies. Geez, that worked well. That was great product placement there. Freezing, go down and get yourself a Jamboree hoodie. Yeah, so the tractor's just doing a little bit of a light prep. That centre line cube will go back in place. But here's another little potential thing, Hodjo. Right, as you said, a percentage of the horsepower going through the rear tyres is to the front tyres. What happens when that next power stage kicks in, maybe on a gear shift or whatever? That thing wants to lift the front wheels off the ground. What happens when, just say, the left-hand front's in the air, but the right-hand's still trying to put power to the ground? You can see how these things are very hard to steer, and only the bravest men that we've ever seen seem to succeed with them, because they're downright scary. Standing down there at ground zero and watching these cars, I just don't think I've got the ticket to want to steer anything like these things. These guys are nuts.
Especially when very occasionally cars like Jun 2 and that put it on the back bumper.
Well, they can either run 650s at 220 mile an hour, or they go for a big epic walk over the centre line. That's what makes these things almost like a mod. Never going to actually ever be a modern day version of a AA fuel altered. No, but as far as that excitement, that there's nothing, because these things are going as quick as what any of those things normally have run. Only a rare few have gone, say, quicker than 650 old AA fuel altereds. We've got GTR Skylines doing that now. Insane what we've seen.
With power windows and mirrors and stereos and comfy seats.
I remember when Victor Bray or Peter Gratz had run a 650 in a door slammer, and we go, wow, that's the wildest thing we've ever seen. Now it's just Skylines doing 650s at 200 mile an hour, and 6 cylinders running 5s and 4s, like running 620s and stuff.
To do what they do, and you know, if you ask 10 people what a particular car makes horsepower-wise, you get 10 different answers. But there's some basic math that you can do that says to get a car like Rob Marjan's, weighing what it weighs, to go 220 miles per hour, it has to be making a certain amount of horsepower. And the minimum amount of horsepower that it's making is 2,000. That's the minimum.
Yeah.
And then there's, you know, the up arrow, or in Haltech terminology, I know that it's page up. Page up for power.
Page up.
And then there's that beautiful little anodized blue bottle that some of the cars have as well. It's the best invention ever made.
It is.
And they can turn that on as well.
Yeah, and we've got it all, and we've seen it all happening throughout these engines. And then the development of that, where now you would find that a lot of these GTRs are bearing billet blocks as well. So it is basically all the horsepower. That hasn't been a problem for these guys. And you know what? That's where the improvements have probably come, is that extra horsepower that they're making. They hadn't quite solved the problem of how to handle all that horsepower. Like they've had plenty. Now that they've got more than ever, that challenge becomes even more exaggerated as to when it works well, it works fantastic. When it's a little bit off, it can be epic. And then when it all goes wrong, well, it's certainly spectacular. So we managed to see all of it happen here today already. So we are nearly ready. We need to call them into the lanes one more time for all the diehards out there. And it's so good to see you diehards here on dusk. Thank God it's not getting too cold, you wouldn't think just yet. Geez, I think we might have hit 25, 26 today out here. But hopefully this evening, just now, we're just trying to finish this last session off. And again, we're trying to make a habit of not being here till 11 o'clock or midnight anymore. It just doesn't... We don't seem to go too much quicker the later we go.
I know a bunch of people that are very comfortable where they're sitting, because they're probably tucked up somewhere in a catered corporate box.
Yes, lovely.
Is my buddy Azar.
Yes.
And all the Cuzzy Bros from New Zealand.
Are they here?
They are here.
Are they really?
The Chrome crew.
Wow.
They make every jamboree that they can get to. Azar brings a big contingent of Kiwis over. Of course, we've had Kiwi drivers in the past come over and bring cars and Currans and all of that kind of stuff, and Reese McGregor and that crew. But, mate, the fans that come over from New Zealand, the following, the sport compact scene and the import car scene was massive in New Zealand before it was even big in Australia. So those guys still come to the event.
Well, New Zealand was...
And they have a fat old time representing Chrome, the maddest event in New Zealand. And having a fat old time. I know they stay on the coast though, so it's not just all about the cars. Yeah.
And you know what I love about the New Zealand car culture is they got all the JDM stuff that we never really got because there was there's no domestic car manufacturing industry in New Zealand. So they literally opened the borders to the world to say, look, whatever car you want to bring, you can bring to New Zealand. Of course, here in Australia, we kind of restricted what they could bring because we had a local industry. Look how well that ended up.
Yeah.
Honestly. Look, I wonder how many government dollars got tipped into Nissan or Toyota back in when things like GM and Ford were starting to flounder, and especially GM. But look what's happened in the way the trends are now. When the good old Commodore and the old Falcon used to battle it out on the showroom for the ultimate showroom battle, something came along, put a little blip in the radar there called a Magna before the Camry. you know what I mean? Like, you look at the cars that sort of changed the face of, what Australians chose to buy, what the Australian family needed. And look what's happened since then.
All an Australian family ever needed was a 4-door family saloon with a Nissan 3-litre motor in it.
That's a great idea. We've just had word. We are going to carry our Pepper Money Cash Boost because also we're losing the light out on the start line and everything like that. The Pepper Money Cash Boost will be awarded as part of our opening ceremony tomorrow. At what sort of time, roughly? Whatever it says. What does it say on our schedule for tomorrow there? We'll work that out. About 10:30, our opening ceremony here. So we're on track with first rounds of eliminations from about 9 o'clock tomorrow with Street Compact, All Motor and Modified Compact. We'll get into all of our categories once before the opening ceremony kicks us off for the beginning of Factory Extreme, Pro Compact, Pro Turbo and Pro Mod. So they're the very categories we have in the staging lanes right now to give you folks one more time today. But we are carrying over, gives us a bit more time to crunch the numbers too, because there will be that delay from working it out as to who gets it. And we're already running a bit behind schedule, so we're not going to do that. Great call. I love how we can do that on the fly. How good's that? Janie's given us that info through, Hodjo, that the Pepper Money Cash Boost, we'll carry that over to tomorrow and give out the big checks to all of our qualifying winners. Now, we can leave that as a surprise. That info might even be shared before tomorrow anyway, because we've got to have that info available. And people love info as soon as they can get it. So mind you, a lot of people playing at home might already work out what they might be. But hey, we're one session away from seeing just truly who's nailed it over 3 rounds. But how good's the sunsets out here at Willowbank? You've had a few the last couple of days. Hodjo, you were out here yesterday for the testing. We had quite a good bunch of cars testing even from Wednesday. So that kind of becomes the new lifestyle choice. If you're choosing to run at these events and you've got early pre-testing, and remember, some of these guys are finishing combos off leading up to the event. You don't want to come here like today and make your debut because you're not going to get everything together in 3 runs. So test days are a great way for these competitors. One, to travel in the state. So get here. If anything, take the week off. Leave on Tuesday. Normally you can get here by Wednesday arvo. If you're in for testing Wednesday, it's all prepped and we go. Set it all up. Come and do it Thursday and Friday. And some of these people have been testing since Wednesday till now. My biggest fear is when you do that is you've got a good chance of wearing everything out before race day. But it also there's a flip side to that, is that it also means you can hone that thing to go racing. And we're going to see plenty of that decided on the start line tomorrow. Either by cutting a good reaction time or even keeping the damn thing in the beams until the tree comes down. That's the worst way to lose a race, is probably, you could say it's a mechanical error, but at the end of the day, there is a little bit of a hand-eye coordination between your eyes, your foot on the brake pedal, and that top bulb. How you go from there to the second bulb. Some people, it's easy. You just go, whoop, there it is. Other people need anti-lag boost, a button, a bump set.
How do they go?
Whoop, there it is. Well, again, you take the foot off the brake, the thing, whoop, there it is. Whoop, where did that go? Whoop, where's it gone?
It's gone to the start line. State of origin battle, New South Wales versus Queensland. New South Wales 1 up at the moment.
Well, this
is 1 versus 2.
Was that the one between King 2J or whatever? What's Mark? Your bottle? All right, his bottle.
Needs his bottle.
Well, I G'd up King 2J against the Tirana in J275. I was thinking Ryan would have had a nice 6 in there to give it up. And you know what? Pro Mod just belts it out here. And one thing about Pro Mod, of course, for years we try to keep V8s out of here, but it just cannot happen when we've got just exciting vehicles that want to go quick. They want to turn up at big events like this and be a part of it. Fuel Tech USA bringing us Pro Mod. Cole's always had that great relationship with the Pro Mod drivers for years. either as door slammer drivers. Pro Mod means that you can kind of come and run in there, but we also want turbos in there and nitrous if you had some. You know what, I'm still waiting to see two big things happen in Australia, which we have to look at the population. One is a kick-ass nitrous radial car. So that's Krieger in a full 2 car. I want to see, like, put it this way, just bring Barry from New Zealand again in that big nitrous thing. You know what I mean? We need him to do a Rod Harvey and base that car in Australia, because I need a nitrous hero to cheer for as well. I don't know about you, but I love a bit of candle in here as well. You can bump two things in together, or you can hit the throttle, let the button go on these blowing auto door slammers, or I want to see some candles and 969 cubes of music with some EFI on top of it. And candles out there. I don't want much. Well, I've still got a few bit of air left in these lungs, mate, and a few cells left in the brain. I hope I can live to see the day we get a nitrous hero to cheer from in Pro Mod and in the radio
Someone
world.
put Simon Krieger in a tube
If
car.
I told Krieger, I've already said to Krieger, if I won Lotto, I'd buy you a tube car so you can go and live all your nitrous dreams, because you talk a good talk, but mate, you need more wheelbase than a Tirana. All right, Paul Canurley and Neil Murphy. Murph loved the new Camaro, 521 cubes. Paul Canurley, consistent Pro Mod competitor, 573, number 1 qualifier. Neil Murphy, number 2.
Paul Canulli is on a pass, 373 to the half. It's another 568.
Oh, put your hands together. He's off it early because he went 568 at 238. Mind you, the 73, he only went 231. So that thing's topping out in the gearing, no doubt about it. Punching, I think he's still got the 5-speed in that. Then Neil Murphy, 595 at 247, a little bit more speed. Look, Murph must have a lock-up or something in it. Look at that 247, he's getting there.
You want to know how fast Paul Canulli and his car is? That was 201 miles per hour at half track.
Was that a 66 at half track, I think? It wasn't a 366?
It was a 7.
It was a 3.7 something at half track.
0.945
200
to
at
the
half
60.
track.
Yep. 201 to half track.
945 to the 60, really. Nearly as fast, nearly quick as a radial car. 921 they were doing there at the Outlaw Radial Cars. 921. Daniel Sobolix and Andrew Zada, 921 and 922 and the 60 on the radial in Sydney. So, yes, that's a lovely pass, 568. But, yeah, not enough 60 for me. I'm hard to please, here I am. But, hey, great run. But you know what? Tomorrow, if Canuli did that again tomorrow, that's a loss. You won't get to the final, put it on the red light like that. No Terry Singh in that session. That's interesting. Is that right? There we go. Well, we have 3 in there, so 3 that qualified anyway. But yeah, no Terry Singh today. I hope they can fix that and come out tomorrow. So there we go. So shall we say provisionally that could be Neil Murphy and Pro Mod? Cash boost, hey? Well, we'll award it tomorrow. Let's acknowledge it now so he knows to be able to be near there to get it. So there we go. Murph, looks like you've got the Pepper Money cash boost on paper. So tomorrow you might get a text, or we might have to shout out to you about 10:30 to be near the start line. So there we go. Provisionally, and it looks like it'll be confirmed. It's Neil Murphy, the most consistent over 2 runs. Obviously, Canuli did a run. What did he go? 70. Look at that. 73 and a 68 didn't get you the most consistent, but a 96 and a 95 will. How good's those 2 guys? That'll end up being the final tomorrow at some stage, but Paul cannot red light tomorrow. All right, Dodsy's back. What up, G? Sam Kiprios. He's the only 4-banger in the field. He might be the last man standing yet in this little starlet. 3RZ on board for him. All these 13Bs might be just a little bit too angry for their own good. Dodsy needs a run. I'd love to see him get a 6 out of this car. The What Up G, RX2, Allen's concreting, boost works on the side. Both guys, clutch pedals, 5-speed clutch. Oh, where are you, Kips? That's a little bit better there for Dodsy. Now, not as aggro off the start line, but it's going to go point A to point B, and that's what he wants on nice one. 723 at 165 mile an hour, 108 in the 60. But there's another one that just went on the Phantom Amber. That minus 379 Phantom Amber Mystery Cherry launched by Kiprios. Something goes through their mind when they light that thing up, and that's a 2-step. Something's let them pull the clutch out there.
Moves Dotty up to number 2 qualifier behind Steve Barnett, who I am hoping we get to see a full lap from.
Well, I think him and Rodney together. I think everyone in this field, if they're right for this 3rd session, let's hope they all get what they want. we're in the right place to see it. You're in the right place to see it. Here we are at the 2022 Garrett Advancing Motion Brisbane Jamboree. This is McKernan Associates Pro Compact Q3. Need another call, final call, Pro Turbo and Factory Extreme in the lanes, please. And that's how we'll be wrapping things up, I would assume, tonight, folks. So, beautiful sunset, just getting better every second here at the moment. But Simon Ionu from, of course, ProMaz in Victoria, from Thomastown, Lee Doherty from Hilltop in New South Wales, 13B. And you know what? That becomes a nice little weapon, isn't it? Something that you can control and auto, a little bit more consistent in the short time. Might end up being in the right place at the right time, Doherty, and not have to run a 6 to do it. That consistency, not only tonight, but tomorrow, will get you round wins. And it doesn't matter how you get them, you get them.
Well, he's aware of the Pepper Money cash boost, let me tell you that, because I got a text message from him earlier saying, what do I have to run?
Is that right?
Next round? And I said, I have no idea.
I love it when people,
no outside assistance, mate.
I love it when racers do that. Actually, don't forget, any competitor, this is another thing we should say, any competitor that is out, you need to tell race control. You need to tell the scrutineering shed. You need to tell someone. If you are out and not running tomorrow, come and tell us, please. Don't go home and don't tell us. All those people that are qualified today, you need to come back and race tomorrow morning too, by the way, just in case you didn't know that. All right, guys.
Important run for Simon Ionu in the left lane.
No, I didn't like it.
That's 3 from 3.
Is that right?
3 from 3. It's got to 60 foot on 2 occasions. Lee 803.
Yeah, look, that's a shame for Simon. He got his first 6-second run yesterday, I think, and the car looked like it was getting close to a sweet spot. And then the things just it just rattled itself crazy or whatever. He was been trying to. I've noticed he's been trying to shift early to calm it down, and I think that time they might have had a bit more in it. That shift, it just didn't turn right there. 106 in the 60, but it wasn't much after that. So he'll be locked in there on the bump, on the bottom of the pile at 24.09. Mind you, Rodney Rahayem there at 13.45 also has not had an ideal day. Chris Hall, 8.72, but it's guys like Frank Canistra, Lee Doherty then, Jürgen Piscopo, 7.90. Sam Kiprios is earlier, 7.44 today. Dozzy is the only one so far that's improved with a 7.23, so he's right up there in second spot. But, yeah, these things are fickle. They are a pretty fickle thing. You thought GTR Skylines were fickle. This is a different sort of fickle altogether. Again, we're not at the 2,000 plus horsepower Billet RB level. We are a good, healthy 1,200 to 1,500 horsepower for the very serious ones that are here. I know we've got a few at 900 to 1,000 in there, showing that. And then we've got the other ones, the ones with the extra couple of hundred horsepower, but geez, it comes with an extra couple of hundred problems by the look of it. That magic clutch, very important in these cars. And if you don't get that right at the right time, it's an aborted run. And that's just what we've seen. So we will do those awards tomorrow as far as the Pepper Money Cash Boost. So provisionally looks like it is Neil Murphy with Pro Mod. We'll see how we go in Pro Compact shortly. I know we've got, I think you would assume, 1 pair or 2 pairs left. We haven't seen Barnett come out. We haven't seen Rodney come out, or Chris Hall, or Canistra. Yeah, we've got a bunch. We've only seen 2 pairs, I think, down. So we're still crunching the numbers here in regards to that. And here they all come. Jürgen Piscopo and Rodney Rahayem. We shouldn't put the pressure on him, but it's kind of a little bit crunch time, isn't it? Something's got to work here. It's got to be one in the bank. It's got to be something. And I think when you have a look at that What Up G pass, that wasn't point A to point B, nothing too crazy. So I just want to get down the other end with no problems. So someone's got to make that decision. Do I continue to go for the throat and hopefully it's going to stick and it's going to be that number, or have we got to go and play a percentage? At this time of the day, I suppose you've got tomorrow to just get in there and try and learn again tomorrow. So some of this, you just don't know what the mentality is for everyone coming in for this last session. Do I just want to be conservative, or am I going to throw the number I want to come up in and see if it sticks? Because again, it's all different tomorrow. We go racing. So just another word. Anyone, attention to the pits, all racers, anyone that's broken, come and tell race control so we don't siege you tomorrow. If you are broken and can't come back, please come and tell us. Don't just assume we know you're broken. So come and see us at race control. I think you go to the scrutineering shed. I think I've been told. So you know where you would have come through for your, all your accreditation this morning. Meet all the lovely Willowbank officials there at the desk and sign all your bits and get your armbands. That's where you need to go down. Make the effort to go down and tell them you're out. Absolutely need you to do that. Or else tomorrow we're going to have these mystery wares. It's like, when you're giving away trophies. Round one, where's his opponent? Oh, he didn't turn up. And that's going to happen again tomorrow. So all competitors, let me tell you, you're all in tomorrow if you're not broken. How about that? How about you get here about 8 o'clock, you get ready for 9 o'clock start? We need to tell some of these people, they think it's over. You got to go tomorrow. You have to, it's mandatory. Read the conditions of entry. If you're not broken and you've run today, you must turn up tomorrow and race. No one's going to put a gun to your head. We might hit you point blank with a phone ball, but we're not going to put a gun to your head. We want you to compete tomorrow. If you're broken, please go and tell us down at Race Control at the scrutineering shed. All right, this little Datto, it just gets better with age. And you know what? He's definitely a few tenths off the sweet spot. This car's gone, I think it even tipped to 6. Tipped to 6 in Sydney, I think, with this car, I'm sure. He's gone low 7s, high 6s. Rodney Rahane beside him. Well, we know this car has, Pack has, I think this is a different RX-8 to the one that set the Aussie 13B record. I think it's not quite the same car. Because there are a couple now around that they bring out in the fleets. But anyway, this is supposed to be the baddest 13B in the country. Well, certainly the Pack team, that is true. Rodney's name is on it. Can he do it again? Can he bury it better than a 648? Oh, it came out. It kind of hesitated. It's going to be not a bad one. He just clicks it early and goes a 723. At 163, that's going to put him right up there in the qualifying order. In fact, he might just be tipping out What Up G there for second spot. 723 with a 5, 1023 for Jurgen. So here we go. Rodney 723 with a 5, Dodsey 723 with a 9.
4 thousandths of a second.
So he just got in there. That was off almost for an eternity, just past 60. Got back on it and it didn't go up in the tyre, and he managed to. Well, he could have legged out a little bit more and it might have run a high 6, but that's not a bad one anyway to get it through. So that is the end of Pro Compact. So Jamie's crunching numbers for Q3 of Pro Compact. No Canistra, no Hall in that session. No Barnett in that session. If we are now in Pro Turbo, which I believe we are, that was the end of McKernan Associates Pro Compact. It is now time for Pro Turbo being brought by Vibrant Performance. They supply, of course, professional fabrication components for the racing and performance industry. And let me tell you, 6 continents, they are known for selling that gear, probably even more since then. Plenty of gear out here that's got the Vibrant bits and pieces. And it's those critical bits that you'll notice are on there. Vibrant don't do billet engines. Vibrant don't do, connecting rods. Vibrant don't do this, but they'll do a hell of a lot of stuff that you need.
Mate, honestly, talking to Aaron down on the trade stand, I never thought I could get emotional about a polished muffler, but let me tell you, they make some beautiful stuff.
Gary Halpin and Eddie Hawack. Now, Eddie 801 is the only one that got down. Gary Halpin hasn't got an ET up here yet. The 2JZ Datsun 1200 coupe. He's in there ready for the last session.
Gary Halpin's gone all the way in because the bump isn't working.
Is that
on his
right?
car.
Hasn't got the bump on?
He's halfway up on the greens brake.
Oh, Eddie, that's going to cost you as well. That cost you. It absolutely cost you when you can't stage the car. He's only going to get data here, Eddie. He's not going to get an ET. That 801's going to stick, but in testing you can get away with that because you kind of just roll back and go. But when we're in an official event where you're trying to record a number in an allocated session, that's just not going to wash. That absolutely leaves a bad taste in your mouth, and it's not from the methanol in the car. So there we go. Is that true, Janie? All right, so we've crunched numbers. We're in the beginning of Pro Turbo, but we've crunched the numbers in Pro Compact, and provisionally, by the look of it, can we mention that yet? Yeah, go on. And Hodjo did say that he was inquiring about it. Lee Doherty gets the Pepper Money cash boost.
Going home with a grand.
So the auto, I think it's up to 1,500 now, isn't it? I saw.
And I can tell you, Lee might not know yet, but Anne-Marie Doherty certainly does.
Does she really already?
She says, hell yeah, my husband just won me $1,000.
Well, you know what? He has, Mrs. Doherty. He has. Looks like it's 1,500, so 500 to Lee.
Oh, 1,500.
Well, it just says on my little sign here, now up to 1,500. That's what it says here. So Mario,
thank you, Mario.
Mario, thank you, Pepper Money. And I suppose when you're in the money business, what's another 500? Honestly. So there you go, Lee.
I've just been informed that Lee won't be getting the 500.
Mrs. Doherty gets the 1,000. Yay! Lee gets the 500. Yay! Now here we go. I was having a talk to him and took down on the start line there, and I walked up to him. I said, for so long, you were the first guy to get rid of the whole turbo auto VL stigma, and you put a Liberty in one and became a legend. I said, how about this? How the times
He's
have
gone
changed?
back the other way.
You've gone back to an auto in VL Gold. And he goes, we've got that many cars, that many things that are complicated to work on other cars. He goes, I wanted this to be a car that's simple for me to get in. So he's gone back to a lifestyle change in VL Gold. He still reckons he can make it go hard though. He reckons he can make this thing go real hard. But he's not going to get an ET, is he? He's not going to get an ET. Again, that staging thing, it's biting everyone right in the backside there, because it did leave all right. But again, we would not know what the 60 foot is because he did not wait until the tree was thrown. No ambers were thrown, timing system did not start, and he didn't give the timing system any time to start. He's gone. He's off the button. He's off the button. I don't know what he saw. This is the thing when you load, and you know what, it's a psychological thing too. Like, you know in your mind, that moment of staging these cars is an absolute epic moment you cannot have going for more than the designated time because stuff starts to destroy itself. You know how much transmission temperature goes up. You know how much stress is on the whole deal. So you're probably thinking that moment, and you just want to get off that button as fast as you can. And some guys have this with their combos that you can't avoid. That is the nature of the beast. Other people don't have these problems. But anyone with a turbo and an auto, there's a fair amount of stress to get that thing staged. And the whole bump thing these days to bring it in the stage. We will see more than one race determined by a failure on the bumping, on the staging process tomorrow. I've already made that call. I don't want to put the kibosh on everyone, but that's putting everyone on notice to say, oh, by the way, just make sure you guys stage. All right, we're switching categories, which means that's the end of Pro Turbo. I'd say we're into Factory Extreme. So here we go, we roll it over. This might get interesting, Hodjo. We've got a lot of juggling we could do here.
Number 4 and number 5 qualifier, Marcus Pede up against Gina Bullions. Now number 5 qualifier, both have been in the 6s, but Marcus 676.
This is going to take us out here tonight, folks. This is the final qualifying session for Factory Extreme. Of course, Factory Extreme brought to us by the good people there at Precision Turbo. And, of course, there's a few Precision Turbos around the joint. Is that right? So the Pepper Money Cash Boost for Pro Turbo. Anthony Matuk. There we are. Could be Matuk. So that's Doherty, Murphy and Matuk for the Pepper Money Cash Boost. Factory Extreme. It's funny, isn't it? That's what, you know what Jack Nicholson said when he's in that A Few Good Men? He goes, this is funny. This is funny. Gina Bullions, I hope Gina, here's Billy Navin out the back. Back on the start line. Jesus, good to see Billy. You just know it's Billy Navin, you know. I love seeing Billy. He's like Rotor Jesus. He's like a Rotor Jesus.
He's rotary Frank Marchese.
He is a rotary Frank Marchese. You know what? Gina Bullions is one hell of a steer, I tell you. She grabs this thing by the scruff of the neck and says, give me everything, Billy. I'll steer this thing. Marcus Pepe, how about this on debut to debut a new car here this week? The Boostworks Mazda 20B from, actually 13B, I think, running in Factory Extreme. Whoa, bit of bumping all over the joint. Gina on and off the throttle, went 104 in the 60. Pepe went 102. Gina gets a 693. You know what? That's a good place to be. 2 consistent runs. Keep an eye out for Gina. 693 and a 695. Pepe, it went 102 in the 60 foot. It went 487 a half track, but then he's rolled off the throttle. So what's Gina got? A 93 and a 95. Yep. So that's, again, it's about the most consistent 3 runs in qualifying. You know the thing that might let her down? Is the amount of runs she's had in qualifying. If someone comes in with 3 runs, you think you've got to consider that over 2.
Yep.
You don't have a lot to average with getting the 2 good runs.
Well, yeah, you average it down to 0.
So there's a few here that might just juggle that. This might be the most hotly contested cash boost, actually, when you look at it. And out there right now, Tony Wedlock. He didn't have a bad steer before. He was off the throttle. Well, I reckon he zinged it off the the start line because he came out the back door at 199 and only went 774. So I dare say it was missing the launch combo and then getting back on it, I'd say. Beside him, Jerry Keel. Jerry again, another trouble, just little niggling troubles that just stop these guys from going to get a run out. But here he is. He's out here for Q3. Mr. Direct Clutch himself. And geez, anyone that's got a clutch pedal out there in Jamboree, I'll give you the hot tip. There's quite a few direct clutches in the cans of these cars. So Jerry's very busy doing clutches. I don't know what issues they might have had in that car, but they're out there now having a crack, always onwards and upwards. And if Jerry can get into that 6-second zone where we know the car's been before, he can be a player in factory extreme when some of these bigger players might just stumble over themselves. You can't write this script. You really don't. We don't know what we're expecting to see here. Come on, Jerry, get some gears, bring this thing in. Here we go. Tony Wedlock's just backing back a bit here now. Gonzo out the front there. Isn't it good? We've got like Wedlock and Gonzo at the front. Lloydie's having a crack with the old Pro Charge 2J. We've got a few of the old boys just casting an eye over the racetrack here to just see where it's at with the young kids. But mind you, the average age of these two blokes is still probably 50s and 60s. I don't know how old Tony is. He's certainly not 18 anymore. Oh, that went okay. Both went okay. Jerry there, 1-2-0. It's still not perfect. Wedlock's still not... Oh, Tony! Oh, it's a big one. Oh, it's a big one from Wedlock. Whoa, it's gone into the wall. It just got out and it went left and it's gone in at an epic amount of pace. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. Stand by. We need to get it. We need to get to him. We've got all the emergency people on the way down there. So we are on our way down there to just see whether, in what condition the car and Tony is in. I don't think it went over, but it certainly went in. It went left just on the finish line. It has gone on its roof, righto. Well, let's just wait with bated breath. All our emergency people are on the way down there, and they're to Tony now. So he's in the car. It had a lot of sparks as it went across, so it's gone over on its roof, that Toyota Orion. And that was, of course, a very well-built car for the United States. That car's come over, and Tony's had it for many, many years. So, I mean, it's of the highest safety standards, that car. But that was a big one. So we are just checking to make sure. We're waiting for word from race control. But that was an absolute... It was a big move. Like, it's the wrong part of the track to have a big move when you're under full steam, and that thing was on some steam. It was 119 in the 60, so he kind of not mega tough off the line. Jerry was also 120 in the 60. But Tony was at half track about 471, 158 mile an hour, and by then he was sort of moving towards the far wall. Now, I don't know whether or not there's been a bit of a steer there to get it off the wall, or whether or not something's... I'm trying to think which side the dump pipe's on that car as well, because just when we ever thought that there'd be considerations about what a dump pipe does under full boost as far as how much thrust it's got, I don't know, about being close to the wall, whether that dump pipe is out on that side. I know there's been a lot of contention about years ago when Ben Bray crashed that Nissan Altima about what the dump pipe does as far as how much thrust it generates under boost on a lightish car. And this thing, well, it went out towards the right-hand side, and the next thing you know, the thing's gone. All I've seen is that car go hard left across the finish line, and it's hit the wall, gone on its roof, and scraped itself down to the bottom there. So we are still trying to determine whether or not we've got Tony all in one piece down there. As we said, the cars are very, very, very safe. That full, and I think that thing by that standard would also still have like the funny car style cage in the car, so there's extra safety within the car other than a driver in a seat. There is a bit of cage around him.
It's a very well built car, Chris. It's an ex-Scranton Solara.
Yeah, it's a Scranton. It was a Scranton Brothers. Yeah,
it's been built to a very, very high standard. What we've got to remember, rather than speculating about what could have caused it to go over, the car looked like it was out of the groove, which isn't an ideal situation, but it's not the end of the world. Remember, if these cars get even a couple of degrees sideways, they're not designed to be aerodynamic at an angle of yaw. at speed. So they are designed to keep the back tyres planted when they're going straight. When they go sideways, that's not what those cars are built for, and it doesn't take a lot of angle for them to continue the momentum around.
And that goes with a lot of what you'd call the pro stock design body, which is a pro stock body. In other words, it is slippery. It doesn't have the decks on the back like a Pro Mod or a door slammer has. You know, when you see a Pro Mod or a door slammer, it's got the big deck. It's got a big deck spoiler, so big side plates and a whole lot of deck area. These cars have literally got the little lip off the back. The car's very slippery through the air, but we've seen a lot of pro stocks do the same things, you know, in the States and everything. When they do get loose, those things, there's no forgiving in those cars. If you had a car at 200 mile an hour with a deck on it, it can respond a fair way different and doesn't move as much as what we just saw there.
We've also seen them at the wing at the back, if you can call it a wing, having the opposite effect.
Yes.
When they actually start turning a great angle of yaw and they turn sideways, when they're going backwards down the track, it'll actually lift the car back over onto its roof as well.
Well, that's the thing that you'd see in the odd NASCAR race that they would do that. So that's something unfortunately that happens when we're pointing them down the track at over 200 mile an hour. So we are still waiting for I would hope some feedback from down the end. Our safety officials are down there, and again, I hope it's all about extracting the guy now. It's all about making sure that we can get him out of the vehicle. Well, one is to make sure that we don't have any immediate threat of fire, and that we'd have the fireys there in case that anything lit up. So that would be there's a hot engine there. It's upside down, so anything that normally shouldn't leak might leak. So again, it's about controlling that. Now, if he's upside down, you can't leave him in there and turn the car right side up and then get him out. You've got to get him out of the car while he's upside down, and that's another difficult thing because, again, if the harnesses are holding you in, when you release that, I mean, where are you going to go? So you've got to kind of be propped or supported in there to try and undo that 5 or 6 point harness to make sure they can get him out safely. So that's it's not like Speedway where they might just tip you over back on your wheels and then get you out. You can't tip the car over while they're in there. You've got to get them out while the car stays still.
Already messages coming in from people watching the live stream around the world. Just got a message from our mate Milos Pavlovich.
Yes.
Saying, hope Tony's doing okay.
Yep.
Lots of love from Alanabi Racing, the other side of the planet. People watching and sending their best wishes already.
That's
cars can be fixed.
Yeah, well, that's right. We just want him to get out of this one A-OK. But the old Solara, that might have been its last ride because it's not like it grazed the... You know, you can have a bit of a thump or a graze of the wall and pull the thing up and go, wow, that was close. But you don't get too many of them when you get some of these. And then it's like, well, there you go. It's happened because eventually this stuff does bite. They do bite, and that's what's happened there. So we are still waiting for word in regards to that, but we are definitely all on the scene down there looking by our long-range cameras, and it's not a pretty sight to see all of that down there. You're right, I think it got out of the groove. Right now, of course, no one's looking at maybe what we've got on track and whether or not that's something that was associated with liquid under the tyre or whether or not that was just... And sometimes when you are a little bit loose and you do back off and you finish the run, you might have pushed the button, you push the clutch in and gone for the chutes. Maybe it's just come out a bit crook because it was right at the finish line. So normally someone like Tony's got those chutes out. Mind you, the terminal speed we didn't see. So I don't think we didn't get an ET on it either. It was actually, it'd be interesting what happened down there that it didn't give us anything ET. Because I think he left the line on time. He crossed into Jerry's lane. There we go. So yeah, it could be something like that. So even if you looked at what Jerry's ET was, a 662, and if they left very similar, Tony was on a big 6 second run there. Yeah, and so Tony's gone through and cleaned that up. So that's why Jerry Kell's got down here a 662 ET. That'd be Tony triggering the finish line beam. So any which way, that was 6 seconds something, and for it to all go wrong like that. Is a big moment. So we are just waiting, folks. So, of course, please bear with us. This is something that we don't take lightly. This has got to be, of course, a priority to ensure that we can make him safe, make him comfortable, diagnose whether there's any issues he's feeling. Are you feeling any pain? Are you okay? Did you did something, take a hit, and whether or not, our subject is in any sort of immediate danger, we isolate that, and then as far as access, ingress, and exit, it's all about trying to get him out of the thing. So we're just waiting and seeing with bated breath to make sure that we can bring you some good news. So just bear with us, folks, as we do this. Not a good thing to see at all, let me tell you. Not a good thing to see at all. So just bear with us just for a second. Breaking back with more information shortly. Okay, there we go. So some word is that he is talking to he's talking to him. So I guess, so one, he's not unconscious, that's good. Two, he's communicating. Obviously, he can tell then whether or not he's in pain or whether or not, it's just now a case of how do we get you out, how do we extract you out of there when you're upside down in the car. We just don't flip him over. We won't be flipping him over with him in the no way in the world. So he's got to come out whichever way we can get him out there. And I don't know. Again, if it's had a bit of impact there, it might have hit one side of it, which makes it a bit hard too. But at this sort of stage, when it's kind of all junk, you've got to just rip off what you're going to need to get him out safely. So it's not about trying to save the car now. The car's already done its job. One, it got him into trouble. Two, it's going to hopefully protect him and get him out of trouble. But I wouldn't worry any more about the car other than let's get him out no matter which way that is. And I know in the past we've had to cut things, we've had to chop cars up to get people out. So if we have to, that's what we'll be doing right now. So look, bear with us for a sec, folks, and we'll get some more information. But the word is that he's talking to the officials. So he's obviously, maybe he's, you would assume he's good if he's talking to them anyway. We haven't got any more information other than that. So look, a break here and back with more in just a sec as we find out about what we can bring you in regards to info from Tony. But a hell of a thing to see.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Okay, folks, here we go. Here's the news. Put your heads together. Tony Wedlock is out of the car and he's A-OK. Give you a round of applause. He is out. They had to cut him out, so they did have to extract him, so pulling a bit of the car apart to get him out safely, and he is out. That is the word from race control. He's out and about and talking to everyone. He was already talking to everyone in the car as he was restrained, but now the word is that he is A-OK. And we are just in the recovery stage now of just fiddling up with the bottom of the track there. So just bear with us. But that's the news we really wanted to hear, is that he's A-OK. We've got a little bit of a clean-up and a pick-up. And from what I can understand, we're going to continue to resume with the rest of our qualifying session if we can. At that stage, that's the plan. We're going to just get the last few pairings through and we're done for the night. We are only 25 to 7. It's not like it's 10 o'clock at night, even though Janie here, when you look at Janie, it looks like she's a bit tired. It's like at midnight to her here. Again, if you don't stay up all night watching YouTube, whatever you watch, just American drag racing videos and all sorts of stuff, I'm pretty much the same. The other night actually was so busy during the day, I'd love to get the import media stream and kind of try and watch testing here Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, but, you know, work gets in the way. So when do you catch up? And if you're at work, it's not like you can sneak in to watch a little bit of that. So you know what I was doing? When I was finishing work and doing everything, Janie, I was actually coming home, cooking dinner, doing all that. Everyone's gone to bed, and then I'm starting to catch up on the live stream then. So I'm there till every night this week, 1 o'clock in the morning, watching everyone test.
You need a job at a school, Chris. What I do, I'd work with one-on-one with my students,
yes,
and then make sure we had about 5 or 10 minutes at the end of the session to be able to just show a little bit of drag racing
to them, to the kids.
To the
is that what you do?
Yes, on import media.
Gee, so we're going to have this huge. So what grade's that?
Anything from grades 2 to grade 6.
Okay, so in about 10 to 15 years' time, we're going to have a new generation
of drag racing
petrol
fans.
heads, all because of Miss Jane has been teaching them in class. Indoctrinate. That's in some places that's called indoctrination. That's what that's called.
Yeah.
That's saying, well, you know, this is cool. Watch this. But you know, I was keeping it up to date with all the live stream action till late at night, and you look buggered. How do I look? Do I look all right?
You look all right.
I'm buggered too, but the weather's taking it out of us today. But hey, we'll be all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to kick it off again tomorrow morning. So just another word while we are cleaning up down there, and and the tension's off a little bit because he's okay. And now, look, unfortunately, the old Solara / Orion is now Cacti. But thank God it's done its job. It's what these things do. They do the job.
They are built to crash.
We're not putting people down in cars that are, unsafe. It's just this is a racing incident. It's happened, and the everything worked. Again, as we said, it's like a Scranton Brothers car from the United States. I think it did have back, and everyone's been doing it for years, the funny car cage in the car. So you've got that extra little bit of protection, so you're not getting thrown across the inside of the car in the event of a rollover. That funny car cage, the seat, the hands device that you wear now, which gives you all that neck support and gives you the straps on the helmet to make sure that if you did go into a violent rollover, is that you're not thrashed around inside the car. Because remember, when you get strapped into these things, you are into that chromoly chassis. You are a human strapped to a mechanical device, and when that thing starts to do some crazy stuff, you're the only jiggly thing in the whole thing that can't tear away and break. You kind of got to cop that, and you think about all your poor internal organs and everything else that happens to you. It's not a good feeling. So we just got to thank our lucky stars that these vehicles are built to that standard, and that hands device, the harness, everything like that. Like, it's a hell of a wild ride. That first impact, like, honestly, if you're running data logging on a lot of these cars, there might be some G meter readings there that are going to show us a hell of a hit.
Impact, yep.
That was an epic moment where that thing's just gone, and a full instant passenger deal. And you know what? You almost put that into the same boat. Now, he's been an experienced drag racer for a long time, Tony Wedlock, run pro stock, and then this thing, a completely new animal, and he's used to it. He's done plenty of runs in it. But I'll put that in the same boat as our poor fellow that beached the RX-7 up on the start line yesterday. It can happen like that, whether you're like a rookie or whether or not you're a professional or a seasoned racer. It just goes to prove these things aren't toys, and they can bite you at any one moment. So as much as that RX-7 ended up on the start line, beached in the middle, Tony, driven for years and years and years, has a big moment where the thing snapped on it as well. It just happened to be at the wrong time, wrong side of the racetrack down the end at 200 plus mile an hour. What are you seeing out there, Janie?
Nothing. I'm just watching the antics on the start line down there.
We've got a lot of people just in a nice little group down there gathering. Have a look. Hodjo's in the middle of them there, having a chat. What's all happening down there, Hodjo? There is a microphone there at the starters box. You might have to bring that back up for us, Hodjo. There is a microphone in on the starters box, which we might have to bring up now that we're not doing the cash boost tonight. So we will have to get that up, or grab it and maybe chat to the guys down there.
Yeah, Hodjo could do that.
Yeah, he should do that. Are you bossing him around, eh?
I can.
Can he hear us? Are you going to message him now and say, grab a little bit down there? Well, why not? I could go down and do that, but Hodjo's down there, and the microphone is on the start in on the starters bench there, in on the start line. He's rapping with a few guys down there at the moment, but. Yeah, it's just one of those epic times that you just thank goodness these things are built strong. And that poor old
he said no.
Orion. He said no. He's politely said no as he's just chilling out with the guys downstairs. But yeah, we just need another call for all competitors. All competitors, if you are broken, in other words, you've suffered a breakage and will not be racing tomorrow, you do need to go down to the scrutineering shed, and you do need to notify race control that you are not competing tomorrow. That's going to help us seed the categories. If you are broken, please go down to race control and let us know. If you're in for tomorrow, well, and you've got a bit of a thrash, well, if there's anything we can help you with, come and let us know, and we'll put the call out. Gets harder the less people that are here to get help, but I know that with social media and all sorts of hookups these days, as people can normally get what they need, and they very rarely come to the tower and call us, or we get a little message on Messenger about can you help with that. So if anyone needs anything to help, and this is the best thing about this community, anyone out there need help or parts to get racing tomorrow,
message Chris Diggles.
Message me, all right, and we'll hook you up. Well, I don't know, we can hook you up too much.
Sending a message right now.
But
Chris Diggles.
What do we need? What? No, you don't have to send me a message. I'm just saying anyone anyone that needs something to help get
I
ready
thought
for tomorrow.
I'm a no one.
Well, are you thrashing to be here tomorrow? Actually, let me answer that already. You are thrashing. You are struggling to be here tomorrow. I can just look at you
Not
right
at all.
now
I
and tell you you are struggling to be here tomorrow.
I will be here.
Well, I'm going to ban you from using your device from about 10 o'clock tonight. How about that? I don't know how I can enforce that. I'll text you at 10:01 and go, are you using your device?
Chris,
and if you answered,
now.
it's like, nah,
this is
you're
getting
not.
Weird now.
Silky. So Mick Silk goes, Silky, this is a message from Silky. He needs 30 mil Welsh plugs.
I thought he might need a whole new SR20.
Well, he says he needs 30 mil Welsh plug. Are you serious, Silky? Do you need a 30 mil Welsh plug? Or was that just what's caused what
the damage?
Was that what it was? I don't know.
I don't know.
But there we go. There's a little... So, Silky's on to me right now on message. So are you serious? You need a 30 mil Welsh plug. Stainless steel or brass? What would you like? All right. Anyone can help with a 30 mil Welsh plug. Can you go down to the Silky pits, please? So anyone with a 30 mil Welsh plug. I'm sorry, Silky. I've got a 32 mil one. I wish I could help you, but I've got a 32 mil one. You shouldn't run Welsh plugs anymore, Silky. If you're putting it into send it level, I don't know whether about the old Welsh plugs, whether that's a good idea. That kind of becomes the whole, I know that we pressurise cooling systems and you get a bit of boost and a little bit of blow-by and everything like that, but if you've popped a Welsh plug out, wow. And no, he's legitimately saying he needs a 30 mil Welsh plug. So if anyone can help with a 30 mil Welsh plug, go down and see Silky. If that means a drive back to Brisbane, he's willing to pay for all the fuel and expenses in order to go back to wherever you might be. You might be Gladstone or Townsville, and you need to drive back, get that 30 mil Welsh plug. Silky will pay for all of that, for that 30 mil Welsh plug. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will. Because after he's finished the reincarnation of the wagon, he's got plenty of money left over. Apparently, that's what happens with all these builds, Jane. You finish these things and you go, well, you know what? I just don't think that cost as much as I thought it was going to cost. I've got 50 grand left over. Said no one ever.
I'm sure Silky said that.
No one ever said that. No one ever finished one of these cars and goes, wow, man, I can't believe I got 50 grand left over. No one says that. You normally the last dollar it takes to be here, and you just hope that no more dollars have to come out after that. But guess what? It's that fun curve. You want the big runs and the big and the low ETs as the old fun curve starts to get pretty steep. As the fun curve's doing this really steep, and then you get a disruption, and then it's a very steep reduction, and then a flat line of nothing, where you can lower your standards and lower your performance expectation. You normally get a nice big fat curve that should never plummet, should never flatline to nothing. In other words, it's a difference between racing and no racing, really. And again, anything like this would put me personally out for years. Yeah. I think I blew a head gasket. I was out for a year. That's how soft I am. That's how. Oh, so Silky said he's sorry so this is an official apology from Silky. I'm sorry I watered the track. You know what? I'm glad you've told us, Silky, that's what you did, because we thought you did worse than that.
Yeah,
we honestly thought that was goodbye SR. Yep. Because didn't Sue come in and say there was stuff everywhere?
No, that was the Civic.
Oh, that was the Honda.
Yeah.
That's right. That was the Celica. That may not be coming back.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. So Silky's putting out a formal apology for watering the track. He's blowing a 30 mil Welsh plug out. Can anyone get a one there? There you go. So Daniel, can you go? Are you here, Daniel Dull? Because Daniel, if you're here, I think that's Daniel Dull. If you're still here, can you go down and see? I don't know where Silky's pitted. Silky, we've got your 30 mil Welsh plugs. Daniel can go back and get some. So, Silky, where are you pitted? Because we've already had someone come back and say they can help with 30 mil Welsh plug.
There you go.
So how many do you need, Silky? First of all, where are you pitted and how many do you need?
The messenger service works.
It does work. It works fantastically for those people that are hooked up on it.
Better than Uber Eats.
Okay, so big shout out to the chat. There's a fair few in there, so we should get a bit of a shout out there. All right, so yeah, Dully's Customs. So Dully can help. I've got the phone number here for you, Silky, if you like. So it's a big shout out to everyone watching on the stream. So the old chat's continuing on. Have you got the? Can we get the chats up there?
Yeah, I've got the chats up.
Yeah. What's happening there on the chats, Janie?
Just scrolling back so I can have a look. Can you turn it down?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn. Yeah, sorry, Jane. It's doing. He made me open it there.
Oh, Man Dan.
I
know the commentator is a legend, but damn, he can talk. That is definitely speaking about yourself, Chris. Gift of the Gab. That's so Diggles.
Oh, is that right? Okay, Dan, I'm now gonna hook up the number. Right, I'm going to forward this phone number to Silky, and guess what, Silky? I've got a phone number of a bloke that's going to help you get that Welsh plug. So hopefully, I've just sent you a phone number of Dooley from Dooley's Customs. Chris Jadkonis is getting in here saying, any cream for this rash? Look, that's we're looking for car parts. We're hooking people up with car parts here, not topical creams. All right. So yeah, there we go, mate. I've sent you the phone number, Silky, so there we go. I've hooked Daniel up with Michael, and those 30mm Welsh plugs are going to appear from thin air tonight.
You're so much more effective than a dating service or anything, Chris.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, mate. Let's just work with car parts first and don't worry about hooking people up for life with soulmates. It does, to me, I find we'd probably be a lot less successful with that because people are weird these days. I mean, weird. And I can't do that. But there we go. We've hooked that up. So we managed to hook that up. So speaking of weird, how are we going with all our people on the chats? We're just for a shout out, still watching on the chat. So want to see how the End of Factory Extreme's going to go tonight. Where are you from? Give us a shout out on the chat. On the chat that of course is watching the live stream.
Yeah, through the YouTube.
Where are you from?
Yeah.
Where are you from? So, and get the shout out. Normally that takes a few seconds for that to kick in because we are on that little bit of a slight delay.
We've got James Bayliss who's watching from the western suburbs of Melbourne. So hope, James, we'll see you down there when we go to Heathcote in October. Shane is from Gerringong in New South Wales, on the New South Wales South Coast.
There we go, the shout outs.
We've got someone watching from France.
Welcome. Au revoir. Au revoir to the people watching in France.
Bonjour. Au revoir is goodbye. We don't want them to say
is
goodbye.
It?
We want to say bonjour.
Oh, well, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Well, here in Australia, we say goodbye first. I don't know.
In Diggles Land, you say goodbye first.
Yeah, g'day. Well, no, sorry, that's right. G'day's not goodbye, is it? G'day. G'day from Australia land to all those people watching in France land.
Dean Warnes from Hobart and Tasmania.
Oh, yep, Tassie.
582 Motorsports from Shell Harbour.
Shell Harbour, shout out to the Shell Harbour. All the shout outs, let's keep the shout outs going, Janie.
Someone's being funny, saying they're at Villawood Detention Centre.
Oh, well, you know what? You do get good broadband there, apparently.
I've had a question. Do you know what Bump City is in French?
We've worked this. Yeah, we've already worked this out. Can you ask the French guy what is French for Bump City? Le Bump. I don't know. What is French for city? Get your translator on again, Jane. Go on. Go and work it out. Someone's already asked us. We're at Kendi here when that that came up about because I think we did have our French people watching last time, and it was what is French for Bump City. I just say Le Bump.
Le Bump.
Le Bump.
Le Bump City.
If we see two turbo cars coming into stage and there's a second or two there of boost and efforts trying to get in, that's Le Bump.
We have Over to Energised from New Zealand.
Oh, choice.
Yeah. Dave Bremer from Narre Warren.
Narre Warren, yes, from the Victorians watching.
Yeah. North suburbs of Melbourne. That's Mars FPV Drons. I love these names.
We've got Chris Crispy here going. Any carburettors at Jamboree? I think there are some actually. They're in all motor. They're normally attached to the back of a Volkswagen. Oh. So yes, there are carburettors here. That's a good question. Are there any carburettors at Jamboree? Yes, I saw some.
Yes, I did see some.
I saw some. They're normally like an IDF or an IDA. Yes. The odd 13B with one. I'm sure what Junior Fakinos might have under the bonnet of the RX4 could be an IDA, the old 51 IDA, or it could be now a big 51 throttle body and some ECU on it. That could very well be it. They are tending to go a long way these days with just the throttle body and EFI on them. And they are making a few more horsepower NA than that.
Le Bump.
Le Bump, is that right? Le Bump.
Le Bump.
Yeah, Le Bump. Well, that sounds the same.
Oh, there you go. Bosseville, Bump City.
Bosseville, there we go. We got to get that down. Bosseville, Bump City. There we go.
Giggles dating service. Yeah.
Yeah, there we are. Bosseville. So we see two cars come in France, I guess. Bosseville.
Bosseville.
I'm going to write. You actually say it better than I do. Bosseville. Bosseville.
I don't know if that's right.
What flash school did you go to, Janie? Hey?
St Mary's Primary.
Oh, lovely. Very lovely, Jane. And look where that got you. Here we are. Isn't it amazing?
all our journeys to get to where we are now, but here we are.
Here we are.
You're here too.
You're listening to
I'm
us.
here. You're here. We're all here. Well, not all of yous.
We're all in.
Because guess who's gone? The soft ones. Guess who's still here?
Guess who's
the
going to watch
diehards.
the end of Factory Extreme qualifying?
Shout out
These
to
guys.
all you diehards here. And you know what? The only thing that's saving us here, it's not -2 out there, is it? And blowing a gale, because we wouldn't be here. Yous wouldn't be here. But because the weather ain't that bad, we're still here.
Where else would you be?
And where else would you rather be? I can tell you right now, I want to see what's happening in the next few runs to see how we finish Factory Extreme for the day, because there's a bit of unfinished business. What's French for unfinished business?
Well, I'm sure we'll find out.
Le
on the
business
speed
incomplete? I don't know. That's just... Have you ever heard of the term clutching at straws? Well, I ran out of straws a long time ago. We're just clutching at thin air here.
We don't need to clutch. We do have the qualifying order of Factory Extreme in front of us.
It's
Chris.
right there. I was going to go through it right now, actually.
Okay, that's a great
Frank
idea.
Tarabay, 596, so that's 239 mile an hour. Colin Wilshire, the four-banger, 640 at 223 mile an hour. Dion Amato, the Barra-powered Avenger, or the Barra-powered Bauer, 643 at 223. Jerry, well, that 662, I think, was Tony going into his lane, so Jerry's 662 won't stick. Marcus Pepe, that earlier 676 from the brand new car. Gina Bullion's got into the sixes on that run, 693. She ran an earlier 695, so that's 2 consistent runs. She might be, I don't know, we still haven't determined who might just be the Pepper Money Cash Boost winner. That's 2 great runs from Gina. That's 2 really good runs from Gina. You're looking for an average, or even Pepe maybe.
Pepe, but because he's the only one that's done 3
3.
passes at this stage.
Yeah, so again, we've got to go over 3. We can't just say you did 1 run. You can't win cash boost that way.
Yeah.
2, very hard to do.
Yeah.
Very hard to do. Again, it's 1 ET, another ET, add them together, divided by 2.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But we need the 3, and that's how we normally work it out from there. So people are sending me messages and then withdrawing the messages. So it's good to see that you guys are actually using a bit of common sense and pulling out comments, because you know I'm like Ron Burgundy, I'll just say anything that comes up on the screen. It looks like Silky's hooked up with Dully, so it looks like they're going to be Welsh Plug brothers after this. And you know what? Sometimes that's
so sweet.
They may not have met each other before. They may know each other, but even if they haven't, that's the sort of stuff that, you know what, you'll end up knowing that guy for life. It's like, remember that 2022? I did a Welsh Plug. You helped me, and you know what? They might go, mate, how's that Welsh Plug going? You know. It'll be 10 years. Well, that Welsh Plug was 2022. I'm going to, you know what, Silky, when you put that one in, can we date stamp it? Can we time capture the little 30 mil Welsh Plug to say, because he'll never forget it. He'll know which one it was. Which one was it, Silky? That one. You know,
Yeah.
it was that one.
It was that one right there.
Pop that Welsh Plug out. So I hope that's relatively minor, that it's just done the Welsh Plug. All right, Mick McGregor, thank you, mate. Mick, I saw Mick and Kelly and the kids out there on the spectator side earlier today. Now T-Bar McGregor's into me now, going, my son says you swing a tennis racket like his little sister.
Oh,
well, you know what?
that's
a great thanks for the ball that I hit to your son there, Mick. And you know what? It's just typical of today's generation.
It did look like you'd skipped arm day, Chris. I'm just saying.
I've skipped arm day.
Yeah.
Of course I have. Of course. I'm standing down there on the start line. Paul Mahayat walks up. It's like, oh my God, when did you become Brock Lesnar? You know, he's. And then I forgot that, you know, I haven't hung next to Paul for a while, and it's like he's just been that big for a while. It's just, wow, there's some big boys down there. And I was the shortest, oldest bloke there in the middle of them. Not by much, but just the energy down there today, Jane. Just standing there for that session and watching it when the PBs were coming up. And there's one, they'll shout out to George Jezewski. I was in the background watching you guys as the VL was backing up and running that big number down there. And everyone, George, once they saw the ET come up, just the way the crew exploded with energy. The reaction from that run just made those guys' days. And when you see that run after run, when you're starting to see those results where they've worked hard, the commitment to get the car sorted here, running consistent, when the number comes up, that explosion of relief, it's like an explosion of relief as well as enthusiasm and fun. It's like, thank God for that. And it's like, wow, there it is.
Yep.
Especially when there's an element of surprise, where it's, wow, I didn't think it was going to do that.
Yep.
And then to say, wow, that was just an amazing moment.
Just happened.
You just can't bottle that stuff.
That's the stuff we can't explain to every other motorsport fan in the world, is what we can see explode behind the start line here. Because too many times in motorsport, we are forced to believe what we see out on track is always
that's the whole story.
The big experience that we should all be raving on about.
Yep.
But it's the other side stories of the crew. You see them all on the line. They all belong for some reason. They're in there. And they're not the one in the car. They're the one watching it go. And when you see it from ground level, and it does something that it hasn't done before. In other words, it's all working well. And you already know as it goes going, come on. And you can hear them down there. They're cheering that thing down. It hasn't even got to half track. And they're screaming at the thing. And then when the number comes up, that eruption that gets there, that's as much as a selling item in drag racing than it is what we see go down the track. It's this crew that it takes to get there. It's this willing the thing on to do the number. When it does work, that is just gold. Colin was down there during that time, sort of taking that in there, and he could feel it. I said, can you feel this energy down here? And you know what, hats off to the guy. I mean, there's so many things on his mind, you know, being promoter, trying to run the car, you know, dealing with a million little things that, of course, him and Kel and all of them have to micromanage. But him to just stand back and take it all in, I think, puts the fuel in the fire that burns within the captain. Yep. And, you know, he just wants to continue Jambo on in epic proportions. And we are doing our best with our entry list to do that. And as I said, you've got to win the hearts of your entry list before you can win the hearts of the fans. And judging by what's turned up today to be in Jambo 2022, that's a hell of a healthy list all the way. We saw it right from the first session of Street Compact, all the way to Factory Extreme. We're all having a crack, and it's an epic thing. Yeah, that's right, Chris Barry. Endless hours crews spend working on them as well outside here at the track. You know, the excitement, the passion that goes into it, can't describe it. So, yeah, that's Chris from Rapisada Racing watching on the live stream there as well. He knows what it's like as well. And, you know, he's on that crew. And all the other crews out there, big shout out to them for the efforts that you make. Just another call, please. Anyone that's out or broken, not coming tomorrow, go down and tell Race Control. We don't. And for all those people that qualified today, go home, get a good night's rest, come back tomorrow
morning.
We do have
Bright
the
and
odd
early.
one in these categories that think they've had enough fun and they go home. It's like, well, what are you going to do for Sunday? We've had the odd no-show before. I just remember, we've been doing this too many years to not remember that. So please, if you're out, go down and tell Race Control down at the scrutineering shed that you're out and you're not going to be factored into tomorrow.
They're still there now, so now's a good opportunity.
And everyone
get
that's
them down.
qualified and run 3 runs and they got a few time slips from the day,
Go get in that.
and it's still in one piece and you've still got fuel and you don't need anything, just pack it down, put the blanket over it, and come back and race tomorrow. Don't pack it up and go home, please. Just get ready for tomorrow morning, because we are scheduled to be on track at 9 a.m. with Street Compact. All motor modified compact and Street 289. I do remember we do lose the odd Street Compact car too. They have a bit of fun on the day. And at least, you know, hats off to people that can do the full event. But I do know that there are some people that come and just do it. And they've got something else on Sunday. They don't put all their time into wanting to be here like we do. But you know what? It's good that you've still come out and had a crack. And I know there's been a few that actually come out and tested that didn't either enter or not. You know, other commitments. I can come up and test, but I've got to go and do this. And
I
almost can how many times we hear about weddings that get missed. I mean, there's a lot of weddings that don't get missed. A lot of people go missing because there's weddings or something on, but there's also people missing birthdays this weekend, no doubt about it. I think Simon Ionu gave a shout out there. I mean, his father's 70th birthday. He's missing that.
Yep.
Because he's up here running in Jamboree, but I'm sure his dad will understand about what his boy's into and how important it is to them. So, yeah, there's a lot of things getting missed this weekend because of Jambo. And you just think about all those other commitments that people have got to make in their lives. Give it up just for this one time. Well, I'd say looking by our officials walking back, these guys will be buggered. You've really got to feel for our Willowbank officials, our IHRA stewards as well. They've had, to keep an eye on a whole lot of things there. Our track crew cleaning things up.
Some of these track crew, of course, have been out here, not
I
since
know.
Wednesday, but since Tuesday.
Is that right?
Just getting this track nice and ready.
As we bump in, of course, the whole event, you know, we call the bump in. That's an event term as well, where you're coming in and starting to actually set the event up.
Yep.
And of course, you can notice. I hope everyone does notice. By the way, is all our gorgeous banners and our signage. This stuff doesn't go in by itself. No. This doesn't just pop up out of the ground mechanically. Everything you see to dress this joint up. Look at all these banners here on the fence, like Garrett and Tuner's Edge and Lotus Caravans and you name it. We've got it all out the front here. That's all got to go up. The stuff you see as you come in, the bannering, that's all there, of course. Cole's in that business of signage, bannering, appearances to make things look really professional. And, that takes time and a lot of manpower. I shouldn't say manpower, people power. There are a lot of girls out there doing all this too. So this all just doesn't appear by itself. So a lot of effort to get to this day. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow. And we are scheduled probably by the look of that day. That's a big day between 9 and 5 tomorrow, Janie.
Yep.
We might be lucky that we go really well and we can just scoot through everything. And
of course we are. That's the plan.
I've got a car to unload. Looks like in the dark tomorrow night. By the look of that, I'll be having to go home, back that thing back into this spot. I'm probably not going to put it back in the garage that night because it's going to be too late. But then I've got to take everything that I took out of the van.
Unless someone comes and gives you the cash you want tomorrow,
I'm already feeling sick Monday. I can just feel something coming on. I think I've got a 7 a.m, so that's Monday. But, yeah, that means tomorrow night there's going to be some big hours to go back to. Let's go back to work mode. Anyone out there interested? There might be an opportunity now. Anyone out there interested in getting into drag racing? Have I got a deal for you? And I haven't been plugging this all day. Have I got a deal for you? I've got a 125-inch wheelbase, chrome molly altered, fantastic car. It's got a 2J in it. You can take it as it is with a 2J and a big Race-matic, Tri-matic and Hilux diff and go out NA and not run fast and not have to do anything. Or if you want to put a big horsepower 2J in it, make me an offer for that, because guess what? You bring the high horsepower 2J and the big gearbox and a big diff, and I'll give you the rest of the car. I'll just take my 2J, my auto and my diff out of it.
Has it got a current tech?
The tech can be updated. Will be updated with sale. With sale of the car, I'll do the tech on it.
If they bought it this weekend, they could join us in October at Heathcote.
You could. It just needs. I'm happy to put a tech on it if someone's interested in buying it. I've had a few bites on it. We've got a gentleman with a pretty quick Aristo that is very interested in it. Scott Hoffman offered me a 2J the other night for it, just to say, don't sell it. I'll give you a 1,500 horsepower 2J just so you can go out and drive it and tell everyone about it. So that's tempting. However, that still means I'm trying to sell a car here. So I don't know whether that's going to help me sell it or give me more chances to bin it before I sell it. You know what I mean? One, I'm a bit scared, right? Hoff can't fit in the thing. I mean, you've got to be you can be 6 foot, 6'1", 100 odd kilos. I mean, I get in that thing at 5'10" and 100 odd. It'll suit someone up to 6 foot, 6'1", 90, 100 kilos. Perfect for you, right? X-Fuel funny car from the engine plate back, all been custom done ET chassis from the engine plate forward. Chevy engine plate. If you wanted to go LS in it, you could put an LS straight in it with 2 mounts. It's all set up for 2J. It is on display on the return rate in the trailer. Trailer does not come with the sale, unless the money's right. There we go. Of the cleanup. So 5 more minutes of cleanup and we're back to finish the session. Righto, we've rubbed the track. We're doing a little recovery down the bottom. Yep, perfect. All right, 5 minutes, folks, and we're back on track. 5 minutes and we are back on track. Thank you, diehards, for that. Now, where were we? That's right. So there you go. All yours for as cheap as 15K, as dear as well. If you want to buy everything and hook the trailer up, you could probably get it for about 25-ish. It's a gorgeous trailer. I don't want to sell it. I need to keep the trailer for the next episode, the next thing that I've got to bring forward. So it's there. Honestly, to be honest, they're a hard car to sell. You've got to be an altered person. Literally got to be an altered person. I was kind of hoping Pimmy was here this weekend. You know, Ashley Pim has the 2J altered. Yeah. Only to say to Pimmy, look, mate, I don't know what his wheelbase is on that altered. I don't think it's 125-inch. Mine's the full 125-inch. It's literally fuel funny car wheelbase. It might be a good car for Pimmy to get into, and I could do Pimmy a really good deal on it, but he's not here.
But I'm definitely open tonight if you're around for the next few hours. I'll be taking trial fittings. If you it'll be a little bit like a Cinderella thing. If you hop in it and fits you, well, we can hook up a deal immediately. I mean, I will take Afterpay, but that's only 4 payments of $9,000 each. All right, so. If you're approved on Afterpay for that, we'll take the payments.
And if you're
hang on,
struggling,
that's $36,000. It's not 36.
If you're struggling for cash, give Mario Raham from Pepper Money a call and.
If we could get
organise
Mario
finance.
Raham on the phone tonight to line up finance, I still won't let you take it home. No offence. I trust you, but look, let's just wait till it goes in, right, before it goes in. I'm an old school guy. Kind of want it in my hand before we do anything else. It'll be like, you know what, it's been 2 weeks since that hasn't gone through. Are you sure that I was speaking to Mario on the phone then? It'll be some guy on the phone. Yes, bro, it is Mario. It is me. Oh, okay. So, look, if you know anyone that might be interested, I do think it might end up at a regional track because we do have a lot of regional tracks that do stick to a normal track championship. So they've got those traditional categories like modified. It is a modified eliminator car at the moment. It would be teched for comp eliminator. I even tried to throw it at Lloydie. I said, Lloydie, even Kyprios, I'm on to the Group 2 guys. I'm on to Kyprios saying, look, just when double D gas might be a bit hard to chase, put that thing in the altered and you might end up a double D or a double E altered. So I'm trying to sell it as a class, if you want a class swap in Group 2. I said that to Kyprios. I said that to Lloydie. Lloydie didn't answer my message, but I said, Lloydie, that little Pro Charge thing and a Liberty in the altered would be killer. And you could be in that car for $15,000. Just take everything out of the Firebird, put it in that altered, and you can class swap as well. You and Tony Bellett can bump in against each other in Group 2 with a bit of side-by-side six-pack. And you know what? We need a bit more of that in the open-wheel classes. One more lap. There we go. One more lap.
Awesome.
Last lap. The last lap board's out, folks. Here's the last lap board. One more lap of the tractor, and we are back in with Factory Extreme to finish off the evening. 8 cars. There we go. 4 pairings.
4 pairings. All Factory Extreme.
Back to the altered anyway. So, look, it's there. And as I said, look, honestly, the $15,000 deal is this. No engine, no gearbox, no diff. If you can put your own big 90, you might want to put a full floating hub. So I don't have full floating hubs.
Yep.
So if you want to put anything quicker than 750, you kind of need full floating hubs. So I'm willing to do that. Again, you try and start building it for that price. It's got a great Benny Bray body on it. It's got an ET chassis. It's chrome molly. It's got a lot of good gear on it. It is almost too cheap. But we have to move on in life. And I do have other cars to complete. And when I mean cars, yeah, it's a long story. But, hey, hopefully I'm around for another 20 years to finish them all. It just needs a few more hours Monday to Friday to do all that. But I'm certainly looking forward to not only hitting the Jambos with it, but hitting a lot of the other great events that we've got in Southeast Queensland. We can do a variety of different things with all these cars, and I'm looking to have a car just like that. There we go. Joe Gauchi said he's also got a car up for sale, perfect for Outlaw 275 and for Sport Compact there as well. That'd be a killer J275 car, by the way. So there we go, Joe Gauchi. We've got a shout out to Joe Gauchi. He's got, of course, the Mustang for sale there.
There you go. The offers are coming in on the live feed chat line.
Yeah, look, the dollars aren't quite there yet.
That's to Old Farts Shed.
Yeah. So someone puts a shout out there. Mark FPZ goes, Heathcote, not Heathcote. Yeah, so it's Heathcote.
Heathcote.
It's Heathcote, yeah. Yeah, look, the Old Fart Shed, there's some chats coming through on the live feed. I'll give you $5,000 digs. You know what? Thanks for that, but you won't get a car with that. I'll take the 5. You just don't get the car. It might just be something for, someone coming out of junior dragsters that wants to go. As I said, it's got a Chevy engine plate in it, so you could literally put... Honestly, the fastest way to get that thing back on track is literally just put a stock LS in that
because
thing.
It's up.
Keep the 500 horsepower gearbox that's in it. Keep the diff. Because, you know what, I was even talking to Jamie from ET Chassis on the line. The Corona in J275 that's out there, was with the 1J. That's all still Hilux diff in it. So Hoffman runs a Hilux diff in that KE10. So look, literally it's probably a 500 or 600 horsepower rated diff. So honestly, stock LS, 500 horsepower Racematic, Hilux diff. You could be out there running mid-9s with an LS, and that's the sort of car you can have. Yes, I went and put the 2J in it. And I've got to thank Danny Lansdowne and Ryan Holtz for helping us with that, because we tried a 2J to power guide adapter on the back and literally bolts to the engine plate, and literally it was in quite quickly. I didn't have to do any modification to the car from the firewall backwards in order to do that. So literally
The gearbox is the same, the shift is the same, nothing's had to be adjusted, the tail shaft's the same, nothing's been touched on the car. We have worked from the firewall forward and that thing's in there and works well. The car's fully wired and everything, so literally you could flick the side master switch on that thing right now, Janie, and that thing's live with 12 volts. So it's actually a wired car as well. So think about that. Jesse Ferguson's messaging me saying that 1J Corona is a weapon. Well, mate, Jesse, talk to him about putting the 1J in the Alton and we'll talk later. Jesse Ferguson also might be buying one of my other cars too.
Oh, Jesse doesn't need any more cars.
Joe Gauci, again, that's a big shout out there for his car. Matthew Halar's watching on the live stream. His CMD might be for sale soon. A proven 840 car, so that's a little dragster with a big Suzuki in it. Chris Tate. Who's he talking to? Talking to you, Janie. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. And who was that? That was who was that saying that? Tatey saying you should buy Diggs's car. Honestly, whoever gets it, I hope you do well with it. I've set the national. By the way, it's also a national record-setting car. I've got an IHRA national record with it. So,
do the certificate come with it?
If you want, I'll give you a copy of my national record. I don't know how you're going to go with. I'm not going to liquid paper out my name and give you your name on it. It's not like I'm selling you a car with a 7-second time.
The good news is we are back to Factory Extreme qualifying, and for the first time
Here
today,
he is.
here he is, Mark. That is not Mark Jacobson. Mark Jacobson's on our screen at the moment, though, we can see.
Holy dooly, you talk about a thrash. This is the biggest thrash maybe in Jambo history to try and make an event. They did not turn up for the first 2 runs of the day, but here they are now trying to get a rundown. Mark Jacobson. Now, I believe all new carbon body. This car's literally been rebuilt to the last nut and bolt. Here it is, 3.8 litres of, I think, Nissan VR38. And Hodjo was normally saying there's another 7-speed gearbox here. He hasn't mentioned it yet.
But this one wasn't here yet.
I know, but which one did it? Did he ever let on which one's got the other 7-speed?
No, and you forgot about it.
If anyone out there can tell us what's the other car here at Jambo with the 7-speed Liberty, please message us because Hodjo hasn't told us that info. Frank Tarabay, he's number 1 qualifier with a 596. Can he put 2 consistent runs down? He needs kind of 3 to get a good average here, so 2's not going to be a lot harder to do. Mark Jacobson, well, look, he's not in the running for the Pepper Money cash boost. I just think he wants to get that thing from point A to point B. Brand new car. You don't get any more debutante than this. This is about the biggest debutante moment I think I can remember in Factory Extreme. It's not like he hasn't been here before. He has gone bottom 6s with, I think, an RB. And again, bottom 6s with a VR, but here he is with a whole rebuilt R35. It looks fantastic, does it not? Both cars, an absolute tribute to the teams. Of course, Gas Racing beside Frank Tarabay, got that 3-speed auto in it, and this man knows how to drive. But again, we've got to bump this thing in. Got to get the bulbs on. You got to stay there until the tree throws, or else there's going to be no ET here. So let's hope these guys can hold on to the line. Now I think Mark's actually got a clutch. I don't know whether there's an auto in this thing. I think he's still got the clutch and the clutch and then the clutchless gearbox. So let's have a listen as they bring him in the stage. Here we go. Factory Extreme. Couple more passes to go in qualifying. All right, Frankie. This thing, is he trying to start it? He's trying to start it. It won't get stalled. All right, careful there, Mark. Just get that thing down the racetrack. It goes 722, 173, safe to the other end. But I don't know. I'm all on edge now. All on edge. Every run I see, I'm all on edge. Now that thing must have stalled on the line because I saw some lights flickering on and off. And we are just. That they are lobbying to see whether they can send it. Technically, as we are operating under allocated sessions, you technically can't stage a car twice in the one session. This isn't a test thing. He did put a bulb on. I think he got timed out because the thing must have stalled. He didn't bring it up on the boost. So we just got a lot of speculation here where it's kind of, are we?
What's happening?
It's send it or end it. I think it's end it. Yeah, we got to end it. Rules is rules. As much as we're going to see that thing run tomorrow, as we say, it's the wrong time to have something go wrong. And we can only dispute it for so long, but rules are rules. We are in a session. You cannot stage a car twice in the one session. You've got to get that thing in. If the thing's stalled going into stage, that's bad luck, I'm afraid. And unfortunately, I love Frankie, I love Joe, I love the whole team. I was down there talking to him earlier on today, but when that happens, we've just got to, it's got to happen, unfortunately. Oh, Sammy is back. It's unfortunate, boys. It's a shame, absolute shame that happened. But yeah, funny things happen. That's it. Ruins your day. Just got to be ready tomorrow. Oh look, no big lighting of the tyres there for Dion coming out of the burnout. That thing sort of didn't light him up at all. Yeah, there.
A 6.45 and a 6.43.
Oh.
So he's in the running with his Pepper Money cash boost.
Well, he's going to have to do a better burnout than that. I don't think he came out of the water with any traction. Well, he came out with traction. He didn't come out with any wheel spin. So we didn't see any smoke there. That thing sort of came out of the water and then gripped.
And that's what he did in the second round, in the second qualifying session, I should say.
He's going to have to either light that up or he's just going to send it. I don't know, but that wasn't much of a skid. I think they're going to send it. So this might just throw the balls up in the air.
That's what he did in Q2 as well, though, Chris.
Did he really?
Yeah.
All right. Let's just see what happens here. Sammy. Well, he's gone 9.17, and we know that thing's got 6-second potential. Leon Amato, he's having a bit of a sweet spot here. I think he went a 28 in Grudge Kings a couple of weeks ago. So he's got this thing closer to its potential. It's definitely our quickest barra-powered sedan, probably the world's quickest barra-powered sedan. It's only Tony Bellett coming out going 6.05 with the drags today that's made that the quickest barra-powered car in the world. Dion's in here now, bumping it up, getting the boost up. Sammy goes. Go, Sammy, go! Oh, Sammy, he's done it again. He's blowing the door off it. Talk about blowing the doors off someone. And there goes Amato, 45 with a 0. Oh, lots of smoke, is it? Lots of probably dust. Let's hope it's dust. Boy, oh boy, I'm all on edge. I'm all two-toey. 6.45, 220 mile an hour on that run for Dion Amato. So that's a 6.43, a 6.45 with an 8, I think, and a 6.45 with a 0. So Dion Amato, that car on a string. Sammy, how did the doors just gone nuts? Door slammers, what? Blew the door off it. Hang on, we got the. Hang on, hold, stand by one. We've got emergency services vehicles on the way down. I don't know whether or not we've had an explosion or something. And we might have a fire. I don't know. Gone deep. It might be Dion. Well, Sammy was off it, so I dare say that could be Dion maybe late on the chute, or the chute didn't come out, but maybe Dion's gone deep. Maybe I'm assuming we're talking about someone gone deep. It might be Dion that's gone deep down there, so we are checking it out. And that's 3 great runs, 6.45, 6.45 with an 8, 6.43 with a 3. So, yeah, 45 with an 8, 43 with a 3, 45 with an O. That was a 45 with an O.
Consistent to 25 thousandths of a second is Amato at the moment for the Pepper Money cash boost.
Thank you, Maddie Hallar, for the feedback there on the text. So we are just waiting with bated breath. I think we've got one more pairing or 2 more pairings to go. Whom haven't we seen yet? Now I don't know whether we'll see. We might see Anthony back. We've got Colin still to go there as well. I don't think we've seen Archie. Archie might be there. I don't know who's left there. But right now, he's not sitting in the clubhouse. I think he's sitting in the gravel, and that's Dion Amato. One hand on the big check for the Pepper Money cash boost. That is 3 really consistent runs.
That's going to be tough.
I don't think we can. No one's going to do it. That looks like that's going to be it.
Never say never, though.
Oh, man. Look, we're just waiting to hear the word down the braking area. Right. All right, so he's just gone into the sand. Yeah, right. But we've got far lane. I think it is the right lane, or the far. I call it the far lane from when we are here in the tower. We're looking up and down here with the headlights, so the mound side, right? All right, so we've got some oil from the finish line to the braking area. So that's what we've got to deal with right now. Just trying to finish the session, Jane.
I don't know how many's left and whether or not we decide to pull up stumps and tow through. That's not on the radar as yet, but I can tell you we're just assessing the situation. We got him. I think we got him just as he's gone to the sand trap. So he didn't go super deep, but he's gone nearly all the way up.
Yep.
So you know that obviously you get to run down there and go up towards the gravel trap. He's still got a little bit of an area there to pull off something amazing, whether you can spin the thing out or, you know what I mean, bring it to a stop. And then you got the gravel, and he's just gone touching in front of the gravel. But it's what we've got to do probably between now and then in that lane, and that's just to establish what it's dropped and how much of it has it dropped. If it is oil, is it a wisp? Is a you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And remember, these cars have all got to have, nappies on and lower containment devices. They're designed there to hold and retain as much fluid as they can, but just sometimes that sort of stuff just doesn't get it all. Depends on how high up the engine separates from itself if it's blowing up, or again, oil can be where there's something on the transmission. Because I mean, we've got people using shields on transmissions. We've got people that wrap them in blankets. So the ones that wrap them in blankets, you've also got to make sure those things stay cool, because how do you get the heat out of them? But it's also good if they are wrapped in a ballistic blanket, because there's going to retain any errant fluid that comes out to a fair extent as well. But sometimes you can have all of that in order, and it's still going to get out to the track. We do a lot to try and make sure that it doesn't within the rules. I don't know who's qualified number one in Pro Compact. Dodsy might be able to. Dodsy's asking. What up, G's wondering who's qualified number one in Pro Compact. A lot of that stuff's probably nearly printed out here in Race Control, which we could probably get. I think it's Steve Barnett, I think.
I think it's Steve
Yeah,
Barnett.
it's Barnett.
Too,
It's Barnett.
With the 678. I don't think anyone went quicker than that.
Yes,
in the
I
last session.
think he's number 3, because it was Rodney with a 23 something, and then it was Dodsy. I think it was a 23.3 for Rodney and a 23.5 for What Up G. So I think you're number 3 there. I think I've also just messaged the wrong bloke. I have. Sorry, Matthew. Right lane. Yeah, right lane. There we go. 1,000 foot to the sand trap is where the oil is, folks. So, yeah, right. So there we go, folks. That's another grim diagnosis, is that we are down for 30 minutes at least, because that's 1,000 foot to the bottom loop. So, can't take a break, can we? Can't take a break. So a big shout out to Matty Hillar there. Look, I've sent you a text that's not supposed to go to you. I'm supposed to send it to What Up G. And What Up G, I reckon you're number 3 qualifier. I reckon you're number 3.
How about we stop the speculation? I'll go and get the sheets.
You can go get the sheets. You know what? We'll just run an ad or two. We'll take a breath just for a moment. And look, that's the diagnosis. We're not waiting to see if anyone's A-OK. I would assume Dion, I mean, he got to the bottom. It's not like he's done anything other than drop some oil. We'll have to work out just how bad that is. But right now, he's 3 very consistent runs there. But yeah, look, it's come at a cost. We've dumped some oil on that track from 1,000 foot down in the right lane, and we are 30 away from about cleaning it up. But look, the track crew, they just came back from down doing it all. G'day, Dwayne. Where's Wiz? Is that you there? Are you going home, are you? You're going home? No, I'm not going home. I'm not going home either. I've got a few people to trial fit in the car, but look at it. Did I mention that it was for sale? Yeah, look, if you are looking, it's there on the return road. So, look, we're just running an ad. We've got stuff to clean, and stick with us. Or if you are heading home, we will see you tomorrow morning. If you're coming out for day 2, let's hope you get a nice night's sleep, a nice safe drive home. Keep an eye out on the roads too, just in case. You know what happens. The constabulary might just go, oh, this is a nice place to be. Pull over. So just keep an eye on that on the way home if you are heading, and see you guys all tomorrow if you are heading off now. But for those diehards that are going to stick here through to the end, either through no other choice other than you might be staying here and you can't, there's a lot of people that are staying here that can't go home. We do have a lot of caravans and tents actually all set up through the pits where people have come to stay for the weekend. So there's a few of you that aren't going home anyway. So I guess you can hang around. But that's what we're going to do just for the moment, and we will let you know. So a break and back with more here at Jambo as we try and finish Fat Trick Extreme for the day.
RCE Performance Warehouse at 42 Moss Street, Slacks Creek is the retail and trade side of race car engineering, who have been in business for over 15 years, specialising in aftermarket performance parts for hot rods, street cars, drift cars, circuit race cars and drag racing vehicles. RCE Performance Warehouse have a huge showroom housing all the best performance brands from around the world. Whether you're after a set of valve covers to dress up your engine bay or an engine block to start your next build, they can tailor a package to suit you.
Oceania College of Technology. An RTO in Brisbane, Gold Coast and Parramatta. It provides job-ready skills to students in various automotive courses, like light and heavy vehicle mechanics, underbody technology, auto electrical, motorsports, automotive panel beating, automotive diesel technology. With small-size classrooms, it has a fully functional mechanical workshop. It provides real and practical knowledge to all its students under the supervision and training of highly qualified and skilled trainers. Kickstart your automotive career at Oceania College of Technology.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
We have one goal, drag strip domination. Quicker ETs, #1 qualifiers, final round victories. We earn these things for ourselves and our racers with engine management designed to work the way people actually use it at the track. Our systems are constantly updated with new functionality and free updates because progress never stops. Always learning, always improving, always striving to make the best.
Link is the engine management solution for champions the world over. We know what it takes to win. Pushing boundaries, performing under pressure, and having the best people on your team. Our tech support are performance specialists, available 24 hours and ready to talk one-on-one about your winning formula. Link ECU, the performance, reliability, and power to get to the podium.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh, wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannons,
We've also got Shannons home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannons.
Shannons, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Vibrant Performance offers a wide assortment of professional fabrication components for all your turbo, exhaust, induction and fluid delivery needs in a variety of sizes that include HD clamp systems, intercooler assemblies and cores, AN fittings and braided hose, as well as PTFE lined hose and fittings, 4-ply silicon couplers, aluminium and stainless mandrel bent tubing, high-performance mufflers and resonators, V-band flange assemblies, turbo flanges, fabrication and assembly tools, and much more. Vibrant products are the ideal choice for naturally aspirated or forced-induced car, truck, off-road, marine, and power sports vehicles. If you're curious to what other products we have in our fabrication program, please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
After being postponed from its usual date in March, the Garrett Advancing Motion Sydney Jamboree, presented by Link ECU and Tuner's Edge, had perfect weather and a big turnout at Sydney Dragway. Australia's quickest sport compact and high-tech street and drag cars converged for an epic day of racing across 10 categories. Jamboree isn't just about racing though, it's a show spectacular, with plenty to see and do off-track as well. Traders Alley had the latest and greatest products and merchandise to check out. The Shannons Show and Shine also had a great array of cars on display as well. In MTQ Street Compact, Bradley Halliburton qualified in first place and then took the win in his Toyota Cressida, with David Atterton runner-up in his Mazda 323. In Mora Motorsport All Motor, Craig Wasson was #1 qualifier in his RX-8. He ended up runner-up to Salim Matta in his Tirana, who took the win. Bosch Motorsport Modified Compact was the largest field at the event, with plenty of action. Steve Farrelly in the Barra-powered VL qualified in first place and went on to take the win, with Cameron Basirio in the runner-up spot in his Toyota Hilux. Repco Max Modified 10.5 saw Vince Rigoli as the #1 qualifier in the Cosworth-powered S15.
Fauzi, the orange S15, that car's been a struggle for a little bit with the C4 transmission. As of recent, we only put a Turbo 400 in it this week, built by Fred at ProTrans. 750 at 180 mile, mate, forced on the Cosworth 2-litre engine. The car was always put together with the Cosworth for a dear friend of ours, Fauzi, and it was always his dream to get the car to run sevens on a forced on the Cosworth engine. We've done it, but now we're chasing the world title, so we'll get there.
Vince went on to take the win with a manual man runner-up in the RX-3. Speedflow Street 289 was all about the old school, and Paul Tester was #1 qualifier in the Chrysler Galant. Andrew Myers ended up with the category win in his Mazda 323. He also took out Best Wheel Stand at Sydney Jamboree and the Rotary Compression Tester Prize for having the best reaction time by a rotary-powered vehicle during racing. Damien McKern was runner-up in the RX-2. RCE J275 has become a fiercely competitive category with some big cars and bigger names making the switch to be on radials. We caught up with Po Tung, whose Supra has returned and made the switch.
We've been out, for probably a couple of years. Just coming back now with the Fuel Tech new ECU on board. Yeah, the car's been going well. In testing, we went 676 at 210. So we're just out here running J275. Well, it was built as a 289 car, and mate, with the horsepower that the engine's making, you used to just punish the tyres. The tyres could last anywhere between 3 passes to 6. And it was just getting a little bit dangerous on that tyre. With the 275 radials, the car's a little bit more smoother. That's why we've gone to the 275. So, and also, there was no competition in 289, so you've got to step up and get in the next class,
World-renowned DJ and drag racer Carl Cox was #1 qualifier in J275 in his Ford Capri. In the end, Danny Busbridge took the win in his Tirana, while Ben Vlecken was runner-up in his Commodore. The GTR category was a showdown between long-time rivals Matux Racing and Croydon Racing Developments, with Nader's King 32 and Robert Margin's Jun 2. They are in a tit-for-tat battle for the Pro Street GTR world record, but when they did line up, it gave us a great race. Into the Pro categories now, and first up, McKernan Associates Pro Compact. Rodney Rahayem from Pack Performance qualified in first place in the RX-8, also resetting his 13B record.
How you doing? Rocky here from Pack Performance at the Sydney Jamboree. It's been a little while since we've been racing, so it's pretty good to be back out here with all the COVID restrictions or what have you, but it's awesome. Good weather, plenty of people. We've got about 21, maybe 20 cars racing today. Typical turnout for the Pack Performance stable. We've got a lot of street cars here. Of course, the big car isn't here at the moment because we've been working on it tirelessly, but we've got the RX-8 instead. Just ran a 6:48, making it the fastest two-rotor car in the country.
In the finals, Rodney crossed the centre line, getting disqualified, so he took runner-up to Frank Canistra in the RX-3. Mario Rahayem took the Pepper...
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your support, and the crowd is now swelling to several thousand in the grandstands. How's all our diehards out there? How are you all going there? All 52,000 of you out there. Look at that great Mexican wave going there. Go, ready? Mexican wave, go. Yeah, wow. It works so much better when there's less people in the grandstands because you are all switched on to us, aren't you? So this is our final lap for the tractor. Thank you for your patience. Look, I hope Dion's kept that barrel all in one piece there. Look, he's looking pretty well at the Pepper Money Cash Boost right now with a 25,000 spread over 3 runs. That's almost, I'd love to know what our best one ever was, but that's a pretty good spread, Janie.
Well, Gina was 26,000.
Who was?
Gina.
Oh, is that right? So second place is Gina at 26,000 spread. And there's, look at that, 693, 695, 693.
Yeah,
and then Dion.
She had one no time recorded.
So that was her average over the 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the average over 2. But yeah, there we go. So 26,000 is the second most consistent, and 25,000 is the most consistent, being Dion Amato. So look, I'm glad that the Dynamite team are finding the power potential in the way of an ET. And it's still the world's quickest and fastest Barra-powered door car. But again, look, going back to what we saw today with Tony Bell at that 6:05, like that was an epic run. That's a big epic run there. And you know what? I'm sure everyone else in Super Comp may not know what he ran here today, but I bet you they'll all know after this, because there's a new class that's been created. It's got the longest amount of suffixes I've ever seen on a category for 98mm or 88mm Barra powered dragsters and altereds. Actually, my altered will take a Barra, so you could be in the new classes. It will take a Barra. You do need probably an angle grinder or you could go back to ET chassis and there's a little box in front that holds everything, fuel system, ignition system. Just shorten that up, because the old Barra's going to come barging through the front of that. That's why we went 2J. 2J's the same length as my 4-cylinder that I had in it, literally. When I took my engine over to Danny to say, right, let's build the Sierra with this engine, he goes, wow, that 4-cylinder's as big as my 2J. And I said, well, let's just put a 2J in it, bang. He gave me a block, we tried it, I made the mounts up, the thing's in there, there's a 2J in that damn thing. But a Barra could fit. You know why? I think the reason why it hasn't sold yet is because it doesn't have a Barra. If I put a Barra, it would have been sold by lunchtime. All right, here we go. Couple more runs. Here's the boss. He's been waiting all night to get here, and here he is. Oh, it's Archie beside him, so hold on to your hats. This could be a mega run here. Oh, no, is that? It is Archie. Yeah. It is Archie.
The workshop neighbours.
Neighbours. They're not quite
Are they?
Not quite side by side, but they're in the same.
Underwood, Slacks Creek, yeah, same circle.
Yeah, the same.
Same circle. Is Hodjo gone for today, Drew? I'm trying to find the second. I'm trying to get him to give me that last bit of info, which he hasn't told us yet. But here we are. Archie's just won. Good. Honestly, that last run I saw him today, everything was right in the clutch can. That thing really worked off the line. 20B, triple turbo, I dare say. We're all billet in Archie's car as well, I think, all billet engine. But there we go. There's a big call coming in over the internet for Chris Tatey. He reckons Cole could be on a big number here. That's Tatey saying that. So let's have a look.
Prediction.
Okay, so billet 20B, triple turbo. Billet 4G63 compound turbo. Not too many people going compound in the world, but he has done it. He's making it look pretty effortless. 7-speed Liberty on board for the Eclipse of Colin Wiltshire. 640, number 2 qualifier so far. Archie, 12th qualifier with a 1068. Factory Extreme! Colin Wiltshire driving the Eclipse. It goes 32, 224, 32, 224. We're making sure we've got parachutes out and we're pulling everything up. We're having a look here on the camera. There's a lot of dust blowing up there because we had to clean up the oil. I hope the captain's gone down there. A 32 at 224 mile an hour is an improvement from a 640. Archie Kieski, 682, 194 mile an hour. The tail of the tape, we can't get it up. But that's a good run from Archie to get down in there representing the rotor. Sorry, Janie, I'm cutting in and out of you there while you're trying to do the laptop.
Yeah.
A good run. I didn't catch the short time for anyone watching at home, but the captain went point A to point B. He had to drive that Eclipse. That Eclipse, as he's banging the gears, he's out towards the wall. It's like, no, don't go out there, Colin. That's where Tony went. Do not go out there, Colin. And then he went out there. I was like, man, please, man, pull the chutes, get out of it. And I went 32, I think.
Yep, 32.7.
32. So that's the number. Tatey said it was going to be a 6-1, but I just don't know whether the air's there. But, boy, that was a good run, A to B. All right, here we go. The man, the final run, I think, of the night, Anthony Martook. It is worth waiting to see what the Don can do. Virtually, we know this car had been around for a little while, but you know the moment for me when it burst onto the scene, what number did it run in Sydney when it was running in Pro Mod? Didn't it go like a 70-something? Did it go a 75 or an 80-something? It made it. I think it went 575 or something. It did some monstrous run that just blew everyone up. Might have been a 76. It blew everyone up, and I think since then it's gone a 71. So our guesses are that, look, this should have 560s written all over it. And then when you start thinking that, considering they've only really got this combo together with the billet RB and everything like that, that really this could be the first really big threat to the 2JZ as far as 6-cylinder supremacy. Now that we've got billet RBs out there, the 6-cylinder battle is on. RB versus 2J. Of course, we're in the 550 zone for 2J. Isn't that insane as well? And here he is, Anthony doing the old George Raham impression. Remember Georgie used to just do this all day? I love it.
A flameage job.
A flameage. Geez, I tell you what, I'm banging for a bit of tea. I'll get a bit of dinner into me shortly. I'm starving. I had a muffin and morning tea and that's it. I'm about to collapse. Yeah, one of those big boys. They were. I went 2 up and goes over the top to sponge it up, but guess what? That sponge is all dry and brittle, mate. I need something. I'm going to collapse. Someone better have some food. Anyone out there can feed the digs, send me a message. I'm coming over for a sponge. Coming over for a sponge cake and tea. Oh, I don't need another sponge cake. I need real food, like, you know, kebabs. Yeah, I need some of the best.
Kebab delivery to the commentary box.
All right, who's got the best lamb in the complex? Message me, please. I need the best lamb. I need lamb backstraps. Vic Barrels, where are you? All right. Martook, the Don. What's he got for us? Let's have a look. Number 11 qualified to 791. Oh!
Oh, geez, it steps out. Matuki did the right thing. He got Alfred, but that had a lot more horsepower in it. An easy 734 at 124 mile an hour. It went 101 in the 60 foot, 274 to 330, 416 at half track, and by then it was starting to move, but it just went for a walk. Went for a walk towards the centre line, started to head towards the wall, and Anthony, plenty of laps on board, decides, you know what, let's just lift off, roll that thing through, and that is it, folks. Day one of the Jamboree 2022, and Jamie,
Amato
there we go.
Is our Pepper Money Cash Boost winner in Factory Extreme.
There we are, Dion Amato. I'll go down and see the guys and see how they're going. But yeah, how about that? Dion Amato, 3 real consistent runs there, and the winner of the Pepper Money Cash Boost by 1/1000th of a second over Gina Bullions. So thank you all diehards for hanging around to the end. We were all hoping for a big epic run there from the Don, but it didn't happen. But hey, tomorrow I reckon they're going to find their mark, and we're going to do it all again. We've got to go through eliminations from 9 o'clock tomorrow. And again, any competitor that is out, please go down and talk to the scrutineering shed that you are out, so we can fact you into the seating. So we need you to tell us things. If you're still right to run tomorrow, that's good. Just make sure you're ready to be called up, because we are starting at 9, but we'll be calling way before then. So on behalf of myself, you, Janie Smith, Terry Dale, Mark Allen, Adrian Hodgson, and all of our great crew and volunteers, including the Willowbank Raceway staff, another epic day, day one here at Jamboree, and day 2 looking good for tomorrow. So please, and remember, don't bring any electric scooters or crazy golf buggies or anything. We are, again, not tolerating that in this complex, and don't think about bringing them out tomorrow, because we can't have them. And we do thank you very much for your cooperation, and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye to the people up here. They're not ready to go just yet, just chilling out. All those people over in the mound just packing up. Thanks very much for your attendance, and hopefully we'll see you all tomorrow for day 2.